Aurora's POV. I was 10 years old. Bright-colored balloons, party hats, confetti on the floor, and colorful decorations all over the house. We were celebrating my birthday. I felt I was going around in circles. I felt dizzy. I was looking for my dad. He was at work, but Mom mentioned that he was on his way. It has been an hour or so. Mommy! I called out for my mom as I walked inside the kitchen. She was standing by the kitchen table, holding my baby brother, Toby, in one arm, while holding her phone with the other. Mommy, when is Daddy coming home? I asked. I'm sure he'll be home soon, sweetie, so let's just wait a bit longer. Go and play with your friends for a bit. Mom said, and I nodded before walking away, looking for my friends, Edward and Heather. As I was playing with Heather and Edward, all of a sudden, Mom called out my name. Aurora! Startled me. Looking up at her, I remembered the sudden pain and panic in her teary eyes and on her face as well. She gently grabbed my hand. Honey, I'm sorry, but we need to go to the hospital. Madeline, one of Mom's friends, walked into the living room with Toby in her arms. Elizabeth, what's going on? She asked my mom. Nathan got into a car accident and he's in the emergency room and I have to go and I need to take Aurora with me. Mom explained, her voice trembling. Hey, I'll take care of the kids and call their parents. I'll explain everything. Now go, Madeline said. Thank you, Mom spoke. Let's go now, sweetie. Mom pulled me away and we walked towards the door. Mom quickly grabbed her car keys, then we walked out of the house. We got inside the car and Mom started the car engine, then she drove off. As we were on our way to the hospital, I remembered hearing my mom mumbling the same words on repeat. Please be okay. Please be okay. Please be okay. Over and over again, to the point I lost count. I could have said something, but I couldn't. I was scared, confused, and worried at the same time. My heart was pounding. I can even hear it in my head. I was just a kid at that time. I didn't know anything better. Looking down, my hands were shaking and sweating. I rubbed my hands together, trying my best to stay calm. Then I wiped the sweat off from my hands with the skirt of my dress. The same dress my dad bought for me as a gift, a day before my birthday. I remembered he told me that he saved the best gift for last and he'll give it to me on the day of my birthday party. We arrived at the hospital and as soon as Mom parked, she quickly turned off the car engine and we head out of the car, on our way to the emergency room. I really don't like the emergency rooms. For some reason, I'm scared of them. We looked around the emergency room. Mom was holding my hand and she was trembling. Nathan, Mom spoke. I looked around the emergency room once more and I spotted Dad. He was unconscious and he was covered in blood, and a nurse was trying to revive him. At that moment, I froze. Nathan, Mom spoke again. I looked at her and tears started rolling down her face. I let go of her hand and she walked toward him, but one of the nurses stopped her. My heart pounded once more and I felt a heavy weight on my chest. From the corner of my eye, I saw something blue. I looked and it was a small blue box with my name on it. I slowly walked towards the small blue box and picked it up. My name was engraved in gold on the box. There was some blood on it and then I opened it. It was a gold heart necklace. All of a sudden, I heard a long beep from the machine. The nurse stopped and the doctor checked the watch on his wrist. Time of death. The doctor spoke. Time of death. Mom spoke. What do you mean time of death? He's not dead. I'm so sorry for your loss, truly I am, the doctor said before giving her some space. Nathan? Honey, please wake up. Mom said, her voice trembling once more. Don't leave us. What are we gonna do without you? I walked toward Mom, who pulled me in a tight embrace. She started crying and I started crying too. Daddy, I spoke. The awful feeling in my chest became heavier. Daddy, please wake up. Please. Let's go home. I said and I cried and cried. My mom and I cried together. He was supposed to go home safe and sound. We were supposed to play and laugh. We were supposed to be together singing happy birthday. I didn't get to say that I love him again. He wasn't supposed to leave us like this. I won't be able to hear his voice or see his smile anymore. My world turned black and white. I looked out the window for a while. It started to rain. It was like Dad was crying with us. And I claimed that day, became the most painful day of my life. Or so I thought. 6 years later, Aurora's POV. Aurora. I heard a voice. I'm probably still dreaming. The voice sounds familiar. Aurora. I realized that voice is Mom's voice. I open my eyes, my vision is a bit blurry. Aurora. Time to wake up, sweetie. Mom said. I groaned, gently rubbing my eyes. Morning, Mom. Morning, sweetie. Time to get ready for school. She said, kissing my forehead. Did you sleep well? I slept all right, I said before I let out a yawn. That's good to hear. Get yourself ready while I take care of Toby. You don't want to be late for school, she said before she left the room. I get off the bed and stretch for a while. Then I grab my towel and head inside my bathroom. As I stepped into the bathroom, I slightly shivered as my feet made contact against the cold and pure white tiled floor. I take off my clothes and I step into the shower, feeling the cold atmosphere. I turn the faucet on and I can feel warm water droplets hitting my body, and sometimes I like to imagine that I was standing still in the rain. After taking a warm shower, I stepped out of the shower and I wrapped the towel around my body and head back to my room, drying myself. I pull out my clothes for today from my clothes and I slip into something simple but comfortable. I continue drying my hair and comb it until I got every strand nice and untangled. I put my hairbrush down and I pull out my necklace from my jewelry box and put it on. I still wear the necklace every day and I started wearing it the day after he died at the hospital. It's been 6 years and I miss him every day, but I know he's in a better place, watching over us. I snapped out of my thoughts and I grab my phone and my backpack, then I head downstairs. I enter the dining room and I saw Toby eating his breakfast while Mom pours herself a cup of coffee. Good morning, Aurora. Toby greeted me with the cutest and biggest smile on his face. Good morning, Toby, I said as I ruffled his dirty blonde hair and I sit down. I look down at my plate and looks like today's menu is waffles for breakfast. Now hurry and finish up. You don't want to be late for school, right? Mom said before she takes a sip of her coffee. Okay, Mom, I said, grabbing a fork and a knife and start eating my breakfast. I finished up and I pick up my plate and Toby's plate and put them into the sink and wash them. After washing them, I set them aside to dry on the dish rack. I dry my hands with a towel and I grab my backpack and Toby's lunchbox from the counter and I head outside. I get in the car and I close the car door. Toby, you forgot your lunchbox, I said as I hand it to him. I'm sorry, he apologized. He even apologizes for the smallest things even though he doesn't have to. It's okay. And I noticed he doesn't have his seatbelt on. Oh, and your seatbelt, I said as I fastened his seatbelt. Okay, you too. You ready to go? Mom asked as she adjusted the rear mirror. Yes, Mom, I said, securing my seatbelt. Then she started the car engine and drives off on our way to school. __. Finally, we've arrived. Richwood School. It's actually a huge school. The building on the right is the elementary school and the building on the left is the high school. Mom stopped the car and I unbuckle my seatbelt and then I help Toby with his seatbelt. I grab my backpack and I get off the car. Come on, Toby, I said as I help him getting off the car. We'll see you later, Mom, I said. Have a great day at school, my darlings. I love you, she said. Bye, Mommy. Toby waved and Mom blows him a kiss. Bye, Mom. Love you too. Then I close the car door and she starts driving, on her way to work. Come on, goofball. I'll take you to your classroom, I said, and we head off to the elementary building. __. A few minutes later, we arrived at his classroom. Okay, here's your lunchbox. Now, listen very carefully to your teachers and don't pick up any fights with your classmates. Understand? I said to him. Okay, you'll pick me up after school, right? Always. I'll see you later. I place a kiss on his forehead and head off to the high school building. On my way to the entrance of the high school building, I push one of the doors open and let myself in, and immediately got greeted by familiar faces and loud voices everywhere in the building. Hey, Aurora. I turn around and I smiled as soon as I look at my two best friends walking towards me. My two best friends, Heather Morgan and Edward Brown. Actually, they're more like my childhood friends since we know each other for a long time and we're actually neighbors. Heather has auburn hair, green eyes, and has some dusty freckles on her face, which makes her stand out. She hates her freckles, but I love her freckles, since that's one of the things that made her stand out even more. She kept on having doubts about that, but I still tell her that whenever she mentions her freckles. She's a bit hot-headed, stubborn, and can be sarcastic from time to time. And sometimes we call her Heather Feather, which is her nickname that Eddie and I gave her since the 2nd grade, just because it rhymes with her name. And there's Edward. Edward has dark brown hair, and he has the most striking hazel eyes that I've ever seen, and he would get a lot of compliments. I like calling him Eddie more than calling him Edward. And whenever his parents are on business trips for a week or two, we would sleepovers at his place and watch movies or play board games. He's smart, kind and gentle, and I don't think he can even hurt a fly. A lot of girls have a crush on him, and he would get a lot of gifts on Valentine's Day almost every year, but he's not interested in any of them, and whenever someone confesses their feeling for him, he would politely turn them down. Even some guys want to ask him out. But everyone knows he's straight, and he said he's still waiting for the right girl. Hey, how are you guys doing? I asked them as we start walking together. Mom confiscated my laptop and my phone again. Heather groaned. What did you do this time? I asked. She did a small prank on her brother for the 3rd time this week, Eddie answered. It was just a small prank, but he started it in the first place, and what? No laptop and phone and TV for a week, Heather said as she scratches the back of her head. At least it's only for a week and you still have a phone, Edward said. Yeah, but it's a flip phone. I didn't know that they still exist and function until now. And it's only for text messaging and calling. She pulls the flip phone she mentioned from her bag and show it to us. I shake my head and I look at the surroundings of the hallways. Crowded as always. We have the typical students like in every high school movie ever. The athletes, the nerds and geeks, the theater kids, the bullies, the emo kids and goth kids, the fashionistas, the hipsters, the outcasts, people who are part of different clubs such as the school newspaper club, book club, etc. People who are part of the LGBTQ+ community. And of course, the popular and meme kids. Same old stuff and same old routine. The walls are painted white and black. And then the lockers are color gray. It gives off a sad vibe somehow. Otherwise, it shows the reality of high school, which is a living hell, or even prison. Do you expect your parents to believe that if you say those things to their faces? Apparently not. And they would say that school is not that bad, which is partly true. We approached our assigned lockers and I grabbed my stuff that I need for my classes. What classes do we have again? Heather asked. Science, algebra, and Spanish, I said, grabbing my Spanish book and dictionary. Ugh, I fucking hate algebra, Heather said as she closes her locker door. I think it's pretty easy, Eddie said. Of course it's easy for you, Eddie. You are a smartass after all. Heather rolled her eyes. I just study hard, that's all, Eddie said. You do know I kept on offering to tutor you, but you kept on refusing the offer. I can handle it. I just need to study harder. Oh, please spare me some tips, dear kind Eddie, Heather begged playfully. Eddie just shakes his head, smiling. Rying. The bell rang and I closed my locker door. Come on, let's get to class. We don't want to make Miss Barbara mad. Yeah, and let's hope that Billy Keller will be on time for her class this time. You know Miss Barbara doesn't like tardiness, Heather said. Right before the second bell, she would already be in the classroom with the attendance sheet on her clipboard, staring at you with that devil glare. Let's just go, guys, Eddie said, then we head off to class. Elizabeth's POV. Knock knock. I look up from my laptop and I saw my friend, Madeline, with her hand on the doorknob, letting herself in. What is it, Madeline? I asked her as I take my reading glasses off. There's someone here who wants to see you, she said with a grin on her face. Okay. Then I saw John Anderson, the manager of the Sunrise Company, entering the room, and Madeline closed the door, mouthing, "Have fun." And I just smile and shake my head. I've been dating him for almost 2 years. Oh, Mr. Anderson, what brings you here? I asked as I stand up from my seat. Elizabeth, we've been over this and you know you can just call me John. No need to be formal. He chuckled. John is a very wealthy man and he's admired by almost everyone in the company, especially the girls. He's kind, smart, attractive, and a gentleman. No wonder why most of the girls in the company fall for him. Right, sorry. Anyways, do you need anything? I'm just checking to see how you're doing, and also, I would like to ask you something, he said. What is it? I asked. I was wondering if you would like to have dinner tonight, he said, and I paused for a moment. If you're free, that is. Oh, I'm free and dinner sounds lovely. As always, I'll come and pick you up. I'll see you later, love. With that being said, we shared a kiss, then he left the room. I cleared my throat and went back to work. Aurora's POV. Just 5 more minutes and we're free to go. Now for your homework, Mr. Jones said as he wrote down our homework on the board. And almost all of the students groaned, including Heather. You just need to research at least 8 facts about the French Revolution in your notebook, that's all. Those who will do their homework will automatically get 10 bonus points directly to the test, which will be on Wednesday next week. Rying. That's all for today. Have a nice weekend, everyone, and don't forget your homework, he said, and all of us stand up from our seats and pack our stuff. How can we have a nice weekend if we have homework? Heather whispered. Don't worry. It's just simple homework, Heather Feather, Eddie said. Whatever, Eddie, she said, and we head out of the classroom. How can I research without my laptop, or my phone, or the internet tonight? Heather puts her hands on her cheeks while she continues whining. Hey, Sleeping Beauty. I heard the voice of none other than Lucas William as he put his arm around me. Lucas William is part of the basketball team, and last year, the whole school knows that he's head over heels for me. At least I think that's what they call it. He's always been like this since the 7th grade, and it's getting irritating. I'm obviously not interested in him, but he couldn't take a hint. What do you want, Lucas? And I told you to stop calling me that, I said, brushing his arm off of me. Oh, did I upset you, princess? I just miss you, he said. Get lost, Lucas, Heather said through her gritted teeth. And what you're gonna do about it, Heather Feather? He patted Heather on the head. Yo, Lucas, we're late for practice. Let's go, one of Lucas' friends yelled. All right, Lucas replied. See you later, princess, he said to me and left. Geez, he's kinda getting on my nerves, Eddie said as he tightens his grip on his backpack strap. Anyways, there's always the library. Why don't you research there? I asked. You're probably right, Heather said before letting out a sigh. I'll help you out, Heather, Eddie offered. I checked the time on my watch. Oh crap, it's time to pick up Toby. I need to get going, guys. I'll see you around, I said as I waved at them and left. See you around the neighborhood, Ro, Heather shouted before she left with Eddie. I walk a little bit faster toward the exit. I head out of the high school building and walk toward the elementary school building. I finally arrived at Toby's classroom and I saw him talking to his teacher. Knock, knock. Aurora. Toby ran towards me and I lift him up. Hey you. Oh, hi, Mrs. Waters. I greeted his teacher, who was my elementary teacher when I was around Toby's age. Hello, Aurora. Toby did a very good job today, she said. You did? I asked Toby. Yep, and I have 3 stamps. See? He showed me his arm and I can see red stars on it, meaning he did a good job during class today. I'm proud of you. Well, we better get going, I said. Okay. Be careful on your way home, Mrs. Waters said. We will. Bye, Mrs. Waters, Toby said, waving at his teacher, and she waves back. Then we walk towards the exit and wait outside. 5 minutes passed and I saw Mom's car behind a red Fortuner car. There's Mom, I said to Toby, and we walked towards her car. I opened the car door and I helped Toby get in the car first. Hey Mom, I said as I get in the car, and then I closed the car door. Hey kids, how's school? Mom asked as I buckle up Toby. Fine, I said while I fasten up my seatbelt. Okay, let's go, she said, driving our way home. After what felt like an hour or so, we arrived. Mom stopped the car engine and we get off the car. I helped Toby get out of the car and he ran towards the front door. I throw my backpack over my shoulder and follow. Home sweet home. Let's go upstairs, Toby, I said to Toby, and we went up to our rooms. Do you want me to help you get dressed? I asked Toby as I opened the door to his room. Nope. I'm a big boy now, he said. Okay, big boy. Get dressed and call me if you need help, I said, and I left. Aurora. I heard my mom calling out for me from her room. I walked towards her room and enter. I saw her holding two beautiful dresses. An elegant navy blue dress and a gorgeous red dress. Which one do you think I should wear? She asked. I think you should wear the red dress, I said as I sit down on her bed. Are you going to a party? No. I'm having a dinner date. Dinner with Mr. Anderson tonight? Mom and Mr. Anderson have been dating for almost 2 years. Mom's happier with him even though I don't know much about Mr. Anderson. Yes, she answered. Oh, okay. Then you should really go with the red dress, I said. Now that you mentioned it, you two have been dating for a while now. Maybe he's going to, Now, Aurora, this is just having dinner with him like always. I'm not expecting anything tonight, she said before looking at the clock. Oh, I should get ready. Thanks for the help, sweetie. You're welcome, I said, leaving her room. I head over to my room and put my backpack down. I take my jacket and shoes off. I walked over to my cabinet and pull out a white sweater, leggings, and white socks. I head over to my bathroom and change. Once I changed into my sleepwear, I grab my phone and pull out my history notebook and pen from my backpack, and then I head out and put my dirty clothes into the laundry room. Then I head downstairs and I heard sounds from the living room. As I enter the living room, I saw Toby sitting on the floor, possibly drawing something while Sesame Street is on. Hey, Toby. I sit down and put my stuff aside. What are you drawing there? Cars, he said. I put both of my legs on the couch and do my homework. Then I heard sounds coming from upstairs. I look up and I saw Mom going down the stairs. She always looks her best. She puts her hair in a braid. Her heels match perfectly with her red dress. Her natural pink lips are painted red, and she puts on simple yet dazzling accessories. And to complement her outfit, she holds onto a gold purse, which is quite expensive. A gift from Mr. Anderson. Okay, you too, she spoke. I'll be out for a while, and as always, Aurora, I'm putting you in charge. No problem, Mom. You look amazing, by the way, I said to her. Thank you, sweetheart. Toby, listen to your sister, and don't stay up too late. Okay? Okay, Mommy, Toby answered. Okay. Oh, and here's some money if you want to order pizza or something, she said, and she handed the money to me. Thanks, Mom. Knock, knock. He's here. I'll be back soon. I love you both. We love you too. Have fun, I said. But not too much fun. She let out a giggle, kissing us on the forehead before walking towards the door. I heard their voices, having a small chat, then Mom closed the door. Hey, wanna order some pizza? I asked Toby, and he turned around. Can I have some chicken nuggets and a chocolate milkshake too? He asked. Okay. I grabbed my phone and called the pizza place. Elizabeth's POV. 30 minutes have passed and we've arrived at our favorite restaurant, Dennis Italian Restaurant, and John told the waitress for a table that he reserved. The waitress leads us to our table and we sit down. Would you like a menu or the chef's choice? The waitress asked. We would always order our usual, but we would like to try something different for a change. The chef's choice sounds nice. Is that okay with you, Elizabeth? Sure. I smiled at him. Okay. Your order will be here in a few minutes, the waitress said before she left. You look amazing tonight, John said. I mean, you look great almost every day, but tonight, you look gorgeous. Thank you. So, how are the kids? He asked. The kids are doing fine. Toby got 3 stamps for doing a job well done at school. And Aurora doesn't really talk much about her day, which is not new, of course. I said, how's your son? Steven? He's quiet as usual. We don't talk much, but we're getting there, he said. Before I asked him a question, our food arrived. The waitress places our plates down and then she filled our glasses with champagne and left. Thank you. we said in unison to the waitress. Enjoy your meal, the waitress said and left. You know, every time we talked about our kids, I got a bit curious about your relationship with your son. So I have a question. What happened to the two of you? Did something happen? Oh, nothing much. It's just that he's not much of a talker, and whenever I tried to have a conversation with him, he would just say one sentence or two and that's it. I guess you could say we have a really complicated relationship, he said. Well, our food is here and we don't want them to get cold. Oh, okay. Then we eat our dinner and continue chatting until we finished our food. Elizabeth. I look up at him. Yes. Since we work together and we've been dating for almost 2 years and I love you, I really do. I know this is sudden for you, but... He stands up and got down on one knee and pulls out a small black box. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, but know that I'll never replace your husband. I want to make you happy. I gasped, covering my mouth, and I know what he's going to do next. Oh my God. I mumbled as he opens the box and it reveals a beautiful diamond ring. An engagement ring. Elizabeth Hills, will you marry me? With that being said, I nodded and said, yes, John, yes. He chuckled and he slips on the ring on my ring finger. Everyone applauded and then, his lips met mine. Later, he paid the check and he drives me back home. Aurora's POV. I write down the last fact in my history notebook and finish my pizza slice. Then I close my notebook and put it aside. Okay, buddy. Time for bed, I said as I wipe my hands with a piece of tissue paper. He rubs his eyes, letting out a yawn. Okay. I lift him up and carry him to his bedroom. I help him brush his teeth since he's a little bit tired yet he still has a little bit of energy. After that, I tuck him into bed. I turn on his small lamp with stars on it and give him a kiss on his forehead before I left the room. I went back downstairs and clean up. I throw away the empty pizza box, the empty milkshake cup, and the empty box of chicken nuggets into the trash. Aurora, I'm home. I heard the voice of my mom entering the house. Hey, Mom. I walk towards her and place a kiss on her cheek. How's your date? It's great. Is Toby asleep? She asked as she puts her purse down. Yeah, I replied, and then she crossed her arms and said, we have something to discuss. I look at her left ring finger and I saw an engagement ring. Is that an engagement ring? I asked. Yes, she said, and my eyes widen. So I was right. He proposed to you? I asked. Yes, and you were right, Mom said with a smile on her face. Really? Congrats, Mom. I'm happy for you, I said, and I give her a hug. Thank you, sweetie. And well, we talked about this and we're wondering to have dinner again tomorrow, but you guys should come along with us to meet your stepbrother. Oh, we'll have a stepbrother? I asked. Yes, and he goes to the same school as you and Toby, and I think he's 3 years older than you. Mom said. Okay, but what if we don't get along? Don't worry. I'm sure you two will get along with him, she said as she places a kiss on my forehead. Okay, Mom. I should go to bed, I said as I grabbed my stuff from the couch. Yeah, it's getting late. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom, I said, and I head upstairs. I hope this soon-to-be stepbrother is nice. But this could be a new chapter of our lives. And all I care about is my mom's happiness and a better future. Aurora's POV. Today is Saturday and time passed by swiftly. I did my hair and put on a nice dress for tonight's occasion. Aurora. I turn around and I saw my mom standing by the door, wearing a simple yet elegant-looking black dress. Oh, honey, you look great, Mom said as she enters the room. Thanks, Mom. You look great too, I said. Then I saw Toby running towards my room and he looked so cute with the small bow tie. Mommy, look at me, he said. My baby, you look so adorable, Mom said before she places a kiss on Toby's cheek. Yeah, goofball. I lift him up. You are the most handsome little boy here, I said before I started tickling his sides. Ha ha ha. Stop, he said, and I stopped tickling him. Okay, you two. Let's get going, Mom said. I nodded and then she left the room, together with Toby. I grab my phone, head downstairs, then we head out. Mom locked the door and we head over to our car. I help Toby get in the car and then I get in and close the car door. I fastened up my seatbelt and then I fastened up Toby's seatbelt. Mom started the car engine and start driving off. Underscore. An hour and a half passed and we arrived. Mom parked the car and stopped the engine. We get off the car and I close the car door. I look up and I could have sworn I saw the curtain move on the third floor. The house is a bit far from the other houses. It's isolated from everyone else. The house looks like a mansion, only it's a little bit more simple. The house is painted as white as snow while the rooftops are colored dark navy blue. And there are a lot of rose bushes everywhere and they're in different colors like white, red, pink and the such. I know Mr. Anderson is a very well-off man, but I didn't know he's this rich. Let's go, Mom said. I grab Toby's hand and we follow her. This looks like a castle, Toby said in awe. It sure does, I said to him. Ding dong. Mom pressed the doorbell and we wait. Then the door went open. Ah, Elizabeth, welcome. The man that I assume is Mr. Anderson said, and they share a kiss. Did we make you wait? Mom asked. No, you're just in time, he said. Please come in. We entered and the inside of the house looks a little bit fancy and spacious. John, these are my kids, Aurora and Toby. Mom said. It's nice to finally meet you, Mr. Anderson. I said. Nice to finally meet you too, Aurora. You look just like your mom. He said. Hello, Toby. Hi. Are you going to be our new dad? Soon, little one. He patted his head. Where's your son? Mom asked. Dad. A voice called out. I look up and I saw a guy with dark brown hair and dark eyes and he looks quite built up. And he looks a bit older. And he's gonna be my stepbrother? Ah, there you are. I would like you to meet my only son, Stephen. Mr. Anderson said. Stephen. So nice to finally meet you. My mom said. And Stephen, these are your soon-to-be step-siblings. Meet Aurora and Toby. He looks at Toby and smiles at him. Hi, Toby, he said. Toby just waves shyly. Hi. And then he looks at me and we made eye contact. His dark eyes stare into my brown ones. He sticks his hand out. Nice to meet you, Aurora. I shake his hand. Likewise, I said. Now that we're all together, let's have dinner, Mr. Anderson said, and then he took my mom's hand and they walk over to the dining room. We sat down and eat our dinner. While eating dinner, Mr. Anderson and my mom laughed and they chatted. Sometimes, I caught Stephen staring at me, but every time I glanced at him, he would either look down at his plate or drink water. I just continue eating. Underscore. An hour has passed and we finished our dinner. Stephen, why don't you show Aurora and Toby around? Mr. Anderson said. Can I watch cartoons instead, Mommy? Toby asked. I'm bored. Is it okay with you, John? Of course, it's no problem. Stephen, why don't you turn on the TV in the living room and then give Aurora a tour around the house? Sure, Dad. Stephen stood up from his seat and motioned us to follow him. We entered the living room and he turns on the TV and switches the news channel to a cartoon channel. Here you go, Toby, Stephen said. Thank you, Toby said before sitting down and watching the show that's been playing. I look around at the living room and it gives off a warm and somewhat comforting vibe and it has a fireplace. Shall we, Aurora? He asked. Oh yeah. Then Stephen and I head over to the kitchen, which is so fancy looking and the counter is marbled and it looks like they have all the tools and kitchen appliances that they need. Obviously, this is the kitchen, Stephen said as we walked in. I take a good look at the kitchen and it's a bit big than the average kitchen. We head out of the kitchen and I follow. He leads me to a door that leads downstairs. Down here is the basement. Do you like basements? No, and Toby is scared of basements, I said. Because of horror movies, I assume? I nodded. Yeah. I figured. Don't worry. There's no scary stuff down there, he said, and then we head off somewhere else. We went upstairs and the stairs look so clean and shiny. He leads me to a door that has a golden music note, specifically a G-clef note, on it. This must be a music room. He opens the door and the first thing I saw is a grand piano. And there are other various instruments in the room. We didn't bother going inside the room. Can you play all of these? I asked. Only the piano, he said. Dad wanted me to learn how to play the guitar, trumpet, and the violin, but I only like the piano. Do you know how to play any instruments? Sadly, no, I said. That's fine. It's not for everyone, he said. Then he closes the door. Then he continues showing me around the house. Felt like an hour, and this house has a lot of rooms. Guest rooms, an art studio, and there's even a library here. A freaking library. And last but not least, he said as we reached the third floor. The third floor. I guess most of the rooms are for guests and visitors. Then I look up and saw a thick string attached to an access door, which I assume will lead people to the attic. I see you've been eyeing that string that leads to the attic. Don't touch it. The attic is off limits for a while, he said in a tense tone. Oh, okay, I said. Anyways, your bedroom and Toby's bedroom will be around here. You'll soon find out once you'll move here or something like that, he said, opening the door. Then he leads me to his bedroom. This is my room. It's a bit dark, but I like it this way, he explained. His bedroom walls are painted soft gray, and the color of his curtains is white. Most of his things are gray, black, and white, which gives off a dark yet also depressing vibe. Cool room, I said. You think so? My dad always tells me to put on a little bit more colors in my room, but I like my room just the way it is. He sat down on his bed. Don't be shy, sit, he said, patting the empty spot next to him. I sit down, and then he spoke. So, tell me something about yourself, Aurora, since we'll be step-siblings soon. Okay. But like what? Do you have a boyfriend? He asked. Out of all the questions, he asked that first. No, I don't. I'm still waiting for the right guy though, I answered. He nodded. Okay, next question. Do you have a nickname or something like that? Yeah, most people call me Ro, since that's short for, Aurora. Although people tend to call me Sleeping Beauty because of the namesake. Ro with a W? I let out a giggle. No, it's just R and O. Oh, okay, my bad, he said. How old are you? I'm 16. What about you? Almost 20. And you go to the same school as me. I've seen you around the hallways sometimes. Wait. You're almost 20, right? What are you still doing in high school? Shouldn't you be in college? He lets out a sigh. Well, I don't really like school that much. I kept on failing most of my classes, and I have to retake another year just to pass. I might sound like I'm stupid or retarded, but I just don't do well in school. I have been held back because of it. Oh, okay, I said. Knock, knock. We turn around and we saw his dad and my mom standing by the door. Looks like you two get along quite well, his dad spoke. Anyways, Aurora, it's time to go home. My mom spoke. I nodded. Okay. Then I get up from the bed and walk towards my mom. It's nice talking to you, Stephen, I said. You too, he said. Thank you for dinner tonight, John. It was my pleasure. Drive safely, Mr. Anderson said. Aurora, say goodbye to Stephen. Mom said. Bye, I said and waved at Stephen. Bye, he said. His lips curved into a small smile and waved back. Then we head downstairs. Stephen's POV. What do you think of Aurora so far, Stephen? Dad asked. She's all right, I said bluntly. Okay. Good to know that. Dad nodded and he closes the door. After he closed the door, I get up from my bed and walk towards my window. I gently move the curtain aside so I can get a better look at Aurora, helping her little brother before she gets in the car. Then I watch their car drive off. She seems to be so caring to her little brother. She also seems nurturing and acts almost like a mother. What do I really think of her? Dad. She's perfect. And I know we'll get along pretty well. Aurora's POV. Some time has passed and there are only a few weeks left before the wedding. While Mom and Mr. Anderson spend a lot of time planning everything for the wedding, we would have dinner at Mr. Anderson's house twice a week after school. Then every Sunday we would have family game night and movie night after that. Toby and I got to meet Stephen's grandparents and Stephen got to meet our grandparents. His grandparents are a bit conservative and strict, but they seem like nice people. Speaking of Stephen, we would chat here and there but only for a short amount of time. We would also see each other in school, but not that often, and it would feel a bit weird to say hi to each other. And Toby is a bit shy to approach and to talk to him, but Steven would be the one to break the ice with him, and they would spend some time together. Mom chose me to be her maid of honor, and Toby is the ring bearer, while Mr. Anderson chose Steven to be his best man. What do you think of this dress, Aurora? Mom spoke, which made me snap out of my thoughts. She showed me a classically simple strapless gown of pure white embroidered silk, with an asymmetrical over panel revealing a less heavily embroidered underskirt. It looks lovely, Mom, I said. You said that to the other dresses that I've shown you, she said. Mom, I'm not good with wedding dresses, and they all look white and the same, just different designs, I said, standing up. I have to agree with you, but not all wedding dresses look the same, and also this is Snow White. She puts the wedding dress back on the racks and continues looking for another dress. By the way, have you picked out your maid of honor dress yet? No. What is the motif of the wedding again? I asked. Plum, gray, copper, and dusty rose. She replied. Okay, I'll be back, I said, and look for my maid of honor dress. I walked around and admire all of the dresses. Some dresses look elegant and it makes you feel like a princess. Some dresses look simple yet classy. And there are some dresses that almost look like prom dresses. The reason why most wedding dresses are traditionally the color white is because the color is associated with light, goodness, innocence, purity, and virginity. It is also considered to be the color of perfection. Maybe that's why a lot of people would say that everything needs to be perfect before the wedding. I stopped and found a section full of thousands of dresses to choose from, though I'm looking for a dress that has the perfect shade of dusty rose. After a few minutes of searching, I found a dress that caught my eye. I pull it out from the racks and touch the fabric of the dress. It's a satin dusty rose off-the-shoulder long dress. This is the one. I bring it along with me and show it to Mom. Hey Mom, I called out. What do you think of this dress? She turns around and I notice that she's wearing a different dress. Oh honey, it's beautiful. Do you like it? She asked. Her strapless white dress of semi-embroidered fabric accentuated her thin waist, hugged her hips, and flared out a bit. I think it's perfect. And your dress is also beautiful, Mom. I like it. Thank you, sweetie. I guess this is the one. I'll take it. And we'll also take this, she said. Later. We'll get these dresses in the morning before the wedding, my mom said as she pays for the dresses. No problem, ma'am. We'll work on the alterations as soon as possible, the owner of the shop said as she gives the change to my mom. Thank you. Then we head out of the shop and walk towards the car and get inside. I think that's all on the list for today. We'll do the others later or tomorrow. There's still so much to do, my mom said as she puts her purse at the back of the car. I'm exhausted. Want to get something to eat? I'm actually kind of hungry. Can we go to Pine Drive restaurant, please? Sure. Mom started the engine and we head off. __. After eating at the Pine Drive restaurant, we head back home. Do you have any homework? Mom asked. No, and I'm glad there's no school today, I said. Oh wait, what time is it? Mom asked. It's almost 4 o'clock. Why? I have to pick up Toby from his play date. Oh okay. Will it be okay if you could just drop me off? I'm kind of tired, I said. It's fine. We're here, Mom said as she stops the car and I get off. Be sure to lock the door. Yes, Mom. I'll see you later, I said, and she gave me the house keys. I close the car door and watch her car drive off. I turn around and walk towards the house. I pull out the main key of the house, unlock the door, head inside, and lock the door again. I let out a sigh and walk towards the living room. I took off my shoes and lay down on the couch. I decided to watch some TV since it's awfully quiet. I grabbed the remote control and turned the TV on. I just switch from channel to channel until I stopped and watch a movie that I've seen with Heather and Eddie. It's about a guy stalking a girl, and we all thought the guy is the crazy one, but then it turns out that the girl is actually crazier than the guy, which is a huge plot twist. A few moments later, from the corner of my eye, I saw something moved. I averted my gaze towards the window and I could have sworn I saw a shadowy figure passing by. I stand up and slowly walk towards the window. I look out and nobody is there. I just shrugged it off and walk back to the couch. Knock, knock. I got startled by the sudden knock on the door. I turn off the TV and slowly and quietly walk toward the door. I look through the peephole and saw Heather and Eddie standing right outside. Letting out a shaky breath, I unlock the door and open the door. "Hey guys, you scared me," I said as I let them in. "Are you by yourself?" Heather asked, and I closed the door and locked the door again. "Yeah. Mom is picking up Toby from his play date." We walk towards the couch and sit down. Heather grabbed the remote. "Were you watching something?" Eddie asked. "The movie that we watched a month ago," I answered. Heather turns on the TV and we continue watching the movie, and we would talk here and there. It felt like an hour or two has passed, and I think I heard my mom's car outside. "I think my mom is here. I'll be back," I said. "Actually, Ro, I think it's about time for us to leave and head back home," Eddie said, getting up from the couch. "Yeah, I think my mom needs me at home to help her cook dinner," Heather said. "Oh, okay. Then I'll walk you guys out," I said. We walked towards the door and I unlocked the door before opening the door. Mom stepped out of the car and helped Toby getting off the car. "Aurora," Toby yelled, running towards me. "Hey Toby, how's your play date?" I asked, getting down on one knee, hugging him. "I had fun," he said. "Glad to hear that, Toby," I said, standing up. "Say hi to Heather and Eddie." "Hi Heather." "Hi Eddie." He waved at them. "Hey Toby," Heather said, ruffling his hair. "Hi Toby," Eddie said as they do a fist bump. "I'm gonna go upstairs to my room," Toby said, and he walks into the house. "Hi, sweetie." "Oh, hi Heather." "Hi Eddie." Mom spoke. "Hi, Mrs. Hills," they said in unison. "Aurora, we better get going," Eddie said. "It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Hills." "You two walk home safely," Mom said. We say our goodbyes, then they head back to their homes. "Let's get inside," Mom said. I nodded and we head inside. "What would you like to have for dinner later?" Mom asked. "How about your famous garlic chicken?" I suggested. "Oh, of course. After all, it's your guy's favorite. I'll call you when it's done." I nodded and head upstairs. I walk into my room and I decided to go on my laptop for a bit. A few hours have passed and it's dinner time. "Kids, I have something to tell you," Mom spoke. "In a few days after the wedding, we're going to move to your stepdad's house." "And live there?" I asked. "I'm gonna miss this place." "Me too, but don't worry. You'll soon get used to it and you'll like it there," she said. "Well, I suppose. We're gonna be together as a family after all. And all I want for you is to be happy, Mom. And I'm sure Dad wants that too." "Thank you for your support, sweetie. I really appreciate it," she said. "I want Mommy to be happy too," Toby said. Mom and I let out a giggle. "Thank you, honey. Now let's enjoy our dinner." We nodded and continue eating our dinner. After dinner, Toby and I head upstairs and I put him to bed. Then I head inside my room and change into my pajamas. After changing, I hopped into bed. I wrap the blanket around me and fall into a deep sleep. "Aurora, you know you can't run away from me." I run and run as fast as I can. Then I saw a door and pick up the pace. I grab the door handle and quickly open it. Right in front of me is a shadowy figure, and behind him is a bloody garden full of red rose bushes. I notice tips of the petals are dripping blood. "Hello, Aurora." I open my eyes and jerk out of my bed and let out a gasp. It's just a nightmare. Just a nightmare. Looking at the time, it's currently 1 in the morning. I take a deep breath before falling back to sleep. Aurora's POV. Today is the big day. Everything goes according to plan. I have to admit the dress feels a bit uncomfortable and the heels are killing me, but at least it's only for a few hours. Mom and Mr. Anderson said their vows as they put on their wedding rings. It's weird to call him Dad, but I think I'll only call him Dad when I'm ready. "Do you, Elizabeth, take John as your lawful wedded husband till death do you part?" "I do." "And do you, John, take Elizabeth as your lawful wedded wife till death do you part?" "I do. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." John puts the veil over on top of my mother's head and they lean in for a kiss. Once their lips are locked, everyone claps and it's official. We're becoming one happy family. Seeing that smile on my mom's face makes me happy too. __. After the wedding ceremony, it's on to the reception. Mom made reservations at a beautiful nature park not too far from the church. We get off the white car and headed inside, on our way to the garden, where the reception was being held. On our way, I really need to go to the restroom. Steven, I spoke. Could you look after Toby for a while? I need to use the restroom. Yeah, sure, he said. Thanks, I said. Steven holds Toby's hand and I left. Excuse me. I call the attention of a waiter. Is there a restroom nearby? He told me the directions and I head off. After walking straight and taking a left turn, I found the girls' comfort room. I twist the doorknob and enter. Its walls are painted white and there are vases full of roses. I can smell the sweet aroma around the room. I head inside into one of the bathroom stalls, lock it and do my business. After doing my business, I flush the toilet, unlock the door and walk out of the stall. I turn the faucet on, wash my hands, turn off the faucet, and grab some tissues to dry my hands. I throw the tissues away and I look at myself in the mirror once again before leaving the room and heading back. I took a right turn but then I bumped into somebody. I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was dash. I look up, and just as I was about to finish my sentence, I realized it was only Steven. Oh Steven, sorry that I bumped into you. What were you doing here? Your mom asked me to look for you and now, here we are, he said, letting out a laugh. I let out a nervous laugh since it was getting a little bit awkward here. I cleared my throat and opened my mouth again. Well, should we head back? He nodded. Yeah, let's go. Then we head off and enter the garden before the reception starts. 2 hours have passed since the reception started. Everyone is having a great time. I was just talking to some guests and I search around the area for my mom. I spotted her with Mr. Anderson, talking to some guests and they look so happy together and I guess this is for the best. I just want my mom to be happy and see her putting a smile on her face. Aurora. I look around to see who's calling for me. Then I realized it was just Toby, running towards me. Hey Toby. I got down to his level and carry him. Having fun so far? He nodded. Yeah, and I can't wait to eat. I'm hungry. He pouted. I giggle at his cute pout and place a kiss on his cheek. We'll eat soon. Want to go see the pretty flowers and play for a little while? I asked. Okay, he said and I put him down. Then he spotted a yellow butterfly and starts following it. I let out a soft giggle and follow him. After what felt like 30 minutes, we returned to our table and sit down. Then the MC told us that it was time to eat, so I helped Toby to get off his seat and get some food. Once we have our food, we head back and enjoy our food. I look at Toby and he already made a mess. He has spaghetti sauce all over his mouth. I grab a handkerchief and wipe it off. Whoa, slow down Toby. You have sauce all over your face, I said as I finished wiping the sauce off of his face. I'm sorry, he said before taking a bite of a meatball. It's fine, I said before continue eating. Just eat slowly. I look up at Steven, who's sitting across from me. I give him a small smile and gesture for him to eat his food. He smiles and shakes his head before starting to eat. So far, I think everything is going fine. Steven's POV. Now that Aurora and I are going to be living under the same roof, which is still my roof, she'll have to follow my rules, not just Dad's rules. We just have to wait and see. Aurora's POV. The day of moving into Mr. Anderson's house came, and I just finished getting the last box of my belongings. It was hard saying goodbye to my old house filled with memories, and the hardest part is to say goodbye to Heather and Eddie since we won't be living in the same neighborhood anymore. But I know we'll see each other in school and we could just visit each other's houses. I head inside my new room and it will take a while for me to get used to seeing the changes in my room. My room looks more mature and fancy looking. The furniture looks so expensive, 'cause it is, and the headboard of my bed is made out of leather and it is the right shade of lavender. I even got my own walk-in closet with lots of brand new clothes and shoes that my mom bought for me. Even though this whole moving in day feels like leaving my old house that holds so many memories, especially the ones I had with Dad. Sounds sad to other kids around my age, but I only want what's best for the future. Sometimes in life, you need to keep moving forward and change can be scary, but you need a change of scenery for once. I put my box full of belongings and wipe the sweat off of my forehead with a towel that is draped over my shoulder. I look around my new bedroom once more before I start opening a box and start unpacking. For hours passed and I finished unpacking. All of my old clothes are hung in the walk-in closet. Some of my bags are dangled onto the coat rack. My books are placed on the biggest shelf that is connected to the wall, and my pillows and covers filled up the once empty-looking bed and give off a comfy vibe. I turn on the switch and my room brightens up. I double-check every box in case I forgot something before taking them to the basement. Then I spotted a picture frame inside one of the boxes. I pick it up and I realized it was a picture of my family when Dad was still alive. Toby was just a little baby with his adorable pacifier in his mouth, and I was around 9 years old, wearing a pink dress. I place it on the side table that is just right next to my bed. Then I stack the boxes into one and head downstairs to the basement. I head off to the basement is located and realize that the door is slightly open, so I kick it with my foot and I came face to face with a dark room like I'm sinking into a black abyss. I tried to turn on the switch, but just my luck. The light bulb isn't working. I pull out my phone and turn on the flashlight as my light source. I carefully head down the stairs, step by step, trying not to fall or slip. I noticed that there are some cobwebs hanging here and there as if no one doesn't have time to clean this place ever. It kind of smells bad and it seems dusty, and thank God, I'm not allergic or sensitive to dust. I feel bad for those who need to stay away from dust though. And with every step I take, the stairs made uncomfortable creaking sounds like in a horror movie. After taking a few steps and investigating the place, I reached the floor to the basement. I put down the stack of boxes and saw a string that is somewhat attached to the ceiling. So I tug on it and pull it and the room brightens up in a flash. I look around the basement and it's kind of wide and spacious, yet there are a lot of things tucked away here. There are a lot of boxes being stacked, broken bicycles, old toys and vases laying around, ovens and stoves that don't seem to work anymore, and a lot more. There's even a dusty and old wheelchair that is covered in cobwebs. I wonder if they ever used it before. I put my phone down on a table nearby and I couldn't care less that there was dust everywhere. Then I grabbed the boxes once again and stacked them aside next to the other boxes. After that, I walked towards the dusty table and retrieved my phone, turning the flashlight off and putting it into my pocket. Then I saw an ornate box on the table. I grab it and examine the box. The design of the box looks so vintage and it seems to lose its paint. I got so curious. I decided to open the box and take a look inside. It appears to be a music box and you can also put some jewelry in there. I look inside and there's nothing. I found a small metal handle and twist it until the music starts playing. https://u2.b/brkkguy0jxs. As the music starts playing as it echoes within the basement, I felt goosebumps all over my skin and chills went down my spine. Why the hell the music is super creepy. The music is so eerie and it gives such haunted vibes. The music box looks handmade, so this could mean someone customizes it. But who? Couldn't be Mr. Anderson, since this music box is a little bit off for his taste. Maybe it's Steven. But can he create stuff like this? As the music stops, I immediately close the box and put it down. What are you doing here? I got startled by the sudden voice from behind. I turn around and I realized it was just Steven. He was just standing there with his hands in his jeans pockets, and as always, he was dressed in black and dark gray from head to toe. Nothing. I just finished unpacking and decided to put away my boxes here. I answered. I see, he said, and he walked closer to me while looking around the basement as if he hasn't been down here in ages. I came down here as soon as I heard some music playing and I assumed you played the music box, he said, grabbing the music box and wiping out the dust covering it. Did you make this? I asked. Yeah. I picked up a hobby of making things because I would get bored from time to time, he explained. The music wasn't supposed to sound like that, but it's a bit too late to fix it. Can I ask you something, Steven? It's just out of curiosity. Sure. Anything, he said. Okay. What happened to your mom? I asked nervously while fidgeting with my fingers. Dad said she died after giving birth to me, he answered, putting the box down. It made me think that it was my fault that she died. But enough about that. Your mom told me that she has something to talk about. Oh, okay, I said, and then we head back upstairs. He closes the door and motioned me to follow him, so I did. He leads me to the dining room, and I saw Mom and Mr. Anderson stopped discussing something once we came in. Stephen, Aurora, we have something that we would like to discuss, Mom said and motioned us to sit down. What's this about? I asked. We're not in trouble, are we? No, you're not. Mr. Anderson chuckled. Listen, we are thinking about our honeymoon preparations, and we decided that we have to leave you two and Toby at your grandparents' house because you still need to finish school. Oh, but which grandparents we're talking about here? I asked. Stephen's grandparents, since they live nearby your school. Mom said. Don't worry, we talked about it and it's okay with them. And how long are you going to be away for? Stephen asked, crossing his arms, yet he is still calm even though his voice is a little bit blunt and he kept an emotionless, straight face. 2 weeks, Mom answered. We think that while we're away, this is the time for you guys to spend some time and get to know more about each other better while spending some time with your grandparents. And besides, we're a family now. So, are you guys okay with it? Stephen and I look at each other before nodding our heads, saying yes. All right, then it's settled. You better start packing your stuff soon. That's all, you may go back to your rooms, Mr. Anderson said, and he told us that we can go back to our rooms. We head upstairs and proceed to our rooms. I enter my room and decided to video chat Heather and Eddie. I grab my laptop and sit down on my bed, and I laid my back against the soft pillows. I turn my laptop on, go on our group chat and click on video chat and wait for them to answer. Stephen's POV. Instead of going back into my room, I decided to go up to the attic. Once I made sure that no one is in sight, I pull the string and the pull-down stairs slowly fell down and I climb up to the attic. I pull the staircase back to its proper place and close the door. The reason why I forbid Aurora or anyone to go up here is that I've been keeping some secrets. The natural light of the sun brightens up the room through the window, and the sheer white curtains tried their hardest to lighten up the mood but failed because of what I've kept here. I turn on my computer monitor and watch Aurora chatting with her pesky friends through the CCTV camera that I've hidden in her room before she moves in. My parents are going to be gone for 2 weeks and I don't have any plans during the semester break, but I'll be at my grandparents' house from my stepdad's side of the family, said Aurora, and hearing her voice pleased me. Ah, but if you have the time, let's do something fun. And let's not invite Eddie since he's busy, and we all know what that means. Her red-haired friend said. Hey, that's mean and I don't have anything to do during the semester break. Her brown-haired friend, whose name is Eddie, said and pouted. I need to keep an eye on him since he seems to be really close with Aurora. How about I'll hook you up with our lovely Princess Aurora here? Hearing that makes my blood boil. Stop calling me that. Just because I'm named after a princess from a fairy tale story doesn't make me a princess in real life. Aurora whined, and it seems to me that her friends are bothering her and hurting her feelings. I turn off my computer and try to cool myself down. And I remember what he told me 2 years ago. Once you found the girl of your dreams, make sure to never, ever lose her to someone else. Otherwise, no one will love you and you'll be all alone. Oh, I'll be damn sure to never lose her, even if it means staining my hands with someone else's blood until the end. Aurora's POV. Rying. Today is the last day of the first semester and we only have a few classes left before the day ends. Today is also the day for Mom and Mr. Anderson to leave for their honeymoon. We walk towards our lockers and grab our stuff for the next periods. So what are your guys' plans for the semester break? Asked Heather, adjusting her army green beanie that suits perfectly with her auburn hair. My parents and I are going on a trip to London and we are planning to visit my grandparents there, said Edward as he put some of his stuff back into his locker. What about you, Aurora? Aside from the fact that I'll be with my grandparents, I have no other plans, I said, opening my locker. Why is that guy looking in our direction? Heather said with a scoff. I look in their direction and realized it was just Stephen with his friends, and I assume his locker is just across from ours. Oh Don. Worry guys. That's just my stepbrother, I said, grabbing some of my stuff and putting it inside my bag. Wait. That guy is your stepbrother? Since when do you have a stepbrother? Heather asked, and I can tell she was shocked. Since my mom got engaged and got married, I answered before closing my locker. Didn't I tell you that already? You did tell us that your mom is engaged and married to your stepdad, but you never mention anything about having a stepbrother. And he seems older than you, Edward said. That's because he's almost 20. He is just repeating a grade again since he is under grade retention. I said, shall we go to class? Sure, said Edward as we headed off to our next class. I look back at Stephen and he's no longer standing by his locker. I took the hint that he went to class with his friends, so I just continue walking to class. __. Okay, I know you're all excited for the semester break to begin, so be sure to enjoy your time and stay out of trouble, said the teacher, Mr. Davies, aka our English teacher, dismissing the class right before the bell rings. Mr. Davies is that one teacher who is such a total pervert. Although he seems nice, don't let that fool you. He's sort of like a wolf in sheep's clothing. In a way. Rumor has it that he got one of his female students pregnant at a community college where he used to work as an English teacher as well. We don't know how this rumor started, but it sure does spread like wildfire. However, for some reason, the teachers and the staff doesn't know that. I don't think they would believe it. It's a little bit weird that a few girls have a crush on him. I mean, Mr. Davies seems fairly good looking, but he's a total creep to me. There are times that I'll catch him staring at each and every girl in the class during tests, especially the ones wearing a dress or a skirt or a pair of shorts. One time, I caught him staring at me, and he gave me one of those creepy smiles, and I immediately looked away. Still gives me the chills though. Rying. The bell rang as everyone packed their stuff and head out, which leaves me, Eddie, and Heather, while Mr. Davies is busy cleaning his stuff. So I'll see you guys later at the mall, and let's meet up by the coffee shop nearby, I said, standing up from my seat and throwing my bag over my shoulder. Sounds good, Heather said as we were on our way to the door. But then, Aurora. I stop and Mr. Davies called out to me all of a sudden. Can I see you for a moment? I look at him, then I look back at Heather and Edward, and they have nervous looks on their faces. Then I look back at Mr. Davies, who's waiting for me to answer. Sure, I stammered. We'll see you later, Ro, Heather said, and give me a hug. Kick him in the balls if he tries anything funny, she whispered and went on ahead, leaving Eddie standing by the door while tugging on the sling of his bag. You can go on ahead, Eddie. I'll catch up later, I said. He smiles and heads off. Then I walk over to Mr. Davies' desk. Do you need anything, Mr. Davies? I asked. It's about your missed assessments. You've been absent for 3 days due to your personal conditions, and I'm afraid that I'm going to give you homework over the break, but don't worry. Your homework is pretty easy, and I'm sure you'll be done with it in no time. That way, you'll still get to enjoy your semester break, he said as he handed me a piece of paper. And if you have any questions, my phone number is written there. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Davies, I said as he smiles and put his hand on my shoulder. No problem. You're one of my best students here, Aurora. He spoke, and I can feel his hand slowly trails from my shoulder down to my back, which gives me the chills. I'm sure you'll have no problem with the homework, Aurora. A voice spoke from the back of the room, so I turn around and realized it was just Stephen, who was standing by the door with a blank look on his face. However, his gaze seems to be focusing on Mr. Davies. It's time to go home, he said. My grandpa's waiting for us. Oh, right. Thank you again, Mr. Davies, I said as I walked towards Stephen. Let's go, I muttered, and I went on ahead. Stephen's POV. As Aurora left and went on ahead without me, I look back at Mr. Davies. What have you been doing with her? I asked. I just informed her about her missed assessments. That's all, he answered while throwing his bag over his shoulder. Right? And you think that no one would see the two of you alone? I step inside the classroom as I continue talking and walking closer to him. In this room, you need to be careful, Mr. Davies. Otherwise, people will get the wrong message and it will be such a scandal if they see it with their own eyes. Especially the teachers and the staff. Besides, I heard some rumors about you when you were a teacher at a community college, and there has been an incident that involved a female student of yours. I came face to face with him and I noticed we were almost of the same height. Not that I care about that though. And I saw how you touch her, which made me confirm that the rumors are true. And touching a female student like that is highly inappropriate of you to do. Now if you don't want to get fired, I suggest you never, and I mean, never, go near Aurora again. You're just a student, but I'm the teacher and the adult here. And you can't get me fired without any real proof, he said. I raised an eyebrow and smirked. I caught it all in here. Pulling out my phone and I play the recorded video between my little Aurora and Mr. Davies. That's my proof and I'll report you if I catch you with my little stepsister again. And one more thing. There are security cameras in each and every classroom and office. Pray that no one is going to catch you with your dirty acts with the female students. And if it's my little stepsister again, you're going to face the consequences and you'll lose your job. Now if you'll excuse me, they're probably waiting for me. Have a nice semester break and keep your dirty acts to yourself, I said as I walked towards the door. Oh, and more thing, I added. You said that you're the adult here, starting acting like one. Then I step out of the classroom. The tapping sounds of my shoes echo through the empty hallways. I smirked as I remember the look on Mr. Davies' face. He may put on a brave face, yet his eyes are filled with fear, which satisfies me. I can already imagine him screaming in pain and agony with his blood painted on my own hands once I'll finish him off soon. Aurora's POV. Day 1 of the semester break has begun, and it is kind of peaceful around here even though I haven't been in this house before. Stephen's grandparents have some rules around the house, but most of them are understandable, such as no sneaking out of the house, don't make too much noise, bedtime is 9 o'clock sharp and the curfew is 8 o'clock sharp as well, and the latest will be 8:30. Since we'll be staying here for a while, I brought some books and my laptop with me and I'll be doing my English homework here. I'm currently in the living room with Stephen and doing our own thing. I'm just looking at stuff on my phone while Stephen is just reading a book. Toby is in the guest room upstairs, sleeping. Grandpa Walter is in his study room while Grandma Abigail is in the garden, watering her plants. They have a really big garden, so it will probably take her some time to water all of her plants. I glanced at Stephen and ended up watching his slender, deadly pale fingers carefully flip the page, and his eyes remained focused on the book. His eyes are busy scanning the page, but then he looks up and our eyes meet. Is something wrong, Aurora? He asked. Sorry, it's nothing, I said. Bored? He asked, closing the book and putting it beside him. A bit, yeah, I responded. You want to watch some TV? He asked. Sure, I said. He grabs the remote and turns the TV on. He switches from channel to channel and then he stopped, and now we're watching some random movie. So, Stephen spoke. What do you think of my grandparents and their house so far? I turned to look at him. He has his eyes glued to the TV. Their house is nice and big and your grandparents are nice as well, I answered. Be honest with me, he said. I mean, they are nice, but... Honestly, they're nice, but they can be a bit strict, especially with their rules, I said. I knew you would say that. They can be a bit old school. You can just tell by looking at their house, he said. I look around the house and there are some antiques here and there. My grandparents' house is more modern than theirs. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Stephen asked. I shake my head. No, not really. I'm getting a little bit sleepy. I'm gonna go and take a nap for a little while. So, please excuse me. You're excused, Stephen said. I'll wake you up when it's dinner time. Okay. Sleep well, Stephen said, his eyes glued to the TV. I got up from the couch and start walking towards the stairs on my way to the guest room. I look around the house again before I head inside the guest room. There are photos of Mr. Anderson when he was younger. There are also photos of him and his parents. And there are also photos of him with Stephen. Their resemblance is striking. There are also some photos of a woman. That must be Stephen's mother. She's lovely, but she looks sad. I can tell from her eyes. She's smiling, only a little bit, but her eyes look sad. Toby is in the other guest room since he's used to sleeping all by himself. For a guest room, it's quite big. Grandma Abigail told me that it used to be her room when she was a little girl. Floral wallpaper and some of her porcelain dolls are displayed on the shelf. She even keeps her vanity. I let out a yawn and I get on the bed. As soon as my back makes contact with the soft mattress, I can feel myself falling into bliss. Under. How long have I been sleeping? All I can see right now is darkness. Aurora. I can hear a voice. Aurora. Aurora. I open my eyes and the first thing I see was Stephen. Stephen? What time is it? It's almost 4 in the afternoon, Stephen said. Grandma said that she prepared some tea. It's just Grandma's usual tea time. Come on. He held out his hand and I hesitated. Come on, up you go. He grabs my hand, places his hand on my back, and pulls me up. All right, let's go. We'll be in the dining room. Stephen lets go of my hand before leaving the room. I let out a yawn and stretched. I get off the bed and walk out of the room and head downstairs. I walk into the dining room and I spotted everyone there. Hello, Aurora. Take a seat. Grandma Abigail spoke, gesturing me to sit at the empty chair between Toby and Stephen. I take a seat and Grandma Abigail pours some tea into the teacup. I hope you like tea, Grandma Abigail said. I do, thank you, I said. Also, I was about to make sandwiches for you guys, but you might have some type of allergy. Are any of you allergic to peanuts or strawberries? I'm okay, but Toby is allergic to peanuts. Strawberries are fine, I replied. Okay, I'll take note of that. Now that we're all here, I want to let you guys know that your grandfather and I are going to have a gathering here tomorrow night, and we would like to introduce you, Aurora and Toby, to some of our friends. And if you will ever get bored, you can excuse yourselves and go to your rooms. Will that be okay? Grandma Abigail explained. Yeah, that sounds fun, I said. We don't throw these kinds of gatherings all the time though. Aurora, how about I take you shopping tomorrow? Grandma Abigail suggested. It will be like a grandmother and granddaughter bonding time, while maybe Grandpa could spend time with Stephen and Toby. I'll let you pick anything you want. Just name it. That's nice of you, Grandma Abigail, and I would like that, I responded. All right, it's settled then. And please call me Grandma. She smiled and I smiled back. Under. It's night time and I'm currently reading a book. I grab my glass of water and finish it. I should probably head downstairs, wash it and go to sleep. Putting my slippers on, with the glass in one hand and I open the door, heading down the stairs. I tried to go down the stairs without making any noise. Finally, I made it down and head towards the kitchen. Hello! A voice spoke and I gasped. Aurora! I turn on the lights and it was only Stephen. Oh, it's only you, Stephen, I said, patting my chest before walking towards the sink. Can't sleep? Stephen asked. I'm going to bed after this, I responded as I clean up the cup. And you? Couldn't sleep. I'm not used to sleeping here. We rarely visit my grandparents, he said. I see. I put the cup on the dish rack and I'm going back to the guest room. Wait, stay for a bit, Ro, Stephen said. I stopped and I look at him. Won't we get in trouble? I asked. As long as we'll get back to our rooms before they come out of theirs. He responded. All right, I said as I slowly pulled the chair before sitting down. Stephen, can I ask you something? Go ahead. I'm just wondering, why are you under grade retention? I guess you could say that I don't really like school. Even when I was little, but I got through with that. High school kinda sucks, but I already have 2 strikes. One more than I'm done for. I'm taking it a little bit seriously this time. Well, trying that is, he explained. I see, I said. How does your dad feel about that? Well, to be honest, he was frustrated about it, but he's a busy man and he said as long as I pass and not fail this time, it's enough for him. He said, Can I tell you something? I nodded. He leans forward. You know, my dad said that ever since he met your mom and they dated for quite some time, he changed. He started caring about being a family and all that. It was a bit strange for me. Strange? Strange like how? I asked. He shrugged his shoulders. It's complicated. Well, I guess that's enough for the night. Let's call it a night and head upstairs. He whispered. I nodded once more. Okay. I got up from the chair and started walking. I turn around but Stephen is still sitting there. Aren't you coming? I asked. Go ahead. I'll catch up, he said. Okay. Good night then. Night, he replied. Then I head back upstairs as quietly as I can. Aurora's POV. I woke up from my slumber and slowly get off the bed. I look out the window and the sun has risen. Knock knock. I walk towards the door and twist the doorknob. Aurora. Good morning. Toby spoke and I smile at him before picking him up. And good morning to you too, I said, kissing his cheek. Did you sleep well? Yeah, he said. There you are. Someone spoke. I averted my gaze and it was Stephen. Oh, good morning, Stephen, I said. Morning. Grandma told me to fetch you guys. It's time for breakfast, he said. Here, I'll carry him, Stephen said, gesturing to me that he'll carry Toby. Toby wrapped his arms around Stephen and I closed the door behind me before we head down the stairs. Did you sleep well, by the way? Stephen asked. Yeah, I responded. How about you, Toby? Stephen asked. Yeah, Toby said. We head towards the kitchen and Grandma Abigail greeted us with a warm smile on her face while Grandpa Walter is busy reading the newspaper. Good morning. Breakfast is ready, Grandma Abigail said. Milk for Toby, coffee for Stephen, Aurora, and Grandpa Walter. And tea for me, Grandma Abigail said. We sit down and start eating our breakfast. Are you excited about going to the mall, Toby? Stephen, Grandpa Walter asked, folding his newspaper before putting it down. Yeah, Toby cheered. Stephen, I guess so, Stephen replied. What about you, Aurora? Grandma Abigail asked. Yeah, I said. Let's say we'll leave after lunch. Get yourselves ready before lunch, then we can go to the mall. Grandma Abigail suggested. Finish your food before it gets cold. Then we continue eating our breakfast. Breakfast is over and I'm currently washing the dishes since I volunteered to do them and help Grandma Abigail. Almost done, I whispered to myself. All of a sudden, I felt someone's hand on my hip which made me flinch. Oh my God! I shouted and I dropped a plate and it went down to the floor. The plate smashes into pieces. I froze even though my hands are shaking. Sorry, a voice spoke. I turn around and I realized it was only Stephen. Stephen, don't scare me like that, I said. I looked down at the broken plate and I panicked as I quickly pick up the broken pieces. Here, let me help you, Stephen offered. No, it's fine. I felt a sharp sting on my finger. I looked and I saw a bead of blood forming on my finger. You got hurt? Stephen asked. I'm fine. Without hesitation, Stephen grabs my finger, looked at it for a second, and gestured for me to stand up. He washes the blood away with water. Don't worry about the plate. Grandma has a lot of those anyway, Stephen said. You're lucky she's in the garden right now. But it must be expensive and I dropped it. I said don't worry about it. I'll just say that I dropped it and she'll give me a 5-minute lecture, he said. He turns off the sink and grabs a tissue and wraps it around my finger. Go upstairs, wait for me and I'll get you a Band-Aid and some treatment, Stephen said. I nodded and I slowly walk out, trying not to step on any of the broken pieces of the plate. Now I'm on my way back to my room. Why is he willing to take the blame? I dropped it, not him. But he was the one who scared me. I head inside the room and I take off the tissue from my finger. The bleeding stopped. I throw the tissue away and waited for Stephen. I'll just explain everything to Grandma Abigail. She'll understand. Knock knock. I opened the door and I found Stephen with a bottle of ointment and a Band-Aid in his hand. Here's the ointment and a Band-Aid. No need to return it to me, he said, handing me the ointment and Band-Aid. Oh, okay, thanks, I said. And I cleaned up everything. Don't think so much on a plate, he said before walking away. I closed the door and start treating my finger. A lot of time has passed and I'm currently with Grandma Abigail. She insisted to buy a dress for me for the gathering tonight. What do you think of this one? Grandma Abigail asked, showing me another dress. It looks nice, Grandma Abigail, I said. You said that to the other dresses I've shown you, she said. Is there any style you like in particular? Or should we go look for more at a different shop? It's not that. I'm just not used to something like this, I said. Oh, I see. I understand. This is my first time shopping with a granddaughter. Grandma Abigail said. You never done this with your grandmother from your mom's side? We rarely visit them, I replied. I see. I understand that this is our first time spending some time together, but I want you to know that I'm treating you and Toby as my own grandchildren. I hope we'll get along, she said. I appreciate that very much, thank you, I said. And you don't have to be so awkward around me, okay? I mean, I know it'll take some time for you to adjust, but I want you to know that you can trust me. I nodded. I'll take note of that. Now, how about you pick some dresses you like and try them on? I'm sure you have a better sense of style than me, Grandma Abigail said. I nodded and I start looking for a dress or two. Undersir. We finished dress shopping and Grandma Abigail and I are currently in a cafe. This is my favorite cafe. I love going here after a long day or after shopping. And I've called Grandpa and he said that they're on their way. She spoke. Okay, I said. By the way, how's Stephen been doing lately? Is he okay? Grandma Abigail asked. He's all right, I responded. You know, sometimes I worry for that boy. Always causing trouble at school and he doesn't seem to change at all, she said. So he's always been that way? I asked. Yes, you know when he was a little boy he would dash. Before she could go on, someone called out for her. There you are. Grandpa Walter spoke. Sorry for making you wait. That's all right. We were just chatting, Grandma Abigail said. Grandpa Walter decided to order some food for them, so he walks away and stand in line, waiting for his turn. Did you boys have fun? Grandma Abigail asked. Yeah, Aurora. Look, I got a new toy, Toby said, showing his new toy. That's awesome, Toby. Did you say thank you to Grandpa Walter? I asked. Yes, he replied. What about you, Stephen? Did you get anything? Grandma Abigail asked. I got new books, Stephen answered, showing a bag filled with books. Okay, I'm back. I got cake for everybody, Grandpa Walter said, holding a tray with different kinds of cakes. We all share our cakes and continue chatting. Undersir. We got back from the mall and Grandma Abigail and Grandpa Walter starts organizing and decorating their garden for tonight. Grandma Abigail told us to rest before the gathering. Toby fell asleep on the way back, so I carried him to his guest room and let him rest. Stephen is currently taking a nap in his room as well. I don't feel like resting, so I decided to head downstairs and see if there was anything that I can do to help Grandma Abigail and Grandpa Walter. I head out and check on them. Grandpa Walter is currently helping Grandma Abigail with the table arrangements. Need any help? I asked. Aurora, I thought you were taking a nap, Grandma Abigail said. I'm not that tired, I replied. Oh, okay. But try to take a nap later, she said. Is there anything that I can do to help? I asked. Yes, Aurora, Grandpa Walter spoke. How about you pick up some flowers from the garden? It will be a nice touch on the table. Don't you think? Yeah, sure. Any flowers? I asked for reassurance. Yes, any flowers will be lovely. Okay, I can do that, I said before I start looking for flowers around the garden. After picking up some flowers, I walk back to Grandpa Walter. Grandpa Walter, are these enough? I asked. Oh yes, thank you, Aurora. Now I'll put them in a vase with water. You can help Grandma with setting up the tables. I then walk over to Grandma Abigail. Hey, Grandma Abigail, can I help you with anything? I asked. I'm almost done with everything, Aurora. But thank you so much for the offer, she said. Okay, no problem, I said. I spotted another table, only smaller, and it was a round table. Is someone gonna sit at that table over there? I asked. It's a table for you, Stephen and Toby. Our friends will be here for dinner and of course you're joining us. Just at a separate table. And we ordered catering and they'll be here soon, Grandma Abigail explained. All done, what do you think? I look at the table and everything is all organized. Everything looks great, Grandma, I said, finally calling her Grandma. Not yet. Grandpa Walter spoke, walking towards us with a vase full of flowers in his hands. Here's the finishing touch. He placed the vase on top of the table at the center. Now everything's finished, Grandpa Walter said. Now we just have to wait for the catering to arrive, get some rest for a bit, and get ourselves ready for tonight. All right, who wants some tea? Grandma Abigail asked. We're currently in the dining room having tea together. Grandpa Walter just finished talking about how he met and fell in love with Grandma Abigail. They're actually a cute couple. Grandpa Walter was the carefree boy while Grandma Abigail was the girl with strict parents. Grandma Abigail's parents didn't approve of Grandpa Walter at first, but they grew to love him and they got married after dating for quite some time. So Aurora, I noticed that you've always been taking care of Toby and I find it really sweet of you for doing so. Most older siblings would tease or pick a fight or argue with their younger siblings. Grandma Abigail said. And it shows. Toby is shy but polite and he always asks for permission and would always say please and thank you. You're doing a great job, Grandpa Walter added. That's very kind of you to say that and thank you. I just do what's best for him. I spoke. But be honest, it must have been difficult sometimes. You know, I heard from John that your mother always talks about you and she's fully aware that you've always been busy with your responsibilities and with taking care of Toby, which is admirable, but sometimes she worries about you, that you don't have some time for yourself. And whenever she has some free time, she will always make sure that someone is taking care of you too, Grandma Abigail said. I never thought Mom would worry so much about me. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I'm used to it. Though it would be nice if someone would take care of me too. It's just ever since Dad died, Mom shut down for a while, and I just think that it was time for me to step up for her and started taking care of Toby since he was just a baby. And it's always been that way. I got used to it. Don't get me wrong, I love Toby so much. But sometimes, it would be nice to experience having someone taking care of me too. I said, Your mom is proud of you. She really is, Grandma Abigail said. Well, I think it's time for you to get some rest before the gathering tonight. I nodded and excused myself from the table and headed upstairs to take a nap. Undersir. Some time has passed and I just finished getting myself ready. I'm wearing the dress that Grandma Abigail bought for me earlier. I look out from the window and all of their friends are there. They look so prim and proper. My stepdad's side of the family is something else. Knock, knock. I heard a knock and I turn around. Come in, I said. Grandma Abigail enters the room. Oh, Aurora. You look absolutely beautiful, Grandma Abigail spoke, walking towards me. Thank you, Grandma Abigail. You look great as well, I said. She smiles. So, are you all ready? Do you need help with makeup or doing your hair? No need. I'm all ready, I said. Oh, all right. You look just like your mother. I smile before adding, Thank you, but some say that I'm a mix of my mom and my dad. I would love to see a photo of him, she said. Do you have a photo of him? I do actually. I grab my phone and I turn my phone on and I start looking for a photo of my dad. I only have a few photos of him and most of them are framed and can be found in photo albums. I have them scanned and transferred to my phone. Here you go, I said, showing her one of the best photos of Dad. It was a picture of Mom and Dad, a year before getting married. Mom looks so beautiful as always. It's like she never ages. Same goes for my dad. Oh, Grandma Abigail spoke, looking at me then looks back at the photo. I see it. You have your mom's complexion, and her hair and you do look like a mix of your parents. You have your dad's eyes. My mom said the same thing, I added. Grandma Abigail returned my phone. Okay, why don't we head downstairs, eat some dinner and have some fun? And also, just a heads up, don't mind if my friends go overboard with the questions. If you want I could answer some of their questions for you, she offered as we walk towards the door. That's fine, but I'll let you know. I do get overwhelmed with a lot of questions, I said. Please do. Grandma opens the door and we head downstairs, on our way to the garden. Undersir. It's been an hour or two and we already ate our dinner and I'm currently carrying Toby as he sleeps. Grandma Abigail was right about her friends. They asked questions here and there. I answered some of them and Grandma Abigail told me to excuse myself. I let out a small yawn. I am getting tired. After approaching Grandma Abigail, I told her that it was time for me to put Toby to bed and also told her that I'm getting tired as well. She kissed me and Toby goodnight and now, I'm on my way to our guest rooms. Looks like they'll be up for a couple of hours. I tucked Toby in and kissed him goodnight. I head inside my guest room and take off my shoes and change into my pajamas. Looking out the window, it looks like they're having fun, chatting and laughing and having a good time. All of a sudden, I heard a sound, like someone is opening the door. I turn around and I saw Steven entering the room. Steven, what are you doing here? I asked. I couldn't sleep, plus the music is a bit loud. I'm surprised Toby is deep asleep with that music so loud. He explained. He's just very sleepy. It's been a long day. I said, Steven, hope you don't mind, but I'm going to bed right now, and I appreciate it if you could leave the room so I can go to sleep. I averted my gaze and Steven walked towards the switch next to the door, turning off the light. I thought he's gonna leave, but no, I was wrong. I heard a click sound. Did he just lock the door? Then he walks back to the window, closing the blinds but not completely, leaving a small gap so the room is not completely dark. Steven? I think that's enough, you can leave now, I said. Even though the room is almost dark, I can still see Steven's figure. Then I started hearing a shuffling noise, almost like fabric. He's taking his shirt off. Steven, what are you doing? I asked. My voice starts trembling. Why can't I move? I can just get up and move toward the door, open the door, and head out. But no, I'm frozen. My feet and my fingers are cold. He walks towards the bed, pushes me, and he climbs on top of me. Steven, stop it. I've been waiting for this, he whispered. I am still frozen in place. My heart is pounding and I can feel a heavy weight on my chest. I can hear my heart pounding in my head. My hands are now cold and they're shaking. Tears start to form in my eyes. I'm scared. He leans forward and then, I felt his lips pressed against mine. This is not happening. Steven just straight up kissing me. I tried pushing him away with all of my might. Steven, what the fuck? I shouted, wiping my mouth. Wrong move, he said, and he presses his body against mine. I tried to push him off, but he wouldn't budge. He's a lot heavier than I thought. Hold still. My hands are getting colder than ever and they continue to shake. My heart pounded even harder. A tear rolled down my cheek. I can't move or push him away. No! Get off of me! I shouted and he places his lips on mine again. Help! Humph! Steven, stop! I moved my head to the side and he ended up kissing my neck instead and he wouldn't stop. Ah! Please stop! Let me go! I shouted as I struggle. Help! Someone! Don't worry. It will be all over soon, he said in a husky voice and starts to slide his hand into my pajama bottoms and slid down even further somewhere he is not supposed to touch. No! Stop! No! No! Aurora's POV. My eyes fluttered open and I can feel myself shedding a tear. I don't feel so good. My back and legs, specifically my thighs, hurt. I tried to get up and sit down on the bed with all of my strength. Then I froze. How come I can only feel the warm fabric of the blanket around me? I slowly look under the covers and my eyes widen as I can feel my heart beating faster than usual. Why am I completely naked? I looked down and I saw my clothes scattered on the floor. Good morning. A voice spoke as I look up. Steven, did you sleep well last night? Steven, what did you do? I asked, my voice trembling once more, covering myself with the blanket, backing myself away from him. Let's just say, I had a lot of fun last night and you did a good job, he said as he caresses my bare shoulder. My eyes widen even more. He raped me. Why don't you clean yourself up and get dressed? Okay? I told Grandma that you were just sleeping in after a long day yesterday, he said. Don't keep us waiting though, he whispered before placing a wet kiss on my cheek and then he left the room. My breathing became heavy, as if someone tightens their grip on my throat and tries to block the airway. I can feel cold tears starting to form in my eyes. Why do I feel so helpless and weak all of a sudden? He touched me. Why didn't I defend myself last night or call someone for help? Why did I allow him to do this to me? I did. But no one heard me. A few moments later, I just let the tears flow down and break down. As if my heart is made of glass and someone shattered it as my world falls apart into a deep, painful black hole. __. I wipe all of my tears away and I felt so sick. I try to get off the bed, grabbing my shirt and underwear, and I slowly put them on, even though I ache all over. Then I grab a bath towel, and as I try to walk, my legs start to cramp. Fuck! I muttered as I slowly walk towards the bathroom, and then I look at myself in the mirror. My hair is so all messed up. My lips look so horribly dry and my eyes are all red and puffy from all of the crying. I spotted some things on my neck. I touch it and I can feel bite marks, and I spotted something purple. He even gave me a fucking hickey. I let out a sigh as I take my shirt and underwear off again and throw them on the floor and get in the shower. I turn on the shower and I can feel the warm water flowing down on my bare body. However, I felt the same painful feeling in my chest. Tears start to fall from my eyes once again, and I did nothing but just stand there and sob. __. After having another breakdown, I turn off the shower and step out of it. I wipe all of the steam off the mirror until I can see my own reflection again. I dry myself up and walk out of the bathroom. I took some fresh clothes and underwear out of my bag and put them on. I look at myself in the mirror once again, adjusting my turtleneck sweater to hide the hickey and bite marks, and I still look the same, yet I feel so different on the inside. Some of the painful parts of my body are fading, but not completely. I brush my hair and then I can feel slight anger inside of me. I tried to calm down, but I can't help but remember everything last night. Then I just stopped brushing my hair and took a breather. Once I've calmed down a bit, I let out a deep sigh. After checking myself in the mirror once more, I took a deep breath and walk out of the room. I head downstairs and I start to feel the heavy feeling in my chest again. I can't face them like this. I can just call for help. But I can't. It's like someone stitched up my mouth to keep me silent. I walk inside the dining room and try to act normal. Aurora. Grandma Abigail. Good morning. I was starting to get worried about you. I'll heat up your breakfast, she said as she takes the plate and heat it up. I sit down across from Stephen. Where's Toby? I asked. Toby has eaten his breakfast. He's currently in the garden playing with Grandpa Walter. Grandma Abigail explained. Hey, my conscience spoke. She's right there. Tell her. I can't. What do you mean you can't? I just can't. Okay. Here's your breakfast, Grandma Abigail said. Do you want something to drink? Yes, please, I said. Are you all right, Aurora? Did you have a bad dream? She asked. I wish it was just a bad dream. Go on, say something. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just tired from yesterday, I responded. Oh, I see. You're not the only one. The gathering ended around 11 or 12. I could use a nap later. Eat your breakfast and I'll get you something to drink, Grandma Abigail said. I nodded and she walks towards the refrigerator. I look up at Stephen and he grinned before pressing his index finger against his mouth, telling me to keep quiet. I look away and try to eat my breakfast, even though I feel sick to my stomach and other parts of my body. Sir. Grandma Abigail asked me to wash the dishes since she was currently talking to someone on the phone. I'm almost done washing the dishes and then I felt something on my back. Something sharp. I froze, again, and let out a shaky breath. Stephen, what are you doing? He tucked my hair behind my ear and leans closer. I'll kill anyone if you tell, including Toby, and I'll do so much worse to you. Okay? He whispered. Answer me. I nodded. Yes. The sharp feeling on my back is gone and he slowly puts the knife back into the knife block. And don't worry, I didn't put so much pressure so you're not bleeding, he added before walking away. I breathe out and finish up. First he raped me and now he's threatening me? With a knife? I don't even know what he is capable of. This makes him more dangerous. What should I do? I'm scared. Mom, please come home. Aurora's POV. For the past week, whenever Grandma Abigail and Grandpa Walter and Toby are not around in the house or in the same room, Stephen just keeps on harassing me, and I tried to avoid him, but I can't since Grandma Abigail and Grandpa Walter want us to spend time together whenever there's a chance. He would often keep a close eye on me, and it sends chills down my spine. I tried my best to act normal. The voice of my conscience keeps on getting louder and louder, and I am too scared to tell them or anyone. I kept on reminding myself that Stephen threatened me with a knife. There were some nights he would come inside the room in the middle of the night and would do things to me. Just 2 nights ago, he did it again. I tried to keep my mouth shut as he thrusts his member inside me again and again, but I ended up groaning in pain as tears start to fall from my eyes. He thrusts again and I tried to talk. Stephen, please stop. I tried to talk again, but it hurts. But he didn't listen, and he covered my mouth to shut me up. He thrusts again and again until he gets tired and zips up his pants. I'm tired, and that was fun. That should shut you up for a while. No one will believe you anyway. And again, if you tell anyone, I won't hesitate to kill them. Okay? I slowly nodded up and down. Good. He leans in and places his lips against mine before leaving the room. Grandma Abigail became concerned about me, but I kept on reassuring her that I'm fine even though I'm not. Now, I only have to wait for the next 4 days until our parents get back from their honeymoon. Luckily, I get to be outside of the house because I'm hanging out with Heather and Eddie later at the mall. I put on my shoes and look at myself in the mirror. God, I still look a bit terrible. And my eyes are a bit puffy from all of the crying last week and last night. I mean, it's like I'm putting a mask on my face and pretending everything is okay. I mentally slapped myself to snap out of my thoughts as I grabbed my bag and opened the door. I look up and backed away as soon as I made eye contact with Stephen. Where do you think you're going? Stephen asked. I'm going out with my friends, I answered. How long you're going to be out? He asked. I was thinking of spending some time with you. I don't know. And give it a rest, Stephen, please. Just stop. I replied. He walks towards me and grabs my arm, then he leans forward. I'll let that attitude of yours slide this time. And I don't think I'll ever stop. I'm just warming up. And don't you even think of telling them or I'll kill them too. He whispered before placing a kiss on my cheek, and then he walks away. I wiped the kiss with the back of my hand. I quickly went downstairs and was about to head out of the house. Then Grandma Abigail called. Have fun at the mall with your friends, Aurora. Grandpa Walter will drive you there, she said. Do you need any more money? She asked. Before I open my mouth, she grabs her wallet as she walks towards me, then she pulls out some money from her wallet. Here, pick out something you want for yourself, she said. I hesitated. Are you sure? That seems a bit much. She gently took my hand and put the money in my hand. It's fine. And there's nothing wrong with treating yourself once in a while. I look at the money in my hand before looking up and smile. Okay, thank you. If you're thinking of Toby right now, don't worry and I'll take care of him, she added. Thanks, Grandma Abigail. I'll see you later. She places a kiss on my cheek. Now go and have fun. I nodded and walk out of the house and walk towards Grandpa Walter's car. I hop inside the car and fasten my seatbelt. You ready? Grandpa Walter asked. Yes, I said. Grandpa Walter starts the car engine and starts driving away, heading to the mall, which is not too far. __. We arrived at the mall and I received a message from Heather, telling me to meet up by the water fountain. I put my phone back into my bag and Grandpa Walter stopped in front of the entrance. All right, we're here. Have fun and call me when you're ready to go home, Grandpa Walter said. I will, thanks, Grandpa Walter, I said before I unbuckle my seatbelt and hop out of the car. I close the car door and Grandpa Walter starts driving away. I walk towards the entrance and head inside the building. Within a few minutes, I found the water fountain and I saw Heather and Eddie waiting for me. Eddie looked around and he spotted me and waved at me. I wave back and Heather puts on a cheerful smile on her face and pulls me into a hug, as if we haven't seen each other for years. I miss them anyway. I hug back and give Eddie a hug as well. I miss the warm and comfortable feeling of their presence. How's everything so far? I miss you guys so much, I said. Minus the times of me and my brothers fighting, everything is all good, Heather said, fixing her navy blue beanie. What about you, Aurora? Is everything okay with your new grandparents and stepbrother? Edward asked. With that being said, I remember all of the crying and painful screams, and I can feel my stomach turning up and making me want to vomit. Everything's okay. My new grandparents are actually nice but just a little bit strict, I said, even though the first reply is a lie. Well, let's not just stand here and waste time. To our favorite coffee shop. Here we go, Heather said as she grabs my hand, on our way to the coffee shop while Eddie is following behind us. __. And then we just took some pictures by Big Ben and some at the National Portrait Gallery, Eddie said, telling us about his trip from London. He showed us some pictures on his phone. But most of them are pictures of noble people like Queen Elizabeth I and the such. Seems like you had a lot of fun, I said. Then he turned off his phone and put it back in his phone pocket. How are your grandparents? They're fine. I already miss Grandma's famous carrot cake. Speaking of which, he grabs his backpack and digs his hands into the biggest pocket. He pulls out 2 light blue paper bags and gives one each to me and Heather. We bought some of their traditional treats and I thought I'd give them as gifts, he said, showing us a smile. His smile sends so much comfort and could lighten up our days. He leans into my ear and whispers something while Heather is not looking. There are some macaroons in there. Just don't tell Heather and hope you like them, he whispered. I smiled softly and nodded. Thank you, I whispered back. I put the paper bag on the table and drink up my iced coffee. As I look out from the glass walls, I saw a guy wearing a dark jacket with a hood over his head. I squinted my eyes and they widen up. It's Steven. I let out a gasp and jump out of my seat, and I can feel some eyes staring at me. You okay, Ro? I look down at Heather and look back, but he has disappeared. I rub my eyes and look again at nothing. I furrowed my eyebrows as I slowly sit back down. Am I seeing things, or was it just in my imagination? Ro, what's the matter? Eddie asked as he places his hand on my shoulder, which made me flinch. He quickly puts his hand away and puts on a worried look on his face as his hazel eyes stare at me with concern. Whoa, you suddenly became jumpy. Everything okay? I'm sorry, and yeah, I'm okay, I said, not even sure if I'm telling the truth or not. I shake my head and continue drinking my iced coffee. __. After a long day at the mall, we bid each other goodbye. I called Grandpa Walter to come and pick me up, and he said that he'll be there in a few minutes. Heather left early, so it's just me and Eddie. Are you sure you're okay, Ro? Eddie offered. Yes, Eddie, I'm fine. Don't worry. I lied. Are you waiting for your parents to pick you up? I'm gonna take a taxi. My parents and I have a reservation at this fancy restaurant. They're waiting for me right now. Is someone gonna come and pick you up? Yeah, my grandfather. He said he's on his way. I replied. Are your grandparents treating you right? He asked. Yeah, they may be strict and they're insanely rich, but they're nice. I'm still adjusting to this whole thing, I said. My parents will be back from their honeymoon soon. You must miss your mom, he said. Very much. I also miss being in the same neighborhood as you guys. How's life back in the neighborhood without me? I asked. Doesn't feel the same without you, honestly. And Heather won't stop coming over to my house just to complain about her brothers and school and to get away from her brothers. He explained and laughed. I laughed as well. That must be hard. I feel left out though. Don't be. We'll keep you updated. But we'll see each other in school soon. Then I remembered something. Oh shit, I mumbled. What's wrong? Eddie asked. I forgot to do my homework, I said. You have homework? But it's semester break, he said. Yeah, but it's just a missed homework and Mr. Davies assigned me to do it, I explained. Oh, Mr. Davies the pervert? I'm still gonna be surprised if he's still a teacher. He added, knowing those rumors around the school? I know, and none of the teachers either care or believe them. The school is just protecting its name and reputation and doesn't care about the students, I said. I agree, Eddie added. I look around and I saw Grandpa Walter's car, driving its way here. This is me, I said, walking towards the car. and then Eddie opens the car door for me. "Thanks," I said to Eddie. "Hi, Grandpa Walter." Then I hop inside the car. "Hi, Aurora. Who's your friend?" Grandpa Walter asked. "Oh, Grandpa Walter. This is Eddie." "Eddie, this is Grandpa Walter," I answered. "Pleasure to meet you, sir," Eddie greeted. "Nice to meet you too, Eddie. Do you want a ride home?" Grandpa Walter offered. "I'm just gonna have to take a taxi. I'm meeting my parents somewhere," Eddie replied. "But I appreciate the offer." "All right. Take care of yourself, Eddie," Grandpa Walter said. "You too, sir. See you in school, Ro," Eddie said. "Bye, Eddie. Say hi to your parents for me," I said. He smiled and nodded, then he closes the car door, then Grandpa Walter starts driving away. On our way back to their house. "Did you have fun?" Grandpa Walter asked. "Yeah, it was nice seeing them again," I said. "Them?" he asked. "Oh, I have two friends, Eddie and Heather. Heather's my best friend and she left earlier," I explained. "I see. Even though I just met Eddie, I already like him. He opens the car door for you and he's polite. He seems to be a gentleman." "He's always like that," I said. Anyways, I hope you're hungry 'cause Grandma Abigail told me that we're having pasta for dinner," he said. Then he continues driving and I just look out the window. Many hours passed and everyone is fast asleep. I'm tired, but I'm currently working on the homework. I still have to read a short story before writing an essay about it. My eyes start to feel heavy and I keep on pinching myself to stay awake. I don't like the complete silence in the room, so I decided to put on my earphones and play some music. After a few minutes and I suddenly feel a hand on my neck and my breath hitched. From the corner of my eye, the door is open. I forgot to lock it. It is none other than Steven. His hand creeps to the wire of the earphones and grabs it, removing them from both of my ears. "Steven, what do you want?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Shoo," he spoke. "Relax." His grip on my neck became tighter. "Steven, please. I'm tired," I said. "What did you tell them?" he asked. "I didn't say anything, I swear," I said. "You're not lying to me, are you?" "I'm not," I said. "I didn't tell them anything, I swear. And I'm telling you nothing but the truth. Please stop," pleaded. He leans closer to my ear, his hand still on my neck. "Fine, I'll stop. For now. If I find out that you're lying, you better prepare for what's coming for you and your friends. If they get hurt, it will be your fault." "Got it," he said as he squeezes my neck. "Why, yes," I muttered. "Good." He places a kiss on my neck before letting go of me and he leaves the room. As soon as he left the room, I quickly walk towards the door, close it and lock the door. I didn't bother finishing my homework. I turn off the lamp and immediately get on the bed. I wish this is just a bad dream and it will just go away or end. Aurora's POV. I feel like I'm trapped and there's no end to this. He's been doing this almost every night while everyone is asleep. And now he's doing it again. I let out small groans through my clenched teeth. He licks my neck as I flinch in disgust, then he sits down on the edge of the bed. I was just laying there on my side, shaking and tears slowly flowing down my cheeks as he plays with my hair a bit. Don't look so sad. I'll continue doing that sooner or later. Maybe tomorrow night," he said, and I can tell that he was smirking from the corner of my eye. "Fuck you," I thought to myself, though I wished to say that to his face. But then again, he would do it again and again. "Your mom and my dad will be here to pick us up soon. Get yourself clean up, get some rest, and pretend that everything is normal as soon as you wake up," he said before placing a kiss on my cold cheek and leaving the room. I rub my eyes and wipe away the tears. I let out a shaky sigh and I force myself to get off the bed. Ignoring all of the pain in my body, grab my phone and slowly walk over to the bathroom. I turn on the lights and look at myself in the mirror. God, I look more awful every time he did this to me. Cold skin, seemingly dry lips, messed up hair, and dark purple bruises all over my neck and collarbone. My cheeks are stained and wet from my tears. I can feel them drying up. I turn on my phone and check the time. It's 3:30 in the morning and our parents will be back in a few hours. I grab a towel, take my clothes off and step into the shower. Underscore underscore. I dry my hair and comb it until every tangled knot is fixed and straight. I walk out of the bathroom with my phone in my hand and I pick out my clothes from my bag. Thank God that winter is coming soon and currently it's fall season, which is perfect timing for me to wear turtlenecks, long sleeves, and scarves. I put on a gray turtleneck sweater as the softness of its fabric embraces my bruised and pale upper body and covers up the bruises on my neck and on my collarbone. Then I put on black pants to make me feel a little bit safe and keep my once cold legs warm. I check the time on my digital clock and it's currently 4:19. I am so tired. Ring ring. My phone rang on the top of the drawer and I walk over to pick it up. It's Mom. I hesitate at first, but I just answer the phone. Hello. Hey honey. Did I wake you? I can feel a lump in my throat after hearing my mom's gentle voice once again, as if it felt like years or even ages. Hi Mom. I just woke up. How are you? I'm fine, we're coming home but our flight got delayed so we'll fetch you a bit later than sooner. How's everything with your grandparents? Did you guys get along well? Yeah. They're nice and we get along just fine. What about Toby? Is he still asleep? Yeah, he's in the other guest room and he's behaving really well. Okay, what about Steven? Did you get along with him? I thought I would say no and be honest with her, but I have to lie at some point even though I will feel more guilt in myself. We're okay. Lies, lies, lies. One lie leads to another lie and another. Before you know it, you'll be telling a lot of lies on a regular basis, and that's what makes you a big, fat liar, and you carry a bag of nothing but lies, hiding away from the truth though you can't run away from it. Does that make me a liar? Seems like it. That's good. Anyways, I gotta go. We're gonna board the plane right now. We'll see you guys soon. Okay? Okay. Okay. I love you. Can't wait to see you guys again. Love you too, Mom. Have a safe flight. I hang up the phone and let out a sigh. Steven made me do this and this makes me angrier, not only of him but also angry with myself. I am both the victim and the guilty one. It's my fault that I let him take my innocence away even though it was my right to stop him, but I was so weak and scared. However, I lied to protect my family and friends from Steven. I put my phone away and drag myself to the bed and I can feel myself drifting away. I slowly open my eyes and I grab my phone to check the time. 7:30 a.m. I get off the bed and I spotted a tray on my table. I walk towards it and grab the note beside the tray. Grandma Abigail must have prepared this for me and I overslept. I put the note away and sit down. I haven't been eating much cause I still feel sick after all of those nights. This time I'll try to eat something and not put this to waste. It's a shame that they're coming back. I averted my gaze and I saw Steven leaning against the door frame. Then he starts walking towards me and I just look away. One of my hands starts to shake. But I enjoyed 2 weeks of alone time with you while it lasted. He chuckled as his hands slowly trail to my covered neck and squeeze it, trying to choke me, and I can feel his breathing against my ear. And remember to keep our little secret, he whispered as I can feel chills going down my spine. He places a kiss on top of my head and lets go of my neck as I breathe in and out, then he leaves the room. I lost my appetite. I'll try to eat it later even though it's gonna be colder. I'm gonna have to start packing up. I don't want to be in here any longer. I hope Mom and Mr. Anderson will be here soon. Many hours have passed and I get to eat at least half of the food. When I took it downstairs, Grandma Abigail happened to be in the kitchen. She was concerned about me and was wondering what was taking me so long to eat the food she made this morning. I told her that I overslept because of the cold weather and reassured her that I'm okay. Lying again. She told me that she got a call from Mr. Anderson and said that they'll be here after lunchtime around 1 in the afternoon. She said that she's gonna miss us and she enjoyed spending quality time with us. I smiled and told her that I feel the same. She suggested that we should cook together. Then we'll have one last meal before our leave. Right now, we just finished making lunch and we're currently waiting for Grandpa Walter, Toby, and Steven in the dining room. Did you enjoy your time here, Aurora? Grandma Abigail asked. Not really. Because of him. Stop lying. Yeah. I'm glad I get to know and spend some time with you as my new grandparents, I replied. You are such a lovely girl, Aurora. Your mother is very lucky to have a daughter like you, sweet, responsible, and polite. Unlike Stephen, who doesn't talk much and would reply back bluntly and can be irresponsible, especially with school. That boy has been under grade retention for the 3rd time, she said. How has he been treating you lately as a stepbrother? Awful, sadistic, not right in the head, a living nightmare. He's okay. We're still awkward around each other, I replied. I see. That boy needs to learn some manners. She added, I need to check up on them. The food is getting cold and your parents are going to be here soon. She gets up from her seat and walks away. It became quiet for a while. It doesn't feel right. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder and my breathing hitched again. We're still awkward around each other? He spoke as he brushes my hair to the side and places a kiss on my neck. I say we're closer than ever. Stop lying. He chuckled before walking away and sits across from me. Stephen, when did you get there? Grandma Abigail asked. Just now, right, Aurora? He said. I look up at him before looking at Grandma Abigail. Yeah, he just got here, I answered. Okay. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I have to help Toby pack his toys. Grandpa Walter spoke, walking towards the dining room, holding Toby's hand. Okay, everyone take a seat. Let's eat, Grandma Abigail said. Toby sits right next to me and told me that he's excited to see Mom again. Me too, I said. Undersir. After lunch, we went back upstairs to grab our bags and we're currently in the living room, watching TV, waiting for our parents. They're here. Toby cheered before he walks out of the door. I followed him and I saw Mom and Mr. Anderson stepping out of the car. Mom, Toby said, running towards Mom, and Mom lifted him and placed a lot of kisses on his cheek. I miss my baby boy, Mom said. Have you been a good boy lately? Yeah, Toby said, hugging Mom. Then Mom spotted me and she walks closer to me with a smile on her face and wraps an arm around me. I miss my little girl, she said, and I hugged back. Oh, how I miss her hugs and her calm voice that gives warmth and comfort. I miss you too, Mom, I said as I hug her tighter. John Elizabeth, welcome back, Grandma Abigail said, walking towards him and wrapping her arms around Mr. Anderson. Then my mom. Thank you, Mom, and thank you for taking care of the kids, Mr. Anderson said. It was our pleasure. Grandma Abigail then averted her gaze towards my mom. Elizabeth, your kids are lovely. You raised them well, Grandma Abigail said. Thank you. I hope they didn't cause you any trouble, Mom teased. Nonsense. I'm glad I get to spend some time with them. Come visit us anytime. Grandpa Walter and Stephen walk out of the house with our bags in their hands. Mr. Anderson walks towards them, helping them with the bags. After that, we say our goodbyes and we're on our way to our house. While on our way there, Mom and Mr. Anderson told us about their trip and they seem to have a good time there. Then I can feel Stephen place his hand on my thigh and place it between my thighs, massaging them, and I feel so uncomfortable. Is he seriously doing this at a time like this? He squeezes my thigh, my breathing hitched, and I let out a cough. Are you okay, Aurora? Mom asked, and I coughed once more. I'm fine, just thirsty. Do you have any water? I asked, and Mom handed me a bottle of water and told me that I can have it. I drink it in one go. Are you okay now, sweetie? Mom asked. Yeah, thanks, Mom, I said. I glared at Stephen, and he's now looking out the window, putting his hand on his chin, with a grin on his face. I look down and my hands are shaking again, and not because of the cold weather. It's because I'm terrified of him. Aurora's POV. Kids, breakfast is ready, Mom called. I'm currently in my room, looking at myself in the mirror while adjusting the sleeves of my dark green turtleneck sweater. Then I put on my velvet black jacket, since it is getting colder and colder each day. I also adjusted my black skirt to make sure that it was not too short. I wear black stockings underneath and I slip into a pair of black boots. I just let my eyes stay focused on the ground, and then I flinch at the touch around my waist and the familiar warm breath against my neck. Then he puts a lot of force to make me turn around and face him. Just as soon as I slowly look up at him, he places a kiss on my lips. I quickly pull my head away and push him aside. I quickly grab my backpack and my phone and head out of my room, leaving him there. I head down the stairs as fast as I could and I bump into someone. I look up and I realize that I bump into Mr. Anderson. I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. I apologized. He just let out a chuckle and pats my head, which made me tense up. It's fine, Aurora, he said before looking up at Steven. Come on, Steven, you guys might be late for school. With those words being said, I know Steven is right behind me and I can hear his footsteps going down the stairs. So I went on ahead and walked over to the dining area as the sweet smell of Mom's cooking filled up my nostrils. Morning, Mom. Morning, Toby. I greeted them with a small smile and ruffled Toby's head before sitting down. Mr. Anderson and Steven entered, sit down and eat our breakfast. While eating, I make sure that Steven is not doing anything underneath the table. Out of the corner of my eye, his hand slowly reaches out to my thigh again, so I lightly slap his hand away and quickly finish eating my breakfast. Once I'm done, I help Toby and we put our dishes away before heading out. I grab his lunchbox that was left on the counter and give it to him when he runs out the door and I followed. We waited by the car for a few moments until Mom, Mr. Anderson, and Steven walk out of the house and Mr. Anderson unlock all of the car doors. I help Toby hop inside the car, but then Steven holds my waist and I quickly slap his hand once again. I give him a glare before getting in the car. Once everyone is in the car, Mr. Anderson started the car engine and drive off to school. We're almost near the school and while listening to music, which left me completely off guard, Steven slides his hand against my thigh and rubs it as I froze and hold my breath. Then Mr. Anderson stops the car and Steven finally removes his hand from my thigh as I breathe out. He then gets off the car, throwing his backpack over his shoulder and I followed, getting off the car with my backpack already slung on both sides of my shoulders. I walk over to the other side of the car, open the door and help Toby getting off the car. Have a good day at school, guys, Mom and Mr. Anderson said in unison. I nodded and closed the car door, then they drive off. Without wasting any time, I take Toby to his classroom and Steven followed, walking beside me. I don't know why, but I can feel his gaze focusing on me, watching every move as I can feel myself panicking a little bit and my hands became icy cold, and not because of the weather. After taking Toby to his classroom, we bid our goodbyes, then Steven and I start walking to our building. We're walking and our bodies are very close to each other even though I'm walking a bit faster as I cross my arms. Then out of the blue, Steven just straight up lightly slapped my butt, which made me flinch and I let out a small yelp. I furrowed my eyebrows and turn around, facing him. He puts on a smirk which made me sick just by looking at him. I clicked my tongue. Just stop it. What the hell is wrong with you? I continue walking and I spotted Heather and Edward walking and chatting nearby, so I catch up with them. As soon as I caught up with them, we chatted for a bit as we walk into the building and do our normal routine before class. However, for me, I don't think it feels normal like it used to be before. Should I just keep on putting on my mask and pretend everything is okay? I don't know how long I need to keep this up. Rying. The bell rang and it was time to get out of the classroom and fetch Toby. Until I got called by Mr. Davies to his desk. I let out a sigh and get it over with. So, Aurora, how's your assignment that I gave you during your break? He questioned and my eyes widen. Shit, I didn't finish it. Thanks to Steven. I didn't finish it, Mr. Davies. I'm very sorry, it's just that I was a little bit distracted during the break. I explained. But I'll finish it and print it as soon as I get home and turn it in tomorrow. I see. Well, I guess I'll let it slide just this once and I expect you to turn it in tomorrow before class starts tomorrow. Understand, he said, giving me a chance as I let out a sigh of relief. Yes, and thank you, Mr. Davies, I said before heading out of the room. Then I walk as fast as I could. However, someone grabs my arm and made me stop walking. Slow down, Aurora, Steven said. I shake and pull my arm away from his grasp and continue walking. While walking, I look back again and again as Steven follows closely, then I head towards the exit and proceed walking to the other building to fetch Toby. I tried to blend in with the crowd, but Steven is already too close behind me. Stop following me, I said sternly. I'm not following you, Aurora. We live under the same roof, he said. I shake my head and just keep on walking and walking, then I head inside and I am on my way to fetch Toby. After fetching Toby from his class, we head out and I already saw Stephen, holding on to Mr. Anderson's car door, waiting for us. We hop inside and Stephen gets in and closes the door before Mr. Anderson starts the car engine and drove off. __. Some time passed and I'm just doing my homework since I promised to finish it. Everything is so quiet all of a sudden, and again, it just doesn't feel right. I was so focused on my homework that I didn't notice an arm pressed against the table, and I made a mistake by just looking up. Then Stephen pulled my head slightly backward and places his head against my neck. Stephen, can you just leave me alone? I'm trying to do my homework, I said. But I just want to spend time with you. Is there anything wrong with that? He asked, pretending to be innocent. Get out of my room, I said. After a few moments of silence, and then he just pulled down the turtleneck, revealing my bruised neck, and he just starts licking and sucking my neck as I let out a shaky groan. It didn't take really long, however, he just starts to bite my neck and sucks on my neck. Seconds later, he stops and pants as he pulls his head away and I touch my neck. As soon as I touched my neck, I put my fingers away as soon as I felt the painful sting on my neck. Fuck, I whispered to myself. I get up from my chair, turn around, and notice Stephen was just sitting on my bed with a sadistic grin on his face, which makes me want to puke. Those love marks suit you, he said, and I frowned. Kids, dinner is ready, my mom shouted. Let's go, Stephen said, putting his hand on my back and pushing me out of my room. I already saw Toby going down, not noticing us, and we head down the stairs. Just then, Stephen grabs my shoulder, and I can feel him leaning in close to my ear like he's trying to whisper something. If I ever have the chance to kill a particular person in mind, I won't hesitate, he whispered before I froze in place, and he continues walking down the stairs. With those words playing in my head over and over again, I know that he's serious about it. I'm getting more scared of him, and I'm worried for the people I love. Aurora's POV. Days have passed and I've been doing the same routine as if I'm having deja vu. Only things got worse each day. Every time I look in the mirror, I see the same disheveled girl with dry tears staining her face. Her eye bags got darker, only masked with concealer to bring back her once innocent look, yet it doesn't look like it. Puffy, red eyes stared back as she tries to put on a smile, which only appeared to be fake. She's trying to fool everybody around her that she's okay on the outside by just looking at the fake smile on her face, but deep down she's not. 'Cause her world got shattered and she is on a gray lifeboat that's been floating on a black and gloomy river, trying to survive the nightmare all by herself when she lost the chance asking for help when she needed it. I thought Dad's death would haunt me forever, but this is much worse than that. This is worse than school. This is living hell. I just sat here in my own slightly crooked seat while my chin was on my left palm, listening to the clock ticking as a minute passed by, pretending to listen to the teacher, and waiting for the class to be over. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Rying. Finally, the bell rang and class is over. Everyone grabbed their belongings, left their seats, and head out of the classroom. I felt a hand on my shoulder which made me flinch, and I look up. Ro, class is over. Are you okay? Heather asked. I've been asked the same question over and over and over, which makes me want to cry and break down, but at the same time, I can't. Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired, I said, giving a faint fake smile as always. I started packing all of my stuff. Get up, and we walked towards the door together. However, a voice called out to me from behind. Aurora, can I have a word with you for a moment? Said the voice of Mr. Davies. Heather slightly glared at him for a second and motioned me to get it over with as she whispered to my ear that we'll meet each other outside of the school campus. I nodded and she left. What is it, Mr. Davies? I asked. Please take a seat, he said calmly, and I followed, though I have a bad feeling about this. I walk over to a seat which is right in front of his desk and sit down. He then walks over to the door, looking left and right before closing it. And I could have sworn I heard a click sound, meaning he locked the door. I furrowed my eyebrows as he took a seat next to me. I've noticed that you don't seem to pay attention in class like you used to. Your scores in homework and individual projects are getting lower and you seem to be dozing off during classes, and something tells me that you might be having some issues. Is everything okay? He said while looking at me in the eyes in a different way. Yeah, it's just that I have had trouble sleeping these past days and, got into, fights with my stepbrother and all that. But I'm okay and I'll try to focus this time. I said in a casual tone, and hopefully, he will dismiss me early. I don't want to deal with this kind of shit right now. Are you sure? Do you need help or anything at all? He asked with a hint of concern in his tone. Despite his concerns, I can't trust him that easily. I don't trust him at all. No thank you. I can manage. I reassure him. God, can he just let me leave? He hummed before he stands up from his seat and walks over to stand behind my seat. I can feel chills going down my spine. Not the good kind of chills. My fingers start fidgeting while my eyes focused on them. Then he places his hands on both sides of my shoulders and I tense up. Then he starts rubbing them, more like massaging them, and I clear my throat. This feels so uncomfortable, especially when a teacher is doing this to a student. Fuck, I'm frozen. Again. What's wrong with me? Then all of a sudden, I can feel his breathing against my neck. I really need to get out of here before things will go wrong here. My situation would become worse. Oh wait, it already has. If you need any help with anything, don't be shy to approach me. I hate to see my students, especially special students such as yourself, in distress. He said close to my ear as he continued massaging my shoulders. That's it. I'm out of here. I get up from my seat. I'm sorry, but I really need to go, I said as I quickly grab my things, walk towards the door, unlock it, and run out of the room as fast as I could to get away from that creep. Aurora, a familiar voice spoke. Without looking, I said, leave me alone, and I continue walking away. Steven's POV. Leave me alone, Aurora said without looking at me, and she continues walking away. I'll let that slide for now. I clench my fist as I can feel my anger boiling up, as soon as I reminded myself of what just happened between Aurora and Mr. Davies. I head inside the classroom, walking towards Mr. Davies. You again, Mrs. Davies scoffed. What did you do to Aurora this time? I asked. I was just talking about her grades, and she just doesn't seem to pay attention like she used to. Maybe you two should stop fighting and work things out, he said. I know you guys are not real siblings, but why don't you just talk to each other and try to get along? Cut the bullshit. Excuse me, did I stutter when I told you not to touch Aurora? I saw everything. You locked the door and touched her inappropriately. Sounds like the rumors about you are true. And yet, you still have a job here. I added, trying to control my temper. You don't even have proof. And those rumors are just nonsense. Don't you have anything else to do? School is over, so go home, troublemaker, he said, grabbing his things and bumping into my shoulder before walking towards the door. He thinks he can get away with it. I pull out my phone and replayed the video of Mr. Davies and Aurora earlier. I'm gonna hold on to it for a while. I head out of the classroom and quietly follow him. He took a right turn and then walked towards a gray door that leads him to the parking lot. He heads out and I silently followed. I hid behind the tree as I watched him get inside the car. I sometimes sneak out and skip classes around here, and I always noticed a sticker on his car window. It's probably a sticker of his current home in a village or something. I'm gonna do some research about it later. Looks like I have my first target already. Aurora's POV. I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood. I have asked permission from my mom and I'm still walking around. Aurora. I heard someone calling for me. I look up and saw Miss Victoria, one of our neighbors, waving at me. I walk towards her and I noticed she is holding one of her cats in her arms. Miss Victoria is a kind old lady who owns 2 or 3 cats, and sometimes she can be seen walking around or on her front porch or front yard. Hi, Miss Victoria, I greeted. Hello, dear. How are you? She asked. As much as I hate lying, I have to say something. I'm fine, I guess. What about you? I asked. I'm doing fine as well. I'm sorry for interrupting your alone time. It's fine, don't worry. I was just getting some fresh air. Do you need anything? Your stepbrother, Stephen, is he still around in his father's house? She asked. My eyebrows furrowed as I look at her, confused. As soon as she mentioned Stephen, I noticed her cat getting all tensed up, and Miss Victoria puts her cat down. Yeah, but why? Do you need something from him, or do you want to talk to him? Oh no, it's just that. Before she could finish her sentence, she waved her hand. Never mind. What? Miss Victoria, whatever you're going to say about Stephen, you can tell me and you can trust me. I won't say anything to him, I promise. I said. You can't just leave me hanging like that. She looks around before leaning her face closer to mine as she whispers, Promise me you won't tell? I nodded. Promise. So, is there anything you want to say about Stephen? It's just that he doesn't seem to change one bit. He just seems to be an odd kid, she said. He is more than just odd. If only she knew his true colors. How odd, exactly. It's probably just me, but it's just that he kept a lot of things to himself as if he was hiding something from everyone around him, even from his own father, but his father was always busy with work. I know he grew up without a mother ever since he was little, so there wasn't really anybody to guide him, and he just seems not so stable. All I'm saying is that you need to be careful, Aurora. She explained. Well, I really need to be careful around him. I need to know something, Miss Victoria. Has he done anything terrible before? Not quite, but it was just very odd to me that whenever there's trouble or something bad happens, he's always there. Maybe just a coincidence, but he can't just happen to be there all the time if I'm making some sense here. Years ago, it was said that a young boy fell off a slide and broke his neck and ankle. Stephen happened to be there, and the mother of the young boy accused Stephen of pushing him. 2 months after that, an old man died because of food poisoning, and Stephen happened to be there as well as soon as the ambulance arrived. It's awfully strange, don't you think? She finished. There are a lot of things I don't about him, and it's scary. Miss Victoria grabbed my hands and I flinched. Listen to me, Aurora. I may be nosy and I'm fully aware of that, but you can never be too sure. Just look after yourself, okay? But you seem like someone who can handle themselves, but there's nothing wrong with reaching out for help. So if you need anything, I'll be happy to help you. Her last sentence hit me hard in the chest. But it's hard. My conscience kept on telling me over and over, but I just can't. I just can't. I will, Miss Victoria, thank you. I should head back. It's almost sundown and my mom might be worried about me. She nodded and patted my hand. Take care of yourself, dear. Then she walks back to her house. Now it's time for me to head back. Undersir. Many hours passed, and strangely enough, Stephen didn't do anything, which is a relief for me, and I don't have to deal with any of his bullshit. After Mom kissed me goodnight, I made sure to lock the door and even block it with a chair just in case. I keep my night light on and I just look up at the ceiling for a while. But then my eyes became heavy and I tried my best to keep myself awake for a bit longer by pinching my arm and cheeks. I couldn't keep my eyes open, and all of a sudden, I can feel myself drifting away. Undersir. Stephen's POV. As soon as everyone is asleep, I quietly sneak out of the house and on my way to Mr. Davies' house. It's a little bit far, but I got all night. I did a little more research of Mr. Davies and his home, and all I can say is that he has a lot of stuff underneath that average teacher persona of his. The rumors about him are true, all right, but how the hell did he maintain a job in a fucking school? He used to be a college teacher teaching the same subject. True. He was known as a well-respected and hard-working teacher at the university where he used to teach. Bullshit. Rumor has it that he got one of his students pregnant and somehow got away with it. True. Another rumor has it that he sexually harassed some students and got away with it. Also true. He's gonna be a dead man. True in my book. Speaking of the dead man in waiting, I am right in front of his house. There's his car and I need to get to the back door. But before that, I quietly walk up and try to take a peek inside of his house. He's in the living room watching TV. I walk around the house, hide in the darkest part of his house, and I pull out some things from my backpack. Gloves to avoid leaving any fingerprints. A mask to cover my face, and of course a knife. I put my backpack away and I just need to find a way to distract him while I will let myself in. Mr. Davies' POV. Fucking idiot. I muttered to myself as I changed the channel. Then all of a sudden, I heard something coming from outside, but I ignore it. Probably some kids doing harmless pranks. Then there's that noise again, but this time, it became louder. I lowered the volume of the TV before getting up from the couch and decided to check what was making those noises earlier. I walk towards the front door and take a look around. Hello? Whoever's been making that noise. It's not funny, I said. There's no one. I let out a sigh, and as soon as I closed the door, the lights went out. What the fuck? I mumbled to myself. Everything is dark and my only source of light is coming from the lights outside. I walk towards the coffee table and grab my... Wait, where's my phone? I must have dropped it or misplaced it, or maybe... Someone's in here. No, my phone is around here somewhere. I just need to look for it and call the police. I walk towards the bookshelf beside the TV and grab a flashlight. I turn it on and I can feel something behind me. You should really lock your doors at night. A voice spoke, and before I could take a look at his face, I felt something heavy and it hit my cheek and I fell down to the floor and dropped the flashlight. Fuck! I shouted and I look up at the person. I can see his figure but I can't see his face. Who are you? I shouted again. The person didn't respond, and before I could even move, he lifted the weapon in his hand, a hammer, and hit my leg. Ah! I screamed, then he hit my other leg. My thoughts are all over the place and all I can feel is pain. He put the hammer down and pulled out another weapon. A knife this time. I can't move because of my injured legs, then he pinned me down to the ground. Steven's POV. What the fuck is your problem? He shouted. My problem? You, I said. I don't even know you. You're crazy. He shouted again. I let out a sigh. Let's just get this over with, I said as I stab him, and he starts screaming again. Then I stab him again, and 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 he's dead. It became a bloodbath here. I sighed once more. You know, it's fucking crazy. I spoke as I stand up and pick up the hammer. You committed some crazy shit and yet you got away with it. Unfortunately, that's the only thing we have in common, I said as I start walking back to the kitchen and turn the electricity back on. I pull out his phone from my pocket and put it back on the coffee table. I look around and I spotted a picture frame. I scoffed. I can't believe you have a fucking wife and a kid. You're fucked in the head. I shake my head and start walking away. I grab my backpack and head out through the back door. Before I close the door, I spotted some of my bloody shoe prints on the floor. Good thing, I brought an extra pair of shoes and I can just burn the ones I'm wearing right now soon. I let out a sigh, take my shoes off, and pull out a bottle of chlorine peroxide and an old rag and clean up the bloody shoe prints. After cleaning up, I head out. I took off my mask, my gloves, and put everything in my backpack. My jacket smells like blood, so I take it off and just wear a new one. I quickly put my other pair of shoes on and I leave the area. Now he's finally a dead man in my book. Aurora's POV. Morning came and I'm glad nothing happened to me last night. I grabbed my phone and I received a lot of texts from Heather and Eddie. Aurora. A voice spoke. It's Mom. I get off the bed and put my chair aside, unlock the door, and I came face to face with Mom. Morning, Mom, I said. Morning, sweetie. I just got a call from your school and they said that classes got canceled because of the news. She said. What news? I asked. Your teacher, Mr. Davies. They said he got murdered last night, she said. My eyes widened. Oh my God, I muttered. Yeah, it was very sudden. Why don't you sleep in a bit longer and I'll wake you up when breakfast is ready. Okay? She said before placing a kiss on my forehead. Okay, Mom, I said. Then she left, heading down the stairs. Before I could close the door, someone's hand appeared on the door all of a sudden. Good morning, Aurora. Steven spoke. I didn't bother to look at him. I'm sure you heard the news about that creepy teacher of yours, he said, and from the corner of my eye, I can see a grin on his face. What did you do? I asked. I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about, he said. He grabs my chin and he leans in, but I look away and push his hand away. Stop it, I said. He clicked his tongue and sighed. I'm gonna let that slide since I'm still fucking exhausted. See you later. He walks away and I quickly close the door and lock it. Aurora's POV. It's been 2.5 weeks since the incident of Mr. Davies, and we got ourselves a new English teacher, Miss Grimes, and she's okay. Actually, she's great than that sick pervert. Last week, before they take away all of the flowers from the school and teachers, and some of us found it weird, and other things from the gym, someone or a group of students vandalized everything and a wall was being spray-painted red, and it has the following words: pervert, sick, mental, P***dophily. Apparently, the school found out that a group of students did it and they got suspended. And they finally believed the rumors about Mr. Davies, and some have mixed feelings about it and some were disgusted and or shocked. What's even more fucked up is when we found that he had a wife and a daughter. Some students stated that he kept on taking off his wedding ring every day. Miss Grimes just continues writing down on the board while explaining, and I just have my head placed on my palm while doodling thousands of spirals on my notebook. I glance at my watch wrapped around my wrist, and in 3, 2, 1, Rying. The bell rang and Miss Grimes dismissed the class as everyone stood up from their seats and leave the room. I throw my bag over my shoulder and I walked out of the room with Heather and Eddie. The school hallway looks different today. Along the walls are balloons of the colors purple, orange, and black pinned on with cheap tacks. Posters hanging here and there with the words, Richfield High School Halloween Party Tonight. In big caps, the color orange. Tonight is the Halloween party and everyone seems to be hyped about it. Laughter sounds along the halls joined with exciting conversations and shouts. The halls became crowded as always while we're on our way to our lockers. We approached our lockers at last and we opened them, putting our stuff in. Are you guys ready for the Halloween party tonight? Eddie asked. We haven't picked our costumes for the party and this is like so last minute to prepare. If it weren't for all of the homework and tests we've been through, Heather said. As I was about to open my mouth to speak, all of the sudden, my locker got slammed and I averted my gaze to see Tamara. I'm surprised that she hasn't picked on me and Heather in a while. And by the look on her face, I can tell she's a bit pissed about Lucas. Crush on me. What do you want, Tamara? I asked. She scoffed, followed by an obnoxious chuckle, flipping her curly brown hair before opening her damn mouth. She hated me ever since her breakup with Lucas and she knew all about Lucas. Long-time crush on me and she would just pick on me here and there. Childish. She used to be friends with Heather since elementary, but Heather realized that she was only fake towards her and Heather became bitter about it, but she moved on from it. I don't know much about it though. In other words, we hate her guts. So Aurora, were you hitting on my ex-boyfriend these past days? And planning to fuck him tonight? She said in a loud voice that catches everyone's attention, and I'm quite disappointed that there's no fucking adult around here. Believe me how much I want to slap her right here, right now. But I'm better than that. I told her 1,000 times that I have no special feelings towards Lucas and I don't even like him. I mean, who would be interested to be in a relationship with some guy who is a total jerk like Lucas? For one last time, Tamara, I have no intentions in dating your ex-boyfriend and I'm not interested. Not even a little bit. No matter how many times he would annoy me or how many times he would beg me to be in a relationship with him, I will never ever change my mind. I said in a tone that I would use to someone I hate. Like Steven, for example. Come to think of it. My eyes scanned the other side of the halls and I spotted Steven with his eyes glaring in my direction and I can feel the heavy weight on my shoulders. Then Heather steps forward and now she's speaking to Tamara. You heard her, Tamara. Now get lost. She spoke. Tamara rolls her eyes before sending me a glare and push Heather aside, which made her slightly pissed off and I came face to face with the demon queen of high school once more. Tonight, if you ever go near Lucas, I'll make sure you're gonna regret it for the rest of your life. She threatened. Like hell, I would be scared of a nobody like her. Whatever. I'm not scared of you, I said. See you at the party tonight, freak. She said before walking away. Sheesh. Did she eat limes and lemons for breakfast? I hate her. Heather muttered, only loud enough for me and Eddie to hear. I shook my head and looked back where Steven was standing, however he's gone. I let out a sigh and Eddie patted my back. Don't mind her. She's a bitch and a nobody, he said, and I give him a small smile. Then someone pulled me away from Eddie and I came face to face with Lucas. Cannot catch a break. So Aurora, Tonight is the Halloween party and I was wondering if you would like to be my date? I'll be your Prince Charming, he said, and I want to puke all over his beloved varsity jacket, his prized possession. Then he leans in for a kiss and suddenly someone else pulled me away from him and I realized it was Eddie who has his hand around my waist. Sorry, but she already has a date, he said, and I can feel my heart beating faster than usual. Actually, my heart beats faster whenever I'm around him. Lucas just scoffs as he rolls his eyes before walking away along with his friends. Thank you for saving me there, I said, smiling at him, and he smiles back. Okay, lovebirds, let's go to our next class, and after school, let's get ourselves ready for tonight, Heather said, and we walk off to our next class. __. School's out and we're currently looking for some costumes for tonight. Heather, Eddie, and I were just looking through all of the racks at the Halloween costume section. I got it, Heather said, popping her head out at the other side of the rack. Let's dress up as... Before finishing her sentence, she pulled out similar red and blue outfits and a black trench coat. Heather Chandler, JD, and Veronica Sawyer. From Heather's. I questioned. Let me guess. You'll be Heather Chandler, of course. Eddie will be JD and you'll be the one and only Veronica Sawyer, she said as she handed us our costumes. Heather and I headed to the dressing rooms and put on our outfits. The costume is a perfect fit, I have to say. The shade of blue complemented my dark locks, and it even has a sapphire pin for the collar of the shirt. It definitely looks like the outfit Veronica wore in the movie. Heather, are you done? I said as I come out of the stall and look at myself in the mirror. The stall door right next to mine opens and Heather walks out with her red Heather Chandler outfit, and it suits her with her auburn hair and piercing green eyes. What's your damage? She quoted one of the most iconic lines, which made me laugh. How very. I quoted another line and we both laughed before looking at ourselves in the mirror for a while. I know how much you hate makeup, but I think some light makeup and a dark red lipstick could bring the Heather Chandler character out of you, I suggested. Ugh. Do I have to? She asked. Hey, it's only for the night. Don't you think a little bit of touch-up would be nice? I guess you're right. Though I'm not good with makeup, or more likely, I have no knowledge whatsoever, she said. I'll do your makeup. Trust me on this and I'll make it up to you, I said. You better, Heather teased. I nodded and we went back to our stalls. After changing back into our clothes, we walked out of the dressing rooms with our costumes in our hands and saw Eddie, wearing the black trench coat, and I have to say, he looks good in a trench coat. I mean, he looks great in everything. How can you still look so good-looking with just a simple trench coat on? Heather teased, which made him let out a chuckle. I guess I'll take that as a compliment, so thanks. Though it's a bit bigger than I thought. I'll go and exchange it for a medium. I'll be back, he said as we made eye contact, and he flashes a smile at me and I returned the smile before he left off. Well, fuck me gently with a chainsaw. You're in love with Eddie here, aren't you? Heather said, out of the blue, which made my eyes widen up. What? What makes you think that? I can feel my cheeks burning up and let out a nervous laugh, avoiding eye contact with Heather. Oh, what the hell? You don't get it, Aurora? Said Heather, and I looked back at her, furrowed my eyebrows in confusion while shaking my head. No. Gosh, you too. Eddie likes you. And before you ask for how long, since the very beginning. Have you ever noticed the way he looks at you? Oh wait, you never noticed that, not even once. Makes me think of you as the oblivious one, but then again. Earlier, he saved you from getting kissed by Lucas. He cares so much about you, Aurora. Just go out already. Heather said, gently elbowed me, and I blink my eyes multiple times. I can't believe that he feels the same. Okay, I'm back. Let's go and pay for the costumes, Eddie said as we agreed and walked towards the cashier to pay for our outfits. Aurora's POV. Heather and I walk all the way to my house since we're short on cash, because the costumes are expensive, while Eddie heads home so he'll get himself ready. Come to think of it, I haven't seen your new house, so this is pretty exciting. I want to see what your new room looks like, Heather said in an excited tone, and I just giggle before looking up at the sky. The sky takes on shades of orange and red as the shades of blue and violet are ready to come down and paint the sky. I look around the neighborhood and I saw Halloween decorations hanging here and laying there. Jack-o'-lanterns with different carved faces. Some fake web decorated on some front porches and the such. The laughter of children filled the atmosphere and leaves of the colors red, yellow, and orange decorated the neighborhood as the wind brings the chills as I feel it hit my cheek. "Where's your house?" Heather asked. "We're almost there. I guess you can say that the house is isolated from everyone here," I explained. "At least you don't have to deal with neighbors," Heather added. We finally arrived at my house and I was about to open the door. I remembered that it was locked, so I pulled out the extra key, hidden in a pot right next to the door. I slid the key into the keyhole and unlocked the door before putting the key back into the pot. We entered and I came face to face with Stephen with his arms crossed. "Welcome home. You brought a friend over," he started, and I gritted my teeth a bit and I nodded while letting Heather in. "We're just getting ready for the party, so just don't mind us," I said as I motioned Heather to follow me, heading upstairs. I looked down at Stephen and I could have sworn there's a bit of anger in his eyes. I ignore it and we continue going upstairs to my room. "Whoa, this house is huge. Your stepdad seems to be a millionaire," Heather said. "He's just doing his job," I replied. We reached the 3rd floor and opened the door that leads to my bedroom. "Whoa, your bedroom is bigger, and you even have a marble table," she said, looking at my things before plopping herself onto the bed. I locked the door, just in case. "Now, let's just get ourselves ready, 'cause we still need to do our hair and makeup," I said, and she agreed. ___. We got dressed in our costumes and I was just finishing Heather's makeup. I picked up a red lipstick and lightly painted it on her naturally pink lips. "And done?" I said as I put the lipstick down, and Heather looks at herself in the mirror. "It feels weird wearing makeup, but I'm impressed." "Thanks, Ro," she said, and I smiled. "All is left are shoes," she said, looking down at her long, black socks with red stitching designs on them before looking at my solid blue stockings. I went towards my walk-in closet and looked for some shoes. It didn't take long to look for the right shoes since I already grabbed a pair of brown business shoes and a pair of black and white derby shoes. I handed the brown shoes to Heather before putting on my shoes. I have to admit that they look like a pair of tapping shoes. "I'm surprised that these fit me. Thank you so much, Ro. You're way better than Tamara," she said, but then her smile faded. I put my hand on her shoulder and comfort her. I was there too, but Tamara treats Heather worse than me. I was a witness. "Hey, that's all in the past. You don't deserve to be treated like that," I said. "Both of us don't deserve to be treated like that." She let out a sigh. "All those times since the beginning, she treated us like servants, as if she's the queen. Like she's the boss of everything and we were just there, not doing anything about it." With those words being said, I recall the dark times with Stephen. That's how I feel. He treats me like a puppet and he controls me, abuses me, and even threatened me. I felt helpless and I didn't do anything. I am such a coward. "But," she spoke, which made me snap out of my thoughts. "When I'm with you, everything's different. You treat me with kindness and you're always there when I need you. I'm very grateful for that." I smile and give her a hug. Then I felt a vibration from my blazer. Pull out my phone and it was a text from Eddie, saying that he'll be waiting for us outside of the school building. "We should get going," I said as I unlocked the door. "Wait, what about your things?" I asked. "I would bring them with me, but I can't leave them unattended, so I'll just pick them up after the party if that's okay with you," Heather said. "Okay, sure," I said. Then we walked out of my room and head downstairs. It was kinda silent except for the creaks from the stairs as we take a step and another. We reached the end of the stairs and I saw Stephen leaning against the main doors wearing all black clothing, and he has a skeleton mask in his hand. Dad texted and he said that he's treating Mom and Toby to dinner. "So I'll be taking you two to school," he said. I just let out a sigh and nodded. He opens the door and gestured for us to go out first, so we followed and step out of the house. We went on ahead and I can feel Stephen's presence behind us, so I just link my arm with Heather's to make me feel safe. ___. Finally, we made it to the school building and I saw Eddie still outside, with his hands in his trench coat pockets. Heather grabs my hand and we run towards him. "Hey, Eddie!" Heather shouted, and he turned around and spotted us. "Greetings and salutations." He quoted another line as a greeting. I looked down at his black combat boots, laces all tied up until I look up at his face once again. His hair is all slicked up, leaving a smaller piece of his hair resting down on his forehead, and his piercing hazel eyes look back at us. "Well, let's not waste our time here and get going," Heather said. We walk towards the entrance doors to the building and we're on our way to the gym, where the party is being held. I look around and I notice that Steven is nowhere to be seen, and that's going to be a problem. As we walked in, loud music filled our ears, and there are faint mumbles and laughter in the atmosphere. Orange, purple, and black decorations are decorated everywhere, and colorful, lively lights brighten up the entire room. Everyone is dancing, chatting, and having some fun, and all of them are in different costumes. Some dressed up as Disney characters, video game characters, and a few are wearing classic Halloween costumes like witches, skeletons, zombies, etc. "Geez, I'm thirsty. Let's get something to drink," Heather said, and the three of us walked over to the table filled with different kinds of foods. Cupcakes with green and purple frosting, variations of candy, and such. We picked up our red cups and pour some punch. The punch is in the shade of red and almost looks like blood, and it even has some gummy eyes, teeth, and ears in there. We filled up our cups and drink the red liquid. It's cranberry juice, but it's a little bit sweeter than I thought it would. They probably pour in a little bit of sugar, or probably it's because of the gummies that are in there. I look around the room and I saw Steven hanging by the bleachers with some of his friends, and he seems to be watching me. I look away and just try to enjoy the party. __. We were just chatting for a while, and then all of a sudden, an arm was wrapped around my waist, which made me flinch a bit and pulled me away from Heather and Eddie. I look up as I put my hands on the hard chest, but when I look at the familiar varsity jacket, I knew it was Lucas. "Hey Aurora, you're looking good tonight. Did you just make yourself prettier for me?" "Wait, who am I kidding? You're gorgeous every day," he said, and I rolled my eyes, letting an annoyed groan. "Tell that to your ex-girlfriend, and while you're at it, try to get back together. Both of you have something in common, you're both annoying. Now let me go," I said as I punched his chest, yet he didn't even budge. Well, if it isn't Aurora Hills in the flesh. I heard the voice of Tamara coming from Lucas' direction, and she was wearing a prom dress. "Trying to flirt with my ex-boyfriend here. Just as I thought," she said as she pushes me, and I glare at her. "God, you're getting on my nerves. Just leave me alone," I said as I completely break free from Lucas' grasp. "Lucas, why would you waste your breath on someone like her?" she said, returning the glare. "Simple. She's not some pathetic and snobby little brat like you," Lucas replied, which made her a little bit mad. "So glad that we're no longer together." It became a heated argument, and then Eddie grabs my hand and we walk away from them while Heather followed us from behind. Steven's POV. "Those two bastards seem to be hurting and annoying. Aurora and I don't like it. Looks like it's gonna be a bloodbath for them." Aurora's POV. After walking away from Tamara and Lucas and their sudden heated argument, we walk to the other side of the bleachers where there are fewer people sitting by, and I keep my eye on Steven while he seems to be looking somewhere, like a predator waiting for the perfect time to hunt down his prey. We just got here and then they came along being the annoying couple we all know and hate. Like, what the fuck was that about? Heather exclaimed. Eddie and I just shook our heads. "Don't mind them. They're not worth the time," said Eddie. "Oh well, now that we're away from them, I just want to enjoy the party and get it over with." Heather nudges me by the shoulder and she points with her head, and we watch as Tamara following Lucas around like a dog following its owner. "She's not over it, is she?" Eddie questioned. I shrugged my shoulder and Heather let out a giggle. "She's like a dog." "Oh wait, scratch that. She's a female dog. Meaning a bitch." I just take a sip of my drink and look back at Steven's spot, where he's sitting. As long as he stays where he's sitting, things should be fine. __. Steven's POV. I watched as that girl wearing a plain costume, following that Lucas kid around the dance floor. How am I going to eliminate them one by one? I waited, and then I saw that Lucas kid heading towards the exit, and the girl just gives in and she stomps her feet, throwing a tantrum like a whiny little brat before walking away as some people look at her weirdly. I guess that's my cue. I look over at Aurora and she seems busy talking with her pesky friends. I excused myself and went down the bleachers and headed towards the exit doors and walk out of the gym. As I put on my mask, I follow Lucas and he took a right turn. I just keep on walking and follow his direction. He stops for a while and he pulled out his phone. I slowly and quietly walk towards him while pulling out a knife from my pocket. One more step and then I immediately stab him on the shoulder and he let out a scream while falling to his knees. I then pulled his head backward and just slash his throat in one swift. His face fell flat on the floor and I look to my left and there are restrooms nearby. I grab his foot and drag his dead body all the way to the boys' restroom. I kick the door with my foot and head inside. I continue dragging him and thank God all of the stalls are empty. I once again kick the nearest door stall and have his body sit down. After that, I close the door stall and look for a mop. There's a stall and the door says, "Janitor stall." I just open the door and grab the mop. It's a good thing I brought a bottle of hydrogen peroxide. I clean all of the blood including the outside, which I will do later, but I stopped when I heard a faint female voice and it belongs to that whiny girl from earlier. I quietly put the mop down and I slowly head outside. "Lucas, come on. Let's just talk about this," she called out and she head inside the girls' restroom, avoiding the blood. "Sheesh, they better clean all the fake blood there. Disgusting," I heard her mumble out loud. Luckily, it's Halloween and of course, people will think every red liquid would be fake blood. She turns on the faucet and leans forward to wash her face. I slowly step inside while her eyes are closed as she starts washing her face. Without hesitation, I grab a chunk of her hair and start dragging her away from the sink. She let out agonizing screams as I start bashing her head against the wall again and again until I heard crack. Looks like she's dead. I let go of her hair and she just dropped dead. Literally. I drag her to the nearest stall and let her sit down, just like what I did to Lucas. I quickly head back to the boys' restroom and clean everything. Once all of the blood is clean, I then proceed to clean the girls' restroom and wash all the blood away. After that, I clean some of the blood off the floor. A few moments later, all of the blood is gone. Now it's time to get rid of the bloody mop. I walk towards the exit which leads to the parking lot outside and head out of the building. I detach the head of the mop and throw it into the trash bin and I make sure that it is buried deep down so no one could find it. I put the handle of the mop away and head back inside to clean myself up before going back to the party. 1 + 2 = 3 and all of them rot in hell. Now I wonder who's next. __. Aurora's POV. We were just busy chatting and from the corner of my eye, I saw Steven heading inside and casually walk back to his group of friends, who were still hanging around by the bleachers. Something's not right here. Thinking about that just sends chills down my spine. "I need to go to the restroom," I said. "Yeah, me too. After drinking all of that cranberry juice," Eddie said, and I nodded in agreement. "Be gentle with her, Eddie," Heather teased. "Heather," Eddie and I scolded her in unison. "I'm kidding. Just hurry back," Heather said. We head out and we're on our way to the bathroom. "I didn't get the chance to say this," said Eddie, and I look at him with a curious look. "What is it?" "You look great tonight," he said. I smile at him. "Thanks. You too." He let out a chuckle and we took a right turn where the nearest bathroom is located. He heads into the boys' restroom and I head into the girls' restroom. I look at myself in the mirror and fix my hair a bit before heading to the last stall, which will always be the cleanest. Then I smell a strong iron scent. I slowly approach the stall and I open the door to peek inside. As soon as I take a look inside, I let out a scream when I saw Tamara's dead body with her forehead all bashed out. I run out and I heard Eddie called out and he ran out. "Aurora, what is it?" he asked with a hint of worry and fear in his tone. "I saw Tamara in the last stall and her forehead is all bloody and she's dead. Someone killed her. I hate Tamara and all that, but that doesn't mean I want her dead and gone for good. Wait, I could have sworn I smell something strong and iron in there," he said as he head back inside and I followed. not caring that I walked in the boys' restroom. He checks the first stall and I hold on to his arm. He pushes the door open and we let out a gasp. Right before our eyes, a dead Lucas sitting down with his throat slashed out. We immediately ran out of the bathroom and look for an adult and call for help. We rush back inside and quickly look for a teacher. After bumping into some people, we managed to find our English teacher, Miss Grimes, and she's nearby. Miss Grimes! Miss Grimes! We shouted and we caught her attention. Miss Grimes! We found 2 dead bodies in the restrooms, Eddie said in fear. It's the bodies of Lucas and Tamara, I added. Her eyes widen and the 3 of us rush out of the room and we run back to the restrooms. Eddie shows the body to Miss Grimes inside and I did the same. She became mortified and she immediately called the police. The police came and everyone was being told to head outside and call their parents immediately to fetch them. Eddie and I are being interviewed by a detective named Detective Brian, and from the corner of my eye, I saw Stephen talking on the phone, which made me assume that he's talking to Dad on the phone to fetch us. Do any of you might have an idea who could have done this? The detective asked. I look back at Stephen in a suspicious and then Eddie speaks up. I mean, most people hate Lucas and Tamara, so it could be anyone, though I don't think it's possible for any one of them will do this on school property, he said. The detective nodded and he turned his attention to me. What about you, Miss Hills? Well, this is all of a sudden for me. I began while massaging my forehead, my head pounding faster. I can hear it in my head. But I have to agree with him. I don't think anyone would have the guts to do something like this. Okay. In case if you know anything or anyone suspicious, just give me a call. He handed us a business card and he dismisses us. Hey, you okay? Eddie asked as he placed his hand on my shoulder while the other on my cheek. I don't know, I answered. He wraps his arms around me and I place my ear against his chest and I can hear his heartbeat. Where's Heather? I asked. Not sure. She must be around here somewhere. Eddie replied. Aurora, it's time to go. Stephen called out and we broke the hug. I should get going. Be careful on your way home later and please look for Heather and make sure she's safe. Text me. I said. You too, and don't worry, I will, said Eddie. I show him a small smile before walking away and follow Stephen. We both hop inside the car and buckle up. Toby is with Mom at the front and he's sleeping. Thank goodness you two are safe. Are you sure you two are okay? My mom asked in a worried tone. We're fine, Mom, Stephen spoke. Okay, Elizabeth, we'll just talk about this tomorrow morning. I'm sure the kids are tired. Mr. Anderson said, and he starts driving away from the school and head home. I could have said something earlier to the detective, but everything happened so fast. I could barely think and my hands are cold, to the point that I cannot feel them. What the fuck is wrong with me? I feel like I am going insane. Maybe I am. I'm terrified. I glance at Stephen and he just looks out from the car window. I let out a sigh and my eyes felt heavy all of a sudden and I quickly drift to sleep and everything became black. Aurora's POV. I woke up and the first thing I saw was the ceiling. The light bulb is not on. Blue atmospheric lighting cascaded in from the window. I slowly sit up and my eyes suddenly widen as soon as I took note of the room. I recognized the soft gray-colored walls and those white curtains. I looked down and I touched the softness of the black velvet blanket. I'm not in my own room. This is Stephen's room. He must have carried me all the way here while I'm asleep. I look around the room and then look to my right and the space is empty. Looking under the covers, I'm glad I'm still in my costume. I let out a shaky sigh of relief and rubbed my knuckles onto my eyes. Ding ding. That's my phone and I tilted my head a bit. Grabbing my phone, I drag my feet off the bed and I can feel the fuzzy fabric of the carpet. I turn on my phone and the brightness of the screen just made me shut my eyes and blink until my eyes are fully awake again. I squint my eyes a bit and it's a text message from Heather, saying that she'll return my shoes and get her things on Monday. I didn't bother to reply back, so I just turn off my phone, grab my stuff and get off the bed. As soon as I opened the door, I came face to face with Stephen. Well, good morning to you, sweetie. Did you sleep well? He spoke with that ridiculous smirk on his face. I just rolled my eyes and I have no time for this. I just want to go back to my bedroom, lock myself in there and sleep for the whole day. Aren't you going to say, "Good morning, back?" he said, and it's like I can feel his shadow towering over me. I let out a sigh and pinched the bridge of my nose. "Where's my mom?" "Oh, your mom and my dad won't be here until midnight because of work and Toby is at a friend's house, having a little playdate," he answered as he caresses my cheek. "So it's just you and me for the day." I pull my head away from his hand and I just walk past him and walk towards my room. "I'm gonna let that slide just this once, Aurora," he shouted, and I just ignore him. I twist and open the door to my room and lock it before throwing my stuff, and they ended up on the floor. I put my phone on top of my side table and take off my blazer. But first, I dig into one of the pockets and I can feel my heart beating faster. It was empty. I check the other pocket and it's empty as well. The business card that the detective gave me is gone. Stephen must have taken it. Should I just call or text Eddie if he could send me the number of the detective, even if it might make him concerned or worried? Maybe I should, and I'll just tell him that I lost it and I need the number, just in case. I grab my phone and try to call Eddie. First ring, second ring, third ring. "Hello," he spoke. It's good to hear his voice again. "Hey Eddie, I'm sorry for calling you this early. Did I wake you?" No, not at all. "Are you okay from last night, by the way?" "Sort of. I'm not sure." "You?" "Not really, but I managed to get some sleep." "That's good. Anyways, I'm calling because I think I lost the business card of the detective from last night. Could you send me the number and his name, please?" "Okay, sure, I'll send it to you. By the way, I found Heather last night and we went home together last night, so she's fine." "Did you get her text?" "Yeah, and thank you. Look, I gotta go and maybe I'll get some more rest." "You need some more rest too." "Okay. Call me if you need anything." "Yeah, thanks. Bye, Eddie." "Bye, Ro." I ended the call and put my phone down. I let out a yawn and I decided to get more sleep as well. I'm too tired and lazy to change, so I drop my blazer before I lay down. I look up at the ceiling and I started drifting off. How long has it been? I open my eyes and I quickly grab my phone and check the time. It's almost 1 in the afternoon. My stomach started to growl all of a sudden. I haven't eaten anything, but I don't want to get out of my room. Stephen is still out there. Or is he still inside the house or his room? Or is he outside? I could just not eat until Mom and Mr. Anderson and Toby are home. I decided to check if I have some little food inside my backpack. Getting myself out of the bed, I grabbed my backpack from my study table. I started looking for food in each pocket and I heard a sound of something like plastic, like a food wrapper. "Please let it be food, please let it be food." Closing my eyes, I pull it out and I open my eyes again. It's a granola bar and it's not opened yet. Finally, I can eat something. I removed the granola bar from the wrapper and I started eating it. All of a sudden, I started to hear something coming from my door. I turn around and there's nothing. I locked the door, but a piece of paper caught my eye. I finished the last bit of my granola bar, walk towards my door and pick up the piece of paper, and it says, "You know you can't stay in there forever. Soon you'll give in and walk out of that room." I let out a frustrated sigh and I crumpled the paper before throwing it aside on the floor, and I buried my face in my hands. "Aurora." I flinched. He's been outside of my door, listening. "Aurora, come on. You can't lock yourself in there forever. You'll probably won't even last another 1 or 2 minutes in there. It's that simple. Unlock the door, get out of there, and let's spend some time together. Don't be a little brat," he said, loud enough for me to hear. "Fuck you," I mumbled. "Then why don't you come out of the room and fuck me, you little brat?" he said, and I cover my mouth with both hands. He punches the door before I can hear him moving away from the door. Leaving. He's gone. I walk over to my bed and I lay down, looking at the ceiling. Even though it's just going to be a couple of hours, but Stephen said that my mom and Mr. Anderson won't be home until midnight. I'll starve, but I know I could just put up with it until the next morning. Wait, but what if he's lying? What if he was just saying that, tricking me to stay in here because he knows that I'll give in and walk out of my room so he'll get what he wants? I grabbed my phone and started calling Mom. Just as soon as I could call Mom, my phone died. Shit, I need to charge it. I started looking for my charger, but I couldn't find it. I must have misplaced it. After searching for it everywhere in my room, I still couldn't find my charger. Then it hit me. Steven must have stolen it while I wasn't around or while I was still sleeping in his room earlier. I'll try messaging my mom on my laptop. I grabbed my laptop bag, but it felt light. My heart dropped. He took my laptop too. He must have thought this through because he knows that my phone battery was low, and if my phone dies, I could message my mom with my laptop, so he took my charger and my laptop. I can't charge my phone and I can't message my mom using the laptop. What other choice do I have? I really need to call my mom. I tried to think of something, but I always find myself looking at the door. There's only one way: get my charger and my laptop. Steven is probably still in his room. I'll wait. I'll wait for a few minutes, then I'll get out of the room. Quickly look for my charger and laptop. Go back in here, charge my phone, and either call my mom through phone or laptop. How long should I wait though? 5 or 10 minutes? I'll wait for 10 minutes, then I'll get out and get my stuff back. 10 minutes it is then. What should I do waiting for 10 minutes? I'll do whatever I can in order to make 10 minutes go by faster. 10 minutes have passed, now it's time. I took a deep breath as I walk over to the door and unlock it. I slowly open the door and I got a glimpse of Steven going down the stairs. As soon as I can hear his footsteps fading, I walk out of my room and head back to his room. The door is slightly open, so I just quietly push the door and let myself in. I start looking through his desks, side tables, and drawer after drawer. Nothing. I close the last of the drawers and I look around his room some more. While searching, I made sure to not make a mess or else he'll know. My eyes scan around the room and they landed on his bed. I get down on my knees and I lift up the blanket. I look down before stretching my arm out and use it to start looking for my charger and laptop. Nothing. It's no use. Where did he put them? I let out a sigh and I quickly get off the floor and quickly head back to my room. But I stopped all of the sudden. The thick rope caught my eye, and it just leads straight to the attic. I hesitated at first, but then I reach my hand out and slowly tug and pull the rope as the attic door opens and the stairs slowly go down, and it landed, making a soft thud. I take a deep breath before I start to climb up the stairs. One more step and I finally reached the attic. The first thing I spotted was a computer, a rocking chair, and an old closet. The attic was like those in many dwellings in the neighborhood in that it was tall and fully boarded. The windows had thick panes, the walls and floors were built of heavy timber, and silenced reigned there. As I take a few steps, creaks of the floor echoed throughout the room. I walk over to the desk, look at the computer screen, and my eyes widen. He's been watching me this entire time. I discovered a panel of my bedroom which gives me the chills. My charger and laptop are not here. I look around and I walked over to the closet. I opened the closet and I spotted my charger and my laptop. I knew it. I grabbed them and closed the closet. There's a picture taped to the other closet door that caught my eye. As I walk closer to the closet, I get a good look at the picture. It was a sonogram, and I could never be shocked in my entire life. There's not only one, but 2 babies in that picture, which means Steven is not the only one. But where's the other sibling? This is more fucked up than ever. I look to the other side of the room, which is just beside the closet, and there seems to be something underneath the white cloth which was on a rocking chair. I slowly reach my hand, tugging on the white cloth, and pull it. Once the cloth is completely removed, I gasp and scream in shock and terror. It's a skeleton. I take a few steps back but ended up bumping into the table, dropping my things, and they slide in opposite directions, but they're still close together. Well, well, well. I flinch as soon as I heard that voice. I can feel myself shaking in fear. Have you been a bad girl today, Aurora? I look up and he's walking towards me. So, I step away from the desk and move to the other side in order to grab my things and head out of here as quickly as I can. But before I get the chance to move away from him, he immediately grabs my wrist and twists it. Ow! Steven, that hurts. Let go. I shouted, but he just let out a chuckle. A psychotic chuckle. I've seen you've met someone. Oh well, now it's time for your punishment. Oh no. I tried to kick him in any way I could, but he dodged every hit. I look down before using my leg to kick his crotch. I lift my leg and kick him right at the spot. He screams and fell to the ground. "Ah, you fucking bitch," he screams, and I grab my chance to get out of here. However, I felt both of his hands tugging on my leg, and it made me lose my balance, and then he pulled me down and I found myself lying on the ground. Now Steven is on top of me. "How about we'll do the punishment here while that thing, also known as my late mother, is watching?" "I don't mind," he said sadistically. He slowly leans forward while I tilt my head left and right, and then I saw a lamp that seems to be broken not far from me. I stretch out my arm and reach out for the cord and pull it as hard as I can. Luckily, I used all of my strength and I grabbed the lamp. As soon as Steven's face got closer, I hit his head with the lamp and he screams once again and fell to the side. I quickly get up, grab my things from the floor and climb down the stairs. I run to my room, but then Steven caught up to me really fast and pulled my hair hard, which made me stop my tracks, drop my things and wrap his arms around me. "Now you're being a little bitch. Looks like your punishment is going to be rough." He then licks my earlobe and I yelp. While his arms still wrapped around me, he drags me to his bedroom. He quickly closes the door and locks it. He then punches my stomach before he plops me into the bed, and he climbs himself on top of me and starts unzipping his pants. __. He gets off of me and zips up his pants. I was just there laying on my side and tears starts to fall from my eyes. He brushes some of my hair and tucks them behind my ear. I can feel his breathing closer and closer, which sends chills down to my spine. "Now, have you learned your lesson yet? For every single time you disobey me again, things will get rougher and messed up," he whispered. I mean it. I just clench my teeth, close my eyes and continue crying. Every part of my body aches. "Oh, and by the way, I really got you, didn't I? That skeleton wasn't even my mother. I lied. That was just a Halloween prop. You should have seen the look on your face." He starts laughing and I cry even harder. "Mom just texted me and I need to pick up Toby soon. Sleep well, little sis," he said before heading out of his room. I'm so sick of this, and now I can feel the darkness crawling back to me. Steven's POV. I head out of my room, leaving Aurora in there, and immediately close the attic door. Aurora can be such a brat and she can be such a bitch as well. I have to admit that she's kind of feisty, which turns me on. I can't believe she went to the attic when I told her not to go up there. And I can't stop thinking of her face when I told her that the skeleton was only a prop. Those eyes were wide open, filled with fear. I like it. No, I love it. You know what they say, curiosity kills the cat. And it did kill her. She was so foolish and reckless to go up there, and look what she got herself into. Walking up to the front door, I head out while rolling up my sleeves as the cool breeze swiftly hits my face. Looking up at the sky, gray clouds start to roll in, making everything more dull and lifeless, yet little rays of sunshine peeking through the puffy clouds. Long time no see. Little bro. Averting my gaze, I spotted a familiar face with familiar and similar features. Tall, bold, and very muscular figure, dark brown hair, and light brown eyes focused on me. I could say the same thing to you, Stefan. It's been a year since the last time I saw you, I said, approaching him. How's life? He asked, looking at the house. Fine, same as usual. Except Aurora was being a brat at the moment. I replied, giving a glance at the house before looking away. What about Dad? He asked another question. This made me look at him curiously as he was staring at the ground. Still the same, I guess, I said bluntly. 6 years ago, Stefan ran away from home after having a huge fight with Dad. And they were talking about Mom. We grew up without a mother by our side, and Stefan blames Dad for not saving her. I remember the night, as I went down the stairs, I found him walking out of the house, with a backpack on his shoulders, and he left without saying another word. Not even to me. When Dad found out he ran away, he immediately reported it to the police. A year and a half passed and the police searched everywhere and they couldn't find him. Dad decided to give up on searching for him because he knew that he won't return. Little did he know, I've been secretly keeping in touch with Stefan whenever he had the chance to visit the house without getting caught. Pulling my phone out, I checked the time and I really need to go and fetch Toby since he must be waiting for someone to pick him up right now. Hey, I need to go somewhere and I don't trust Aurora being alone in there. You'll be in charge of her while I'm gone, so I'll see you later. I'll text you when you need to head out of the house," I said, patting his shoulder before heading off. Stefan's POV. I look back at the house before walking towards the dark wooden door, and this is the first time in years to enter this so-called home of mine once again. Twisting the gold doorknob open and I head inside. It still looks the same. I look to my right and I saw a red-colored picture frame with a new family photo on top of the same wooden table. I picked it up and I immediately spotted Aurora. I have to admit that she is a beauty. Her long and silky hair frames her face perfectly, clear pale skin, soft lips, and piercing, lovely eyes. She looks exactly like her mom, except for the blonde hair that her mom has, and her skin is far from pale. I put it down and head upstairs. Every tap, every creak, and every echo filled up the atmosphere. I remember when Steven and I were little kids, chasing each other and playing around. Those were some and the only good times we had. And now we've grown up and things are no longer the same. I've reached the 3rd floor and I head over to Steven's room. Before opening the door, I can hear some low groaning inside. What the hell has Steven been doing with Aurora? I open the door. I look down to see Aurora on the floor, groaning and hissing in pain when she moves her legs, since it looks like she's trying to crawl out of the room. I get down on one leg to get a closer look at her. On the left side of her pale face, it's all red. Her once neat and silky hair became disheveled and her eyes seem so lifeless, yet there's a little bit of sanity and fear left in them. "What do you want?" She spoke, and it's clear that she's in pain and exhausted. Without saying a word or hesitation, I head inside and carry her in my arms. She's light as a feather and she's so weak and fragile at the moment. "What are you doing? Please don't do this again." "Not again," she pleaded and started crying. Just how many times did Steven torture her? I just look at her bluntly before heading out of the room and proceed walking over to the room. I spotted a door with the letter painted on it, and the door is wide open, which must be her room, so I just let myself in. Walking over to her bed, I slowly put her down and grab her blanket as I unfold it and cover her up. She looks at me in confusion, and as she was about to open her mouth, I place my index finger on her slightly chapped lips, keeping her quiet. "Shoo! Just rest," I said in a low voice yet loud enough for her to hear. I remove my index finger away from her lips and her eyes are getting tired, so she just closes her eyes and she immediately drifts into a deep sleep. I pull out my phone and I just received a text message from Steven. He told me to get out of the house by using the back door. I quickly text him back and put my phone back into my pocket. I look at Aurora once more before I head out and quickly go down the stairs. I walk past the living room and head straight to the back door, which leads me to the pool and garden. Once again, I pull out my phone and received another text from Steven, saying that he was already inside with Aurora's little brother, and I can leave now. I walk over to the front yard and I look back at the house once again before taking my leave. After running away and I've been gone for so long, I have no idea what Steven is capable of, to the point I don't know him anymore. And why he's doing this. It's because of love. He said to me one time, "Steven, that's not love. He doesn't know a thing about love. He's becoming more of a monster. What happened to him?" Aurora's POV. Monday morning came and we were just eating our breakfast. Mr. Anderson sipping his cup of coffee while Mom is busy chatting with him. Toby eating his eggs in one hand while playing with his toy car on the other. Steven casually eating his food as if nothing really happened, and then there's me. His free hand is on my thigh, but I have no energy to remove it while I'm poking my breakfast. It seems I don't have much of an appetite. "Oh, let's check the morning news," Mom said as she grabs the remote and turns the TV on. "Good morning, everyone." On one Halloween night at Richfield High School, the police reported 2 murder incidents. A boy named Lucas Williams and a girl named Tamara Duke are found dead in the school restrooms. The police found no evidence of the incident and they couldn't cover any camera footage of the incident, as it was stated by the staff that the security camera, when the incident happened, wasn't working. And early this morning, the principal announced to cancel today's classes, both high school and elementary school, to reassure the safety of the students and resume the classes tomorrow. The news reporter said, and I look at Steven and he doesn't seem to care. Well, did you hear that, guys? No school today, Mr. Anderson said, and Toby cheered in excitement while Steven and I were just sitting there in silence. I suddenly feel sick and I think I'm gonna throw up. Vomit starts to rise up and I cover my mouth. I rush to the kitchen sink and immediately puke everything out. Aurora? Sweetie, is everything okay? Mom asks and she pulls all of my hair up in a ponytail. I wipe my mouth and turn on the sink as the clear water starts to wash and clear out the disgusting vomit. I'm fine. I think it's an upset stomach or I might have eaten something that makes me sick, I said as I try to relax. Mom rubs circles on my back before fetching me a glass of water. Drink this. She handed the glass to me and I took a sip. But you barely touch your food these days. Are you sure you're okay? No. Can't you see that I'm not? Tell her. My conscience spoke. Yeah, Mom. I'm fine, I said before taking another sip. But then something hit me. Don't tell me. I'm not, am I? I think I need to head out and get some fresh air. Maybe go to the lake nearby or something, I said, putting the glass of water down and heading back to the dining room to grab my phone and wallet from my bag and my thick black jacket. I'll be back, I said, and I ruffled Toby's hair before leaving a kiss on his cheek before heading out. Don't be out too late, sweetie, I heard my mom say, and I didn't bother to answer back. I just head out and I am on my way to a drugstore nearby. I walked into the drugstore and looked for a pregnancy test. I found a couple of pregnancy tests on the very corner of the shelf and I put my hood on so no one can see me. A 16-year-old girl looking for a pregnancy test, and everyone will either look confused or shocked or suspicious, and they will get the idea right away. I look up and I saw an old lady giving me a weird look. I looked to my left and I saw two people looking at me while whispering to each other. I have to stay calm, even though I can feel my hands shaking. I grab the cheapest one and head to the counter. I put the pregnancy test while looking at the ground. I heard the product being scanned already and the lady told me the price and I immediately paid for it, not caring how much the exact price was. She just places the change on the counter and slowly pushes the paper bag with the pregnancy test inside towards me with a receipt on top of it. I quickly grab them and shove them into my pocket and head out. I take off the hood and I can feel my heart beating faster and I can hear it in my head and my head feels like it's about to explode. I look for the nearest restroom and I pray for a negative result. I just sit there with my back leaning against the hard bark of the biggest tree here at the lake nearby, and I can feel my hands shaking with the pregnancy test in my hands. Tears just start to roll off my eyes and I clenched my teeth, trying not to cry too loud. This can't be real. This can't be happening. The result is positive. I couldn't believe my eyes and I just wish this is just a dream. I try to pinch myself really hard and I'm still here. I have his baby growing inside of me. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready to have a baby and I don't even want this in the first place. This is a living nightmare. I'm so sick of this and I wish I could just abort the baby immediately and die along with it so I can stop this living nightmare. With full of pain and anger inside of me, I throw away the pregnancy test to the ground and curl myself into a ball and cry. Are you okay? I look up and my eyes widen and I immediately back away to the side of the person standing in front of me. It's none other than Steven. My breathing became heavy as if my heart just sinks or it feels like it was going to explode. I'm losing my mind. Stay away from me. Don't touch me. I screamed before I get up and run as fast as I could. I look back and he's just standing there. I continue to run until I'm as far away from him as possible. I stop myself from running and hide behind another big tree far away from the lake. I slowly lean my back against the tree and slide down and wipe my tears. I pant and try to take a breather. I feel numb. I need to feel something. I pull out my wallet and I pull out a blade that I've kept since the 7th grade. Mom knew about my cutting but I stopped. However, I feel like I'm doing it again. I mean, look at my situation right now. And I want to feel something. I take off my jacket and roll up my sleeve and stare at my slightly bruised and deadly pale arm. I slowly put the sharp blade on my skin and then, I made a cut and another cut and red lines start to form and crimson liquid starts to paint my arm like a canvas. I made the last cut and my breathing became heavy. I look for something to wipe the blood off. Conveniently, I found a handkerchief and I use it to wipe the blood off. I wipe the blood off until the bleeding stops. I'm so ashamed of myself and I hate myself and I let all of this happen to me because I was so weak and I felt so helpless and lost. I'm worthless. Then I can hear vibration coming from the pocket of my jacket. I pull my phone out and it's a call from Heather. I sniff and take a deep breath before answering it. Hello? Heather. Hey, Ro. Since there's no school today and my parents are out of the house for tonight, so it's just me and my annoying brothers, I was wondering if you would like to spend the night here with me, and I invited our 2 other friends, Sophie and Lisa, from the newspaper club, like we used to do before. So are you in or what? I guess that would be nice. Just text me the details and I'll see you soon. Okay, see ya. I ended the phone call and put my phone back into my pocket and look up at the sky. I need to take a night off from Steven and forget about my problems right now. I roll down my sleeve, put the red-stained handkerchief into my pocket, put on my jacket, get up and head back home. Stefan's POV. Stefan, you said you were gonna call and update me about Aurora. Where's Aurora? I just continue looking at the pregnancy test that Aurora threw away earlier and it's a positive result. Stefan, speak up. Sorry, Steven, I zoned out. I found Aurora earlier here nearby the lake and I think I found something. I'm listening. I don't know how to say this, but she's pregnant. Wait. What? She took a pregnancy test. You gotta be joking. I'm not. She is pregnant. Aurora's POV. After a few minutes of walking on a cold, windy morning, I finally arrived back at the house. I head inside and I saw my mom sitting on the couch, then she immediately gets up and walked towards me with a worried look on her face. Honey, where were you? You had me worried sick, she said as she wraps her arms around me, giving me such warmth and comfort that I need every day. I hug her back as tight as I could and try to hold back the tears. I'm sorry, Mom. I guess I just lost track of time while I was out, I said, patting her back. She broke the hug and then made me look at her. Just by looking at her in the eyes, I can tell she's very worried about me. Aurora, are you sure you're okay? She asks once more. You have no idea how much I want to tell her that I'm not fine. I want to tell her that I'm crying for help. I want to tell her everything about Steven, the sexual harassment, the night when he raped me, the punishments. Everything. It's killing me and I failed as a human being and as a daughter, who always fail to grab the chance to ask for help and feel so lost and trapped. But I just can't. And I don't know why. Mom, I can reassure you that I'm fine, I said, forcing a fake smile, but the kind of smile that will hide the truth. Lies. She then let out a sigh of relief and put on a smile. I'm glad to hear that. You really had me worried back there. Mom, please help me. Can you hear me crying? I'm so sorry, Mom. It won't happen again. I apologized. I didn't really mean to make you worried. Well, all that matters is that you're back here safe and sound and knowing that you're okay, she said. Am I really okay, Mom? Anyways, Mr. Anderson and I decided to take a day off from work, since you guys don't have school today. And Mr. Anderson already took the boys out, so it's just us 2 girls. Doesn't that sound nice, sweetie? Mom said, and after hearing that, it just makes me feel a little bit better on the inside. Is there anything in particular that you would like to do? I don't know, to be honest, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. As long as I'm with Mom, I don't care about where we're going or what we're going to do for today. How about we'll go to the nice cafe that you always like, the one with a small library inside, she suggested, and I put on a small smile on my face when she mentions it. Oh, I missed that place, I said. But it's a little bit early and I think it's still close. You're probably right. I guess it wouldn't hurt to wait for a while. You didn't eat any breakfast this morning. Do you want me to make something else? I could make your favorite, she said. Sure. I stammered a little bit, however, I don't think she notices it. I'm just gonna go upstairs and change. Mom nodded and said, all right, just come down when you're ready. With that being said, I just head upstairs with my hands tucked into the pockets of my dark jacket. Once I get to the third floor, I quickly head inside my room and close the door. I take off my jacket and roll up my sleeve, and some of the blood has dried up and smeared my entire arm. They sting a bit, and I better wash all of the blood and treat my wounds. I then walk towards the bathroom and immediately turn the faucet on and wash all of the blood off. My deadly pale yet crimson-stained skin became clean once again as the red liquid, mixed with the clear and cool water, trickled down, and hoping the pain along with it will go down the drain. Once the bleeding stopped and my arm is all clean, I turn the faucet off and walk out. I pull out the crimson-stained handkerchief and dry off my cold, wet, and clean arm. The bleeding stopped. Since the sleeves of my sweater are all wet, I decided to change. I just grab a plain navy blue sweater and I took off my old sweater. But before I put on the new sweater, I head over to my side table, next to the bed, and pull a small first aid kit out of the drawer. I open it and grab the things I need to treat my wounds. Rubbing alcohol, band-aids, and some cotton pads. I sit down on my bed and started treating my wounds. I pour a good amount of alcohol onto the soft cotton pad as it became slightly drenched. I put the bottle of alcohol away and take a deep breath while looking at the red lines on my arm. I gulp and slowly tap the wet cotton pad, and I hissed at the painful stings through my clenched teeth. I then put the cotton pad on the table and took some band-aids and put them on each of my treated wounds. Grabbing my sweater, in a shade of the darkest blue color like the ocean on a stormy day, and feeling the warm and soft comfort of its fabric against my palms before putting it on. As it slowly embraces and covers my cold and pale upper body with its fleecy contact, it makes me feel safe and sound. I grabbed my old sweater in one hand and decided to hide my dried-up bloody handkerchief inside the first aid kit and put them away hidden. I suddenly felt a chill down my spine. I remember the computer up in the attic. How could I forget that there is a hidden camera in my fucking room? Throwing my sweater away, I start looking around my room. I remember Heather telling me a lot of information about hidden cameras in some mystery movies that we've watched together, and she said about the first thing to look for hidden cameras in a room. You need to start looking for objects that can be removed easily, and I need to turn off the lights in order for me to see either a red or green light. Now that I think about it, there is an unusual, old-school clock, obviously not mine, on the middle part of my bookshelf which is facing across from my bed. I turn off the lights and start inspecting the clock. And I saw a small red light. I found the hidden camera. I grabbed the clock and start looking for the hidden camera. Finally, I took it out and there it is. The hidden camera. I put the clock away and I decided to hide the hidden camera deep inside my backpack. After that, I went and checked the other possible objects that might have a hidden camera in them as well. I look everywhere and became suspicious of that one teddy bear. That is just sitting on top of another side table which is facing the bed, and it's just nearby the door to the bathroom. I pull out my phone from my jacket and turn the flashlight on. I flashed it on the eyes and I saw the lenses inside the eyes. I grabbed the teddy bear and I use whatever I can to take the camera out of the teddy bear. I used a box cutter and start cutting the teddy bear on the back of the head. After cutting and slicing and getting rid of the fluffy stuff, I finally got the hidden cameras. Yes, 2 hidden cameras inside. Then I hide them deep inside my backpack as well. Then I put the teddy bear under my bed. I check my room once again, including the walk-in closet and the bathroom, and the clock and teddy bear are the only items that have hidden cameras in them. And they're located inside my room, facing the bed, which gives me the chills, thinking about the fact that Steven has been watching me this entire time. I shake my head and decided to head out of my room. Grabbing my jacket, my phone, and slightly drenched sweater, walked out of the room and headed downstairs. I walk towards the laundry room and throw the sweater into the laundry bag. Then I head towards the dining room and I saw my mom, sitting still in her seat. So I just sit down next to her and she acknowledges my presence as she puts on a soft smile on her face. She then pushes the plate of 2 ham and cheese sandwiches next to me. I take a small bite and another and another. I didn't realize that I was this hungry. It took you a while to change, sweetie. Mom spoke. Is everything all right? I swallowed my food before opening my mouth. Yeah. It's just that I have so many sweaters and I was a little bit indecisive. I let out a nervous laugh. Oh, okay. I just realized that we haven't done any mother-daughter bonding day in a while. Mom said. And also, do you want to visit Dad before heading to the cafe? Oh, that's right. It's been so long since the last time we visited Dad. To be honest, I really wish he was still alive. I miss having conversations with him while walking around the park, stargazing on a calm and cool night outside in the backyard of our old house, and going out and eating some donuts while going on a joyride. I miss those times with him. I nodded. Yeah, sure. My mom shows a small smile and I finished eating. She picked up the plate and get up from her seat. I'll clean it up, you'll go ahead and wait for me, she said, and I grabbed my jacket and my phone, on my way to the front door. I stood next to the car while putting on my jacket. After putting it on, I lean against the car door and cross my arms while waiting for Mom. Okay, let's go, Mom said, heading towards the car, and I hop in. Once Mom hopped inside the car, she closes the door and starts the car engine before driving off. Aurora's POV. We're here, Mom said, turning off the car engine. I look out from my window and I saw the graveyard that I haven't seen since my last visit here. I step out of the car and walked with Mom, who is on my right as she places her arm around me. We walked past a lot of gravestones and I can feel a sudden chill on my face as the cool wind swiftly hits it. Then I spotted a familiar gravestone that is different from the others. The gravestone was as white as the crystalline snow. As soon as I'm near the beloved gravestone of my father, with his name beautifully carved on it, I reached out to touch the marble and run my fingers over the black engraved lettering. Somehow, the cold feeling of the stone making contact with my fingers brought some peace. It was still beautiful, polished, and smooth. The color of the marbled gravestone is almost similar to my deadly and cold skin. I can feel his presence and it almost felt like he's still alive, but in reality, he is not. Yet it feels like he's looking down on us. If he's still alive, I wouldn't end up being Steven's little puppet. I wouldn't end up trapped in this fucking nightmare that might never end. But it could end if I step up for myself and stop being a fucking coward. Okay, let's just go, I said as I took off. I can hear Mom's footsteps following behind me, heading back to the car. I look around and I saw someone, specifically a guy with a somewhat built physique, not too far, and I caught him staring at me as if he was watching. I walk a bit slow as I squinted my eyes and I saw the face of Steven. After seeing his face, horrible memories of him just start playing in my head. My eyes widen and the next thing I know, I can feel my legs shaking and I lost my focus on walking, which made me lose my balance and I fall to the ground. I can feel myself shaking and my breathing goes faster. Aurora, sweetie, are you okay? Mom said, and I look back to the guy and he was gone. What's gotten into you? I'm fine. I just tripped, I said in a shaky voice as I lift myself up from the ground, dusting off my knees and hands. Be careful while you're walking, she scolded a bit. We continue walking towards the car, and as soon as we approached the car, we hopped inside. Mom started the engine and drive off. I look out from my window and furrowed my eyebrows. He has the same features as Steven, just like earlier back at the lake. Could that be Steven's other twin brother? Or am I just imagining things? Or am I going crazy? Despite that sudden thing back at the cemetery, I had a great time with Mom. I wish I could spend more days like this with her as we used to every day. Mom stopped the car engine after we parked next to Mr. Anderson's car, which means they're back. And he's back. We head inside and I saw Mr. Anderson having a conversation with Toby and Steven. Mom joins in and I told her that I'll be visiting Miss Victoria for a while. I head out of the house once again and walk all the way to her house. Her house is more simple than the others and she has a beautiful front yard filled with different kinds of flowers. I knock on her door and waited. It didn't take long as the door swung open and I came face to face with Miss Victoria's lovely and friendly face. Oh, hello, Aurora. Do you need anything? She asked. I take a deep breath and look back at the house. Yes, may I come in, please? I said nervously. Of course, come in. She let me enter the house and she closes the door. Looking around her house, it gives off vintage/old school vibes. Her house smells like rosemary and mint, not too sweet or too strong, and it hit my nostrils as I slowly breathe in its scent. Trinkets here and there, paintings of flowers and cats hanging everywhere. She leads me to the small dining room and there's a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. "Take a seat," she said. I sit down and wait. A minute later, she came to the table with a tray of blueberry muffins, some scones, and 2 teacups filled with lemon tea. She handed one of the teacups to me and I accepted it. The sweet smell of lemon tea gives comfort and it has this ability that makes you feel warm since it's very chilly these days. I take a sip of it, but then I ended up drinking all of it. "Do you want a muffin or a scone?" she asked. "A muffin is fine, thank you," I said, and she placed the blueberry muffin on a plate and handed it to me. She then sat down and took a sip of her tea. "Now, what is it that you need from me, dear?" she asked, and I stiffened my grip on the small, delicate handle of the white teacup. "It's about Stephen," I began. "What was he like before I came along?" "Okay. He seems to be a quiet and reserved boy and he doesn't seem to care about anyone or anything. He always has this blank and dull expression on his face. He's been like that ever since he was little. Well, if I could remember correctly, he's not like that all the time. I guess he changed," she answered, and I noticed there was a bit of cautiousness in her eyes. "And also, does he have a twin brother?" I asked. As a matter of fact, yes, he does have a twin brother and his name is Stefan, she answered, and my eyes widened a bit. "But it was being said that he ran away when he was 17 and never came back. Is Stephen the younger brother or the older brother?" "He's the youngest and Stefan is older by a few minutes," she replied. "Wait, how old is he now?" I asked. "I think he's around 23 years old since his brother ran away 6 years ago," she answered, and I can feel myself shaking. "Wait, he's 23? He said he was almost 20. Why would he lie?" I asked. "I guess. Maybe because he's ashamed or something like that. I'm not sure. He's still in high school, right? Maybe he lied about his age cause he's still in high school when he should be in college by now. But he's not a bright kid when it comes to school. He also has this terrible behavior. He has no respect and he tends to be a rebel," she explained. "You have got to be fucking kidding me. I'm a 16-year-old girl raped by a 23-year-old guy and I'm pregnant with his fucking child inside of me. I think I need to get going. Thanks for the tea though, Mississippi Victoria," I stammered as I quickly head towards the door. "Anytime, dear," she called out to me, and I head out. Walking back to my house, I enter the house and close the door behind me. "Aurora, is that you? It's dinner time," Mom called out. I gulped and head off to the dining room. "There you are. Sit down and eat with us," Mom said. Actually, I'm not really hungry," I said. "Also, Mom, I've been invited by Heather to her house for a sleepover tonight and I was wondering if I could go." "Please? I'll just have dinner there." From the corner of my eye, I can feel Stephen's eyes studying me and I can tell he's not happy hearing about it. "Oh, okay. Well, you better pack up if you haven't started yet," Mom said. "Also, do you want Mr. Anderson to drop you there?" "I don't mind." Mr. Anderson joins in. "I'll be happy to drive you to your friend's house." I nodded. "Okay. I need to start packing now." I left immediately and head upstairs to my room. I double-check everything and I make sure that I have everything for tonight. I zip up my bag and then all of a sudden, a hand grabbed my wrist and made me turn around. "Do you think going to a friend's house for a sleepover is gonna be your fucking excuse to get away from me? It's fucking pathetic." Stephen scoffed. "It's not an excuse." I pry my hand off of his grasp. Then he grabs both of my arms and his grip tightens up as if he's gonna break both of my arms in a minute or so. "Ow, Stephen. You're hurting me," I cried out. "You're such a whiny little brat. All you do is whine and cry like a little baby. You want to know what you are, then? You're a fucking monster," I said, taking his hands off my arms, but he wouldn't budge. "Why, you little dash," before Stephen could finish his sentence. Toby called out and enters the room. Stephen immediately takes his hands off of my arms and clears up his throat. "Aurora, Mr. Anderson is wondering if you're ready or not," he said. "Tell him, I'll be down in a minute." He nodded and left the room. I grab my bag and I am about to head out, but then Stephen stops me by grabbing my forearm. He leans forward, almost close to my ear, and I can feel his breath against my cheek. "Don't forget that you still have a child inside of you," he said, and I let out a shaky gasp. I frowned. I never wanted a child at a time like this. I don't even want it in the first place. "You ruined me, and I hate you." I whispered the last part and pry his grip off of me and quickly head out. Steven's POV. "I can't believe she just did that to me, and I won't let her get away with it. If she wants to play it this way, then so be it. She is going to regret it." Aurora's POV. I hopped inside the car and Mr. Anderson started the car engine. I wave goodbye at Mom and Toby before Mr. Anderson starts driving off. I told him the complete address and he nodded. A few minutes passed and it's been awfully quiet. Mr. Anderson kept his eyes on the road and I just kept on fidgeting my fingers and looking out the window. We never had one conversation. Just small talk and that's it. "So, how are you feeling these days?" He spoke all of a sudden. I'm fine," I said. "Why?" "Oh, nothing. It's just that I'm worried about you." To be honest, I didn't expect that coming from him. "We're both worried. You don't eat much, which resulted in you losing some weight. I noticed that your skin has gotten paler and you got some dark circles under your eyes, which I assumed that you don't sleep much." I look at him and blink my eyes several times. Even though he's not my real dad, I didn't expect him to be that worried about me. "Oh, you noticed?" I asked. "Yeah. This is not because of school or the new environment or Steven, right? Does he make you feel uncomfortable in some ways?" I wish I could tell him everything, but there's just something that holds me back, yet I don't know what it is. All I know is that I'm a fucking coward. No. That's all I can say. And I can feel a heavy feeling in my chest. Am I gonna cry again? Oh, okay. Well, if he tries to do something and you're uncomfortable, just tell me. I'll take care of it, he said. Thanks, I guess, I replied. I may be your stepdad, Aurora, but I do care for you and I treat you as my own. He looks at me and smiles as I return the gesture. And I could never replace your dad. __. An hour passed and I saw Heather's house. Mr. Anderson stopped right in front of the house and I unbuckled my seat before opening the car door. Thanks for the drive, I said. Sure. Just call me and I'll be here as soon as possible. Have fun, he said, and I nodded before heading out of the car. I closed the car door and he drives off. Turning around, I walk towards the door and text Heather that I've just arrived. A few seconds later, the door swung open, and Heather greeted me by giving me a tight hug. Hey, Heather. I hug her back as I giggle. So glad we're doing this, you're the first one to arrive, she said, and we enter the house. She closes the door behind her and leads me to the living room. One of the couches was being moved to the side, leaving a big space in the center of the living room, and there are blankets and soft pillows everywhere. So just put your stuff down, and also you can change into your pajamas if you want to. You know where the bathroom is located, Heather said, and I nodded. I put my bag down, unzip it and pull out my pajamas. I went towards the bathroom and closed the door. The nostalgic scent of the peppermint bathroom freshener hits my nostrils. I then proceed to change into my pajamas. I made sure to wear something that will cover up my arm. After that, I head out and went back to the living room. Heather just went down the stairs and her hair became a bit messy and she seems to be panting. What happened to you? I asked. Oh, it's just me and my brothers having the usual heated argument. Nothing new, she responded, and then there's a knock on the door. Heather walks towards the door and opens it. Lisa, Sophie, you made it, said Heather, and she lets them in. As soon as they entered the house, Sophie spotted me, and she just drops her stuff and ran towards me before wrapping her arms around me. Aurora, it's been a while, she said, and I hugged back. Yeah, it has, I said. She broke the hug and she smiles ear to ear. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lisa walking towards us with both her bag and Sophie's bag in her hands. Hey Ro, how are you? Lisa asked as we do a fist bump. I'm good, thanks, I said. Lisa and Sophie are polar opposites despite the fact that they've been best friends since elementary. Lisa is more of a tomboy and she has shoulder-length hair that is in the color of nightshade berries that you can find in a forest, while Sophie has long hair that is bright as the sun, and it is always tied up in a ponytail, and she's known as one of the sweetest girls in the school, although a lot of people took advantage of that. They're quite inseparable. We would hang out here and there from time to time, and we would also say hi to each other whenever we see each other at school. Well, now that we're all here, let's just have fun and enjoy the night. Okay? Heather said, and we nodded as we get everything ready. __. Which color do you want? Ro? Asked Sophie as she pulled out 6 nail polishes in different colors. It's not really hard to pick a color though. I've always picked the same color. Easy. Black, please. I replied. Sophie frowned a bit, but she proceeded to pick up the black nail polish, shake it before twisting it open, and then she starts to color my nails. Gosh, I'm bored. Anyone want to play the old classic Truth or Dare? Suggested Lisa. I'm up for it, Heather said, and Sophie and I nodded our heads in agreement. Okay, I'll start, said Lisa, and she picked Heather first. Heather, you know the drill. Truth or dare? Don't call me a chicken but truth, replied Heather. Oh, okay, Lisa spoke. Out of all the pranks that you've pulled, which is the best prank in your opinion? Heather's face brightens up. She loves to pull on pranks, especially on her brothers. Easy. When I painted the soaps with clear nail polish, double the layer, by the way, the night before, and I ended up getting chased the next morning, but it was worth it. I gotta say, I'm so proud of it. If you guys were there, you should have seen the looks on my brothers' faces. Heather laughed. Oh well, I guess it's my turn. Sophie, truth or dare? I really don't like the dares, Sophie admitted. I picked truth. Okay. Is it true that you and Lisa have been secretly dating? Complete silence filled the atmosphere. Sophie froze while Lisa let out a nervous laugh. She moves a bit closer to Sophie before putting a hand on her shoulder, and Sophie ended up being a stammering tomato. Why yeah, it's true, Sophie stammered. Congrats. When? I asked. Before the Halloween party, Lisa answered. Don't tell anyone. Well, don't tell anyone yet. We won't, and congrats, Heather said, and told Sophie to choose another person. Well, Aurora. Truth or dare? Since my nails are still wet and doing a dare means you need to use your hands as well, so. Truth. Lisa whispers into Sophie's ear and she nodded. I don't want to ask this, but do you have any feelings for Edward? I don't know why, but I can feel my cheeks heating up. The pacing of my breathing changed. Well, to be honest, Eddie is always a cool guy. He's nice, funny, and kind, and he has a big heart, which is what I admire about him the most. I really like him, but lately, I think it's more than that. I think I love him, I said honestly, and thinking about Eddie makes me put a smile on my face. Ooh, looks like somebody has found her Prince Charming, teased Heather. When are you going to confess to him? Soon, I guess, I said. Steven's POV. I managed to sneak out of the house, and I'm currently waiting and sitting right outside of Aurora's little friend's house. I just need to get rid of her. Then I heard a loud thud in the front yard. I slowly and quietly walk over to the side and saw a basketball on the ground. I look up and it looks like it was being thrown out of the room upstairs. An idea just popped into my head and I can feel a smirk plastered on my face, and I started putting on my gloves. Aurora's POV. Yo, Heather. Can you get my basketball ball from outside? One of Heather's brothers shouted from upstairs. Why can't you just go and get it yourself? Heather shouted, and she didn't get a response back. She mumbled curse words through her gritted teeth before getting up and walking out of her house. Steven's POV. I saw the red-haired girl walk out of the house. I quickly pull my hood over my head, and as soon as she grabs the ball and was about to walk back inside slowly, I walk towards her with a knife in one hand. Once I'm close to her, I use the handle of the knife to knock her out. Ah! She shouted and dropped herself to the floor, and she lays on her back. Without hesitation, I crouch down to her level, raising up my knife before aiming it on her chest. But then she wakes up and immediately punches me on the side of my face. Then instead of stabbing her in the chest, I miss and stab her in the shoulder. Ah! She screams. I heard the front door being opened. I look up and I saw Aurora standing with that scared look on her face. Aurora's POV. I can't believe what I just witnessed. Heather got stabbed. Heather! I shouted. Then the figure quickly gets up and ran away. I run towards Heather and noticed that she got stabbed in the shoulder. Oh my God! Sophie! Lisa! I shouted and I noticed some of the lights of other houses are being turned on and some neighbors walk towards the front yard with their faces full of shock. Help us! Please call 911. We need an ambulance quick. One of the neighbors pulls out their phone and proceeds to call 911. Heather, just hang on, I said as I placed my hands on her shoulder to stop the bleeding. __. The ambulance came and they put Heather inside. One of her brothers hopped in and they drove off. I was being interviewed by Detective Brian, the same detective from the incident at school. And did you see the face of the culprit? He asked. No, but he's wearing black from head to toe, and I was at the front porch then he ran off. I answered. Does Miss Heather have any enemies, or is there anyone from your school who has been holding a grudge perhaps? No. I mean, she sure hates some people's guts, but I don't think she will ever bully anyone or do anything bad to anyone. She's a good person. Do you think this is the same culprit who is responsible for the deaths of Mr. Davies, Mr. Lucas, and Miss Tamara? Well, it's obvious that people who got killed and injured are from my school, so it's possible. And do you have any idea who could it be? I'm not that certain, but I'll figure it out. He nodded and he proceeded to interview the others. I let out a sigh and I saw a car pulled up from the corner of my eye. I look up and I saw Mom and Mr. Anderson getting out of the car and running towards me. Mom wraps her arms around me and I hug back. Are you hurt? Are you okay? Asked Mom in a shaky voice. I shake my head. I look down at my hands, all covered in Heather's blood, and I burst into tears. No, I'm more worried about Heather. She's hurt, I said, and she just hugged me as tight as she could. Aurora's POV. The next morning came and I was just sitting on my bed, hugging my knees, looking out from my window. I should be in school today, but I don't feel like it. My best friend is in the hospital. Almost got killed last night, and how am I supposed to go to school and pretend nothing happened? I heard someone knocking on my door and I didn't open my mouth. I just remained still like a statue, a sad statue. I heard the doorknob clicked and I quickly averted my gaze towards the door. It's just my mom. Hey sweetie, just checking up on you, she said as she walked towards the bed and sit down. Still not changing your mind about going to school today? I let out a sigh. Mom, I don't want to go to school. I just want to check up on Heather and see if she's okay, I said, and my throat feels dry as well as my lips. I thought you're going to work. Well, I decided to take the day off. I can't just leave you here all alone since you don't want to go to school. If I'm at work and I just leave you alone, I don't think I can focus on my work, she said. And you didn't have any breakfast? Do you want me to bring it up here? I don't want to eat anything. I just want to go to the hospital and check on my best friend. I'm worried about her, I said, and I can feel tears in my eyes as I continue staring outside the window. Well, since it's a bit early, how about we'll take a joyride for a while, then I'll take you to the hospital. Is that okay? She suggested. I turned to look at her and nodded. She smiles and leans forward to place a kiss on my forehead. Okay. Get yourself dressed and I'll wait for you, she said before getting off the bed and left the room. I drag myself out of the bed and get myself ready. I took a hot bath around 2 in the morning while crying my eyes out, so I just need to change my clothes. I just grab a sweater, a thick jacket, a pair of pants, and my black shoes. After I get myself ready, I grab my phone and head out of my room and walk down the stairs. I saw Mom sitting on the couch and I called out to her. She spotted me and gets up from the couch and grabs the keys on the side table. We walk out of the house and get inside the car. Then we buckle up and Mom started the car engine before driving off. Mom, can we buy a get well gift for Heather? I asked. Of course, sweetie. I'm sure she would like that, she said. I nodded and looked out from the car window. We passed by a couple of houses and trees and then something caught my eye. I could have sworn I saw someone wearing a dark hoodie and just standing there. Wait, it looks familiar. Mom, stop the car, I said. Then she hit the brakes and I roll down my window. I stick my head out and the person wearing a hoodie just disappeared. What is it, Aurora? Did you see something? Mom asked as I stick my head back inside and roll the car window up. Nothing. It's nothing, I said. I can feel my mom staring at me worriedly before driving off again, but I just pretend to ignore it. __. We already bought a gift for Heather and Mom just parked her car in the parking lot right in front of the hospital building. We head out of the car and the cool air hits my face, which makes my skin a lot colder. Then we walk towards the building. After the nurse told us the room where Heather was placed, and Mom decided to wait for me in the lobby and told me to go on ahead. Heather's room is located on the 3rd floor, so I take the elevator. Once the elevator doors are open, I head in and press button number 3. I can feel the elevator going up and I let out a sigh. I tilted my head up and I saw my own reflection looking down on me. The elevator stops and the doors open once more. It's on the 3rd floor. I head out and look for Heather's room. It's been so long since the last time I've been in the hospital. My dad was a doctor and Mom and I often visited him. But ever since the day he died, I've grown not so fond of hospitals. Once I found Heather's room, I knock on the door and wait. Come in, someone said, and I opened the door. Entering the room, I found bags on the floor and plastic bags, and a bouquet of flowers on the table. Hey Ro, Heather called out weakly. Hey Heather, I got you a gift, I said, walking towards the bed. Thanks, just place it there. She pointed to the small table next to her bed and I placed the gift on top of it. I grab a chair and sit down next to the bed, facing her. Are you doing okay? I asked. I felt like crap, but now I'm okay. My shoulder is healing at the moment though, she said. The question is, are you okay? I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion. What do you mean? Come on, Ro. You got bad dark circles under your eyes, your skin got deadly pale that makes you look like a walking piece of paper, and you lost some weight. So I'm asking, are you okay? Yes, I have checked myself in the mirror and I try to make myself look different and feel different, yet I still feel like being stabbed endlessly. And no, I'm not okay. Yeah, I'm fine. But this is not about me. Anyways, how long are you going to be here? I don't know. You're not going to school today? She asked. No. After that incident, I couldn't sleep and I was so worried about you. And if I'm in school, I don't think I can concentrate when I'm busy worrying about you, I said, and I just realized that I sound like my mom. And also, I don't feel like it. Ah, that means Eddie is all alone in school, she said, but then my eyes went wide open. Oh my gosh. Eddie doesn't know, does he? Well, I guess I'll text him the details or something. Don't forget about confessing your feelings to him soon. Then you'll be a happy couple, she teased. Don't take this the wrong way, but you should go now. I'm fucking tired. Oh, okay. You're probably right, I said, getting up from my seat. Get better soon. And take care of yourself while I'm gone, and I'm serious. Ro? Spend some alone time with Eddie and don't worry about me, she said. I nodded. Okay. Bye Heather Feather. See you soon, Sleeping Beauty, she teased, and I let out a giggle. I walk out of the room and head towards the lobby to meet up with Mom. __. Time passed and I was just staring at the ceiling. Someone just opened the door and walked in, which made me turn around, and I saw Steven entering the room, which made me alert, and I get off the bed. What do you want? I glare at him as he walks towards me. Just checking up on you, princess, he said, and I rolled my eyes out. Look, I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Okay? Leave me alone, I said. Sorry about your friend. Oh wait, I think she deserves it anyway. It's still a shame though. After hearing those words, it made me angry and I just want to slap him in the face. It was you, wasn't it? You tried to kill Heather, I said, glaring at him. She deserves it, he said. You almost killed her. And why does she have to be involved in this? She did nothing wrong. Oh, but she did. She was in the way. And she needs to be out of the picture, he said, taking a step closer to me. You know what? I'm so sick of this. If you don't want to have yourself locked up behind bars, I suggest you stay away. Stay away from Toby, my mom, my friends, and also stay away from me. Now how can I do that when we live in the same house, I own you. I scoffed. You don't own me, you fucking psycho. Slap. He slapped me and then he grabs my arm and dragged me somewhere. He made me stand in front of the mirror while he's right behind me and pulls down the fabric of my turtleneck sweater to reveal some of my faded and old marks. You see this? Those are the marks to remind you that I own you. And my child is right inside of you, which means there's no way you'll get out of this, and remember the child is mine. Now if you don't want every person who you love to die, I suggest you do what you think what's best for everyone else. Is that understood? I didn't answer. He then slowly squeezes my throat until I couldn't breathe. I understand. I understand, I said. He lets go of my neck and walks out of the room, closing the door. I pull up the collar of my turtleneck sweater and tears start to fall out of my eyes. I smack the mirror and I fall to my knees as I continue crying. Fuck, I am so weak. I want to fight back, but I don't think I'd stand a chance. And imagery of self-harm scars. This chapter contains mention of rape, form of physical abuse, serious injury, and imagery of self-harm scars that may be upsetting for some readers. Please proceed at your own risk or you can skip to the next chapter. Aurora's POV. 2 days have passed and I'm still not going back to school. I woke up very early and it's still a bit dark outside. I head towards the kitchen and decided to make some coffee. I may be pregnant, but I don't even care about the baby. I grabbed the empty kettle and filled it with water. Then I put it back into the base, plug it on, and press the button so it can start boiling the water. I turn around and I flinched and froze. Shit, Steven's awake. I just ignore him and head off to the dining room and sit down. Then I can feel his presence behind me. He puts his hands on my shoulders and slowly drags them to my hands. I push his hands away and get up from my seat. But then he grabbed my wrist and forcefully dragged me to the wall as my back and head hit the wall hard. Ignoring me again, huh? He spoke and placed his hands on either side of the wall, trapping me. I raise my hand up to slap him, but he grabs my wrist again before I get the chance to slap him. He's fast and he starts to squeeze my wrist and I gritted my teeth. Let me go, you fucking psychotic bastard, I shouted, but not too loud. Then he grabs a fistful amount of hair and pushes my head backward, hitting my head against the wall in the process as I groan in pain. What the fuck is wrong with you? He spoke once again and he drags me back to the kitchen with a lot of force. I tried to pry his hand off, but he continues to squeeze my wrist really tight as if it was about to break. He grabs the kettle in one hand and my wrist in the other. He drags me again to the sink and places my hand on the edge of the dark marbled sink hard as I can feel the intensity of pain and grit my teeth. Looks like all of those punishments were not good enough to teach you a lesson. Let's see if this, really, teaches you a fucking lesson. He said. Then he pours the hot water on my hand and I scream in pain. Ah, fuck. Steven, stop. It hurts. I scream and I saw my hand shaking and it was starting to turn red and the pain is agonizing. He quickly puts the kettle aside and we can hear our parents going down the stairs. Aurora! My mom called out. Then Steven lifted me up and put me on top of the counter before holding out my burned hand with one hand and holding the back of my neck with the other. One word and you know what's going to happen next? Steven whispered, letting go of one of his hands from the back of my neck, and I started to cry. Aurora! Mom and Mr. Anderson came in as Steven started to act like a different person. His dark eyes shifted, furrowed his eyebrows, and put on a fake worried look on his face. Mom and Mr. Anderson stand in front of us and Mom's face quickly shifts to a worried face. Oh my God! What happened? Mom asked Steven as she slowly took my hand. She told Steven to lift me off the counter and we quickly walked towards the sink. I'll get the first aid kit, Mr. Anderson said before rushing off to the cabinets to look for a first aid kit. Mom quickly turns on the faucet and cool water starts pouring on my burnt hand. Steven, what happened to her hand? Mom asked again as I continue to cry, and Steven puts his hand on the back of my neck once more, holding the nape as if he was going to choke me. I walked in and I saw her holding the kettle, and the next thing I know, she burned her hand with hot water. Steven answered in a fake worried tone in his voice. I tried to stop her, but she told me to back off. Aurora, why would you do such a thing? Mom asked, but Stephen slowly tightened his grip on my nape, which made me let out a faint yelp. I got the first aid kit, Mr. Anderson said. But first, continue doing that for 20 minutes. Then we'll treat her hand. __. An hour or two passed and Mom decided to take me upstairs to her room and decided to have a word with me. I sit down on the bed and she followed. She held my injured hand, covered in plastic cling film, into her soft, gentle hands and looks at me, feeling more worried. Aurora, why would you do that to yourself? Do you realize that you're hurting yourself? She spoke and I put my head down, keeping my mouth shut. Aurora, please talk to me. I keep looking down at our hands. Mom is always gentle. You're not gonna say anything? Mom asked and tears threatened to fall from my tired eyes. I can't open my mouth. It's like someone just sewed it shut or I became mute all of a sudden. Mrs. Hills. I think she needs some alone time. I look up and Stephen is just leaning against the door, crossing his arms. But I need to talk to her about this, Stephen. My mom said. She hurt herself. And you could have stopped her. I tried. Maybe she needs time to think about it and I'm sure she'll talk to you soon. He said. All right, Aurora, you can go to your room and we'll talk about this later. I'm serious, Aurora, she said, and I quickly head off the room. I glance at Stephen and he gave me a light glare. I did the same. I quickly walk upstairs to my room and once I entered the room, I close the door, lock it and plop myself to the bed. My eyes became heavy so I just closed my eyes and everything became black. __. Ding. Ding. After hearing the familiar ringtone coming from my phone, I opened my eyes and instantly grabbed my phone. It was a text from Eddie. Just by reading his text message, gives off a lonely and sad vibe and I realized that I miss him. His text says that he was feeling a bit lonely and was worried about me and Heather. I text him back if he's going home since it's almost time to get out of school. A few seconds passed and he replied back, saying that school was over 10 minutes ago because of an early dismissal and he was already back in his house. I didn't reply back. Instead, I get off the bed and change my clothes. After putting on some boots, I grab a thick jacket and put it on. Then I grab my phone and walk out of my room. I slowly head down the stairs, trying not to make a noise. I heard faint voices coming from the dining room and I quietly walk towards the door. I look back before slowly opening the door and as soon as I'm out of the house, I run as fast as I could and on my way to Eddie's house. __. I arrived back in my old neighborhood and I saw Eddie's house. Walking towards it, I realized that it's been a while since the last time I visited his house. I pressed the doorbell and wait. Then the door finally swings open and I came face to face with Eddie. Ro? What's the matter? He asked. After he said that, I couldn't help but wrap my arms around him and he hugs me back. Then he took me inside his house and head up to his room. We head inside his bedroom and we sat on the bed. He looks at me with a worried look on his face. Did you walk all the way here? He asked. Actually, I sort of run away from home. Things got a bit complicated there, I said, fidgeting with the zipper of my jacket. Oh my gosh, what happened to your hand? He asked as he took my hand to his fair hand and rubs his thumb gently. Oh, I got into an accident earlier but it's no big deal. Nothing serious, I answered, biting my bottom lip and my hand starts to shiver. Nothing serious? Are you sure? It looks like you got yourself seriously injured, he said. Why yeah, I'm fine, I mumbled. God, please don't do this to me, Eddie. I just want to let everything out, but is this the right time to do it? How about Heather? Is she all right? He asked, still holding on to my hand. I actually visited her the other day and she's doing okay and I'm sure her wounds are healing well, I said. Hang on. Let me get you a glass of water. Your lips look so dry and you seem dehydrated. I'll be back. He head off and left me in his room. I let out a sigh and I slowly took off my jacket. I put my jacket aside and decided to look around a bit in his room. The color of his walls is the same shade of blue and he has even more books. I spotted the framed corkboard hanging on the wall and there are various things pinned down here and there. Class schedule, old medals, and certificates he won from previous competitions that his parents made him join, some post-it notes in different vibrant colors, and some of our pictures. I spotted one picture that I've always liked. A picture of me, Heather, and Eddie when we were little kids and we were wearing our Halloween costumes. I was dressed up as an angel, Heather was dressed up as a witch, and Eddie was dressed up as a prince. I smile at the picture and then another picture next to it caught my attention. I remember this picture. It was a picture of me and Eddie back in 7th grade. It was a school project and we were partners for a big science project. We won 2nd place as we held up our medals in our hands, smiling for the camera. "I'm back," Eddie spoke as I turned around to look at him. He walked towards me and handed me the glass of water. I accepted it before taking a sip. Then another, and another until I finished drinking all of it. "Thanks," I said as I placed the glass of water on his desk next to me. "I can't believe you still have this picture of us back in 7th grade. "Well, it's a picture of us and of course I will always keep it. It's a memory," he said. "You look a bit different from the picture. Not in a bad way, that is. I mean, you look healthy there and I noticed that you lost a couple of weight and your skin got seriously deadly white, which made you look like a vampire." "All right," I said as I walked towards the bed and sit on the floor, my back leaning against the soft bed covers. Eddie did the same. We look at his ceiling and I can't believe he still keeps some of the glow-in-the-dark stars stickers on his ceiling. "Your parents are on a work trip?" I asked. His parents often go on work trips and he's used to being home alone for as long as he could remember. He would invite Heather and me back then and we would have sleepovers at his house to keep him company. He learned how to cook, he learned how to do his own laundry, and he learned to keep the house clean every day when he can. He's always been independent. "Yeah, and they're going to be home soon as usual," he said. "Why did you run away from home?" I told you. Things are just complicated there, and I need to escape the house to avoid it for a while," I said, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to fall from my eyes. "You stuttered. You've been stuttering a lot, which is not like you. Are you sure you're okay?" he asked. Just that one question and tears already flow down my cheeks. "Hey Aurora, talk to me," he said, making me look at him. I changed my position to his side, facing him, and now I'm looking at him, yet I pull my head down and continue crying, gritting my teeth. I never thought I held back all of the pain, and I never imagined that it would be this painful. "And no, I'm not okay," I stammered. He pulls me towards him and wrapped his arms around me, which made me cry harder, and I cling to him tightly. "It's okay. Let it all out, Ro. Just let it all out. Whatever hurts you, let's just talk about it," he said, forming soft circles on my back. "I hate seeing you like this. Eddie, I wanted to tell someone about this. I really do, but I don't know what holds me back from telling someone. It hurts. It hurts so much," I said loudly as I continued to cry and let out all of the pain that I have been holding back for so long. "But he told me not to, 'cause he threatened to hurt anyone, including my mom, Toby, and you guys. I just can't take it anymore." He breaks the hug and cupped my wet cheek as he looks at me with sad eyes that I don't see often. "Who's he? Who told you not to tell anyone?" he asked, and I gulped. My stepbrother, Steven." I continue to cry just by mentioning his name. "I hate him." What? What did he do?" "Ro, just say it please." "He did a lot of things to me," I said as I held up my injured hand. "I lied about being in an accident. The truth is, he burned my hand." He let out a gasp. "What the hell? What else did he do?" "Aurora, you know you can trust me, right?" I look at him and he has a hurt expression on his face. I gritted my teeth before I let out a shaky sigh. "Eddie, I don't know how to say this, but one night when we were at his grandparents' house, he came into my room and fuck, this is hard, but I just have to say it. I have been keeping it to myself long enough. I need to stop being a fucking weak coward." "He what?" A few moments of silence later and I open my mouth. "He raped me." His expression turns from hurt to shock as his eyes went wide open. "And what's worse?" I hold on to my stomach before opening my mouth again. "I'm pregnant." He brushes his hand through his hair and his breathing became heavy. "What the fuck?" he screamed. That bastard. He's a monster. That's because he is. What did I do to deserve this? No, you don't deserve this. None of it. He held on to my arms, but I flinched by his touch. He furrowed his eyebrows before pulling one of my sleeves up, revealing some of my fresh cuts and some faded cuts. His face became horrified. Ro, you're already hurt as it is. But why did you do this to hurt yourself even more? He asked, and it feels like someone punched me in the stomach just by asking that question. It feels like deserved it. I couldn't hold in the pain any longer. I said as tears starts falling from my eyes again. I'm tired, Eddie. Aurora, look at me, he said as I slowly look at him in the eyes. He cupped both of my cheeks and stared at me with his sad hazel eyes. You don't deserve this. Not one bit of it. And, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I asked. I'm apologizing for not helping you while I still have the chance. I knew there was something off with you, but I just want to find the right time to help, or I don't want to assume things. I should have done it back then. Eddie, please don't apologize. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm sorry for not asking for help as soon as possible, but I just don't want you to get hurt by him. I couldn't live with myself if anything happens to you or anyone else. Aurora, I'd rather risk my life for you than just stand by and see you getting hurt even more. I care about you, and the truth is, I love you. I always have. For the longest time. I love you, and I'll do anything to keep you safe, even if it means that I'll end up getting hurt. I love you too, but... He then places his index finger on my lips. No buts. I just want what's best for you. I love you, he said. I'm not certain if you'll allow me to do this, but can I kiss you? He asked. I nodded. Yes. Okay. He muttered before placing his lips against mine. Our lips touched, and his lips feels as soft as rose petals against mine. He pulls away and he wipes my tears away with his thumbs. Is it okay if I lift you up and put you to bed? You need to rest, he asked, and I nodded. He then gets on one knee and then he swoops me up and carries me bridal style. He gently places me on his bed and takes off my shoes. He puts me under the covers and walks over to the other side and lay down. We face each other as we share another kiss. After the kiss, he places one on my forehead. You can stop crying now, Aurora. You're safe here. I'll protect you, he said as he wraps one arm around me, pulling me closer to him. I love you. I love you too. Thank you, Eddie, I said. He places one last kiss on my forehead before we drifted off into deep and peaceful sleep. For once, I felt so safe, and I wish this never ends. Aurora's POV. I slowly opened my eyes and I heard the chirping sounds of birds outside of the window. I rubbed my eyes before sitting up from the bed, and I noticed that the other side of the bed is empty and wrinkled. Eddie must be awake right now. I get off the bed and grab my phone before heading downstairs to look for Eddie. Eddie, I called out, looking around for him. In the kitchen, Ro? Eddie called out, and I walk in. I sit down and he places a bowl of cereal in front of me, and I just play it with the spoon. He made himself a bowl before taking a seat from across, facing me. Good morning. Sorry if that's all I can give you for breakfast. I was a bit lazy making a proper breakfast for you, he said. I shake my head. It's fine. This is enough. Then I begin to eat the cereal. It's been a while since the last time I ate something. By the way, your mom kept on calling you in the middle of the night and early in the morning. I didn't answer your phone though. You should just talk to her sooner or later. She's probably worried about you, he said. I pick up my phone and turn it on. I have 20 missed calls and 12 unread messages from Mom. Maybe. I put my phone down and continue eating. I don't even want to go back there yet. Well, you can't just stay here for a long time, otherwise your parents will come here and get you, Eddie said. I really want you to stay here, Ro, and I don't want you to go back to that house that your fucking stepbrother lives in too. Hey, how about we'll visit Heather at the hospital? Let's go and check up on her, I suggested. Sure, we could do that, he replied, and we continue finishing our breakfast. __. We clean up the dishes, and I'm just waiting for Eddie to finish up getting ready. I'm just in the living room and watching some TV. There's nothing much to watch, so I just stop pressing the forward button and watch a random documentary. Aurora, I'm ready. Let's go, Eddie said, entering the living room. I turn off the TV and grab my phone from the coffee table, and Eddie handed my jacket and a gray wool scarf. It's cold outside and I'm just making sure that you stay warm, he said, putting on his scarf. I put on my jacket and hold up the scarf. Thank you. I'm not really a scarf person though, 'cause I usually wear turtlenecks, I said. I don't know how to put one on though. Could you help me please? He took the scarf from my hand. Of course. Then he slowly wrapped the scarf around my neck. It's warm and soft fabric hugging my neck, giving me so much comfort. Eddie placed a kiss on my forehead while I spaced out and I snapped out of my thoughts. We head out of the house and he locked the door. The cold wind hit our faces and Eddie suddenly holds my pale hand and his hand is so warm. Should we call an Uber or are you okay with walking? Asked Eddie. I don't mind walking. Besides, the hospital is not that far, I replied. He nodded and we're on our way to the hospital. __. We decided to buy some food before visiting Heather. There's a 7-Eleven store nearby, so we head inside and look for some food. I saw a guy wearing a hoodie and my breathing hitched. Aurora, you okay? Eddie asked, putting his hand on my shoulder, and I flinched by his touch. What's wrong? He looks at my direction and the guy wearing a hoodie is just someone else when he walks past by the two of us. Can we just pay right now, please? I begged as I calmed myself down. Okay. We have everything we need, so let's go, he said with some snacks on his hands, and we walk towards the counter. After paying up, we head out of the store and proceed to the hospital. We entered the hospital and look for the nearest elevator. We press the up button and the doors open. We head inside and I press the button all the way up to the 3rd floor. Eddie wrapped his hand on mine and he playfully squeezes it. The elevator stops and the doors open and we head out. We walk to Heather's assigned room hand in hand, and the hallways are awfully quiet despite the muffled sounds in each room and the tapping sounds of our footsteps. There's Heather's room, I said before knocking on the door and open it. We entered and I saw Heather looking at the TV with a bored face. Hey Heather, I called out, and she turns her head to look at us. Hey guys, it's been a while, she said. We bought some snacks. You hungry? Eddie said as I grabbed 2 chairs. Ugh, please. I'm tired of hospital food, she said. I pulled out her favorite snacks and handed it to her. Ah, you guys got my favorite. This is why I love you guys. So what's up? Should we tell her? Asked Eddie. About what? I whispered. If this is about him, I rather not. About us, he whispered back. I let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Come on, just tell me, Heather whined. Eddie and I hold each other's hands. I hide my injured hand inside the pocket of my jacket. We're officially together, I said, and Heather's eyes widen. Eddie places a kiss on my cheek and I let out a giggle. Shut up. Congrats. I knew you two will end up together, Heather said excitedly. Oh wait, I just realized that I'm gonna be a 3rd wheel. We laughed and continue our conversation until we lost track of time. __. It's past 1 o'clock and we decided to let Heather rest. I don't want this to end, but we really need to get going. We say our goodbyes to Heather and head out of her room. Eddie and I decided to take the stairs since the elevator is out of order all of a sudden. We head down the stairs hand in hand and I let out a sigh. You okay? Asked Eddie. I'm fine. It's just I miss having the normal life that I used to have. If it weren't for him, I said. Hey, forget about him for a while. Besides, you're here with me right now and let's just relax for a bit, he said before placing a kiss on my temple. Okay. And do you think Heather will be pissed off that we didn't tell her? I asked. Hate to say this, but yeah, you know how Heather is. You guys are best friends, and like what you guys said, best friends don't keep secrets from each other no matter what. But I know that you're probably not ready to tell her yet. And like what I said, let's just try to relax, he said. I nodded and we continue heading down the stairs until we reach the ground floor and head off to the exit. Once we're out of the hospital, we decided to head back to the house since both of us are so tired. __. We're almost heading back to the house as the cold wind swiftly hits our faces. I breathe in and out. Ro, Eddie spoke, and I turn my head to face him. He has an unusual look plastered on his face. What is it? I asked. I turn to look in his direction and my eyes widen up. A familiar black car parked right in front of Eddie's house. And a familiar guy turned his head to the side and our eyes locked. It's Steven. Aurora. Where the hell were you? Steven shouted as he walked towards us. My hands started to shake uncontrollably and my heart paces faster and faster. Eddie steps in and spreads one of his arms out, protecting me. Leave her alone and get out of here, he shouted back. Steven's face darkens and throws a punch at Eddie twice and pushes him to the side. Eddie! As I was about to check up on him, Steven grabs my wrist and forcefully pulls me away from Eddie. You are coming with me, yelled Steven and drags me along with him. I tried to make him let go of my wrist, but he's too strong. Eddie! I called out and he quickly gets up from the ground and I reach my hand out. Steven then pushed me to the side, losing my balance in the process and end up getting my right knee and elbow scratched up against the concrete. Steven grabs Eddie by the jacket and I get up to stop him, yet he pushes me back to the ground again. Listen here, you piece of shit. If you don't want me to do anything else to her, I suggest you stay away from her and do what you think what's best for you and for her. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Steven threatened Eddie. She's safe with me, you son of a bitch. You can hit me or even kill me, but I swear to God, don't you dare touch her again, Eddie yelled. Steven scoffs and punches him in the face and pushes him to the ground. Too late, he said as he grabs me and drags me to the car. I look back at Eddie and he wipes off the blood on the side of his mouth. Before I could call out to him, Steven opens the car door and drags me inside. He then raised his hand up and the next thing I know, my vision became black. __. I wake up as my eyes fluttered open. The tapping sounds coming from the window made me more wide awake and the car door opens up and got dragged out of the car. I came face to face with Steven and I noticed that he drove me back home as I look up at the house. He continues dragging me to the house and he furiously opens the door, pushing me inside with a lot of force. He closes the door as the loud bang echoes throughout the house, which made me flinch, and he runs his fingers through his dark hair. Steven! I turn around and saw Mom, Mr. Anderson, and Toby entering the living room. Aurora! Mom walked towards me and wrapped her arms around me, pulling me into a hug, but it didn't last long. Where were you? We've been worried sick. You didn't answer any of my phone calls or even text back. And what happened to your cheek? It's bright red, Mom said as she puts her hand on my cheek, where Steven hit me. Mom! I croaked. Before I continued talking, Steven interrupted by grabbing my arm to face him. You hear that, Aurora? While you made your own mother worried all night, you've been hanging out with that Eddie friend of yours, he said. You were with Edward? Asked Mom. Yes, Mom. I was with Eddie and I'm so sorry that I made you worried, I said. I bet he did something to you. And I think you know what I mean, said Steven. I clenched my fist into a ball and I became angry. He didn't and would never do anything like that to me, and you don't even know the first thing about him. I may be your stepbrother, but I know what's best for you, and for everyone here in this family. Now, will you stop being a fucking brat for once? Steven shouted. Steven! Mr. Anderson yelled, but Steven ignored him and keep his attention on me. Do you even hear yourself? You're nothing but just a stepbrother. But you will never be part of my life ever. After realizing what I just said, Steven slapped me in the face. Slap! Mom let out a gasp. Toby started to cry and I can hear the footsteps of Mr. Anderson walking to Steven, scolding him and grab him by his shirt, backing him away from me. I just run upstairs, ignoring my mom's calls, and continue running until I reach my room. Once I entered my bedroom, I locked the door and plopped myself into my bed and started to cry until I can't cry anymore. Aurora's POV. A few days have passed and I'm just laying on my bed and texting Eddie. He didn't bother to go to school cause he ended up getting grounded for a week. He's grounded for getting into a fight, which he told his parents, of course. I also heard Heather just got charged out of the hospital and she doesn't want to go to school either. I may not be grounded, but I'm still not coming out of my room. I just ignore my mom's knocking on the door, Stephen's loud voice outside of my room at night, and even Toby's pleadings. I also heard Stephen is grounded for 4 weeks and Mr. Anderson makes him go to school, and he always makes sure that he gets to go to school before going to work. Right now, he's in school, which made me feel a bit safe. I decided to go to Miss Victoria's house once again, and I still have a lot of questions about Stephen and his twin brother. I get off the bed and change into warm clothes. After that, I head out of my room and quickly go down the stairs. As I slowly reach out to the doorknob, I can hear footsteps which made me turn around, and I saw Mom entering the living room with her arms crossed. Oh, and also, Mom decided not to go to work for a while, just want to make sure that I won't do anything to myself. Aurora, where are you going? She asked, approaching me. Just going over to Miss Victoria's house, I answered. She nodded but puts on a confused look on her face. You need something from her? She asked another question. Yeah, and I just want to talk to her about something. Can I just go? She let out a sigh and nodded her head, saying yes. Sure, but don't go anywhere else. Once you're done talking to Miss Victoria, I want you to go straight back home. I nodded and slowly head out of the house. I closed the door and walked towards Miss Victoria's house. I saw one of her cats by the front porch and pick her up and don't want the poor cat freezing due to the weather. I gently ruffled its gray fur before knocking on the door. A few moments later, the door opens and Miss Victoria greeted me with a smile on her face. Oh, hello again, Aurora. You found Lola. She took the gray cat into her arms and let me inside the house. She motioned me to follow her to a room which is the living room, and we sit down. How are you doing these days, Aurora? She asked, petting her cat. I'm okay, I guess. Miss Victoria, I have some things that I would like to ask, I said as she puts her cat down. And what is that? She asked, putting on a curious face with a hint of concern in her eyes. It's about Stephen, and I remember the past incidents that you told me about. About a little boy who fell off the slide and broke his leg and the old man who got food poisoning. Are you certain it was Stephen doing it? Well, I was there and I happened to see Stephen here and there, specifically during those incidents. The incidents are coincidental, and those kinds of incidents rarely happened in this neighborhood. Third POV. As Miss Victoria continues telling the incidents to Aurora, little did they know that there was a specific person, wearing clothes as dark as a black night, who quietly enters the house and hides in the shadows as he listens to their conversation. That reminds me, I have a journal that I kept for quite a while, and I've written all about the incidents and the suspicious behavior of Stephen that might help. I even have some old newspapers about the incidents, Miss Victoria said. This caught the attention of the dark-haired guy and decided to leave the house quietly, with a plan cooking up in his head. Aurora's POV. You happen to observe Stephen around? I asked. Well, he's quite suspicious, and if there's anything that could lead him to be the culprit, then we have a little bit of proof, she said. It's not much though, but I can't remember the last time I placed it, so it might take a while. I nodded and I decided to head back home. I stand up from the couch. I should head back home, Miss Victoria, but I'll come back tomorrow for that journal, I said. Okay, take care, she said. I give a small smile and head out of her house. I walk back to the house and I can feel someone behind me. I slowly turn around and I saw a glimpse of someone walking by. I furrowed my eyebrows and decided to follow that person. I walk over to where he's going, however, I found nobody there. I shake my head and walk back to the house. I enter and close the door behind me. Welcome back, sweetie. Are things okay with you and Miss Victoria? Mom asked as she takes off her reading glasses. Yeah, I said. Do you need something? Do you want me to fix you a snack? Do you want to talk about something? She asked. If you want to talk about something that's bothering you, we can talk about it if you like. I'm worried about you, sweetie. I wish you could just tell me. You know you can always talk to me about anything, right? I can tell her yet. She's stressed about me. I don't want to make it worse. Still a coward. My conscience spoke. Yeah, and I'm fine, Mom. I'm actually kind of tired. Can I go to my room? Okay. I'll call you when it's dinner time and you really need to eat something, sweetie. I'll make your favorite meal, she said. Sounds good, Mom. I'll head upstairs to my room now. I head upstairs on my way to my room. I walk towards the door but stopped in my tracks. Since Steven is not around, I decided to look for more evidence and unravel the secrets he's been hiding. I walk over to his room and head inside. I look around his room and search for some evidence. I open one of the drawers of his desk and found a red journal notebook with the name, Steven, engraved on it. I pick it up and head out of the room. I enter my room and close the door. I sit down and begin to open the red journal. It's just some pictures of Steven and his twin brother when they were little. They look so identical. Too identical. I flip through the pages and I happen to find a picture of their mother. And she looks so young. I continue to flip through the pages and I found another picture of a white rose bush. I furrowed my eyebrows and flipped the picture and found something written on it. Father said that mother loved white roses. That's why he likes to plant white rose bushes around the house. I put the picture down and flipped the page. There's nothing much in here. Maybe Miss Victoria's journal could really help. I closed the journal notebook and hide the red journal in a safe place and decided to take a nap. I lay down and look up at the ceiling. I close my eyes and drift off to sleep. Steven's POV. Some time passed and it was already nighttime and I waited for Stefan to get here. I managed to sneak out of the school earlier and I pretended that I'd been in school the whole day. I heard footsteps as I look up and saw Stefan walking towards me. "What is it now?" he asked. "Well, Miss Victoria had a small chat with little Aurora and we need to do something about it," I said. "And why do you want me to get involved?" He raised an eyebrow. "She's going to expose everything and let Aurora report it to the police once she has all of the evidence. Not only in Miss Victoria's hands but also in our own house," I said, rubbing my face in frustration before putting on a pair of gloves. I hand him a pair of scissors and a pair of gloves and I pull out a knife. "Now let's not waste time and get this over with," I said as I started walking over to the house. I look back and Stefan is not following me. "Stefan," I said, "let's go," I said, walking back towards him. "No, I don't want to do this, Steven," he said. I rolled my eyes, grabbing the pair of scissors from him. "Fine, if you don't want to do it, then I will. Try to make yourself useful," I said. Then he grabs my arm. "I'm serious, Steven. Don't you think you've done enough?" he asked. "Well, look who's finally making an effort to look after his younger brother after many years of nothing. I refuse to be part of this," he said, locking his jaw. "Try to make yourself useful, and if you don't want to be involved, leave then. You're great at doing that anyway," I repeated, and I start walking towards Miss Victoria's house without him. I open the door and it looks like Miss Victoria forgot to lock the door. I head inside and I found 3 of her cats sleeping. I decided to destroy some stuff in order to wake Miss Victoria up. "Who's there?" Miss Victoria called out. "She's awake." I quickly kill 2 of the cats and grab the 3rd cat by the neck, ignoring the sharp sensation of the claws as it scratched me. I always hated her cats, ever since I was little. I heard the footsteps of Miss Victoria going down the stairs and I decided to surprise her with the last of her precious cats. I throw the cat to the ground and quickly cut its head off. I grabbed the bloody head of the cat and I happened to come face to face with her as I smirked. "Hello, Miss Victoria," I said, and before she let out a scream, I walk towards her before pushing her to the ground as she groans. I drop the head of the cat and hold her down. "Such a shame to see you go, but I think your time is up." I raise my hand up before stabbing her again, and again, and again. "Ah! Aurora's POV. I let out a gasp and jerk out of bed. I can feel my heart beating faster and faster and beads of sweat forming on my neck and forehead despite the cold weather. Something's not right. I look at the time and it's already 10 in the morning. I quickly get off the bed and head down the stairs. "Aurora? Where are you going?" "Aurora!" Mom called and I ignore her. I run towards Miss Victoria's house and stop in my tracks. I noticed that the door is open and I push the door to let myself in. I look around and there has been a lot of damage going on. Some of her vases are smashed and her paintings and picture frames are scattered. It looks like someone was on a rampage and it couldn't be Miss Victoria, obviously. I looked to my right and I saw 3 of her cats dead and one of them got decapitated. I cover my mouth and swallow the vomit that threatened to come out of my mouth. I found a trail of blood going up the stairs and decided to check up on it. I follow the trail and it leads me to a room. I gulp and slowly open the door. I head inside and I can't believe what I'm looking at right now. It's Miss Victoria's dead body and all of her guts are found hanging out of her stomach with a pair of scissors stabbed on her chest. Ah! __. The police arrived and I'm wrapped in the arms of Mom as I cried on her shoulder. Almost everyone came out of their houses and they're all disgusted and despondent once they hear the news. She was okay yesterday. She doesn't deserve any of this. I cried and Mom hugs me tighter. None of it, baby, she said. Excuse me, Miss Aurora? I turn around and realized it was Detective Brian. I wiped my tears and sniffled. I'm so sorry, but one of the police found this and it says it's for you, he said, handing a dark blue journal. I took it from him and he decided to interview my mom as well. She agreed and they left somewhere else. I look down at the journal and I run my fingers through my hair in frustration. I look around and I saw a familiar black hooded guy isolating himself from the neighbors and quickly starts walking away. I decided to follow him and he started to run off. I begin to run and follow him. However, I run out of oxygen and I stopped in my tracks as I fall to my knees and take a breather. I panted as I watched the hooded guy continue to run off as far as possible until his figure grew smaller and smaller until he disappeared. Aurora's POV. I get up from the ground with the journal in one hand and walk back home. On my way, I could see the ambulance and the police driving off. I let out a sigh and wipe off a tear that just runs down my cheek. I saw Mom entering the house and I quickly catch up to her. Mom! I called out. She turns around and opens the door wide so I can let myself in. Where were you? She asked, closing the door behind her. That really doesn't matter, I said. I'm going upstairs to my room. Before I got the chance to walk up the stairs, Mom gently grabs my arm and gives me the "we need to talk" face. Letting out a sigh, she motioned me to sit down on the couch. I put the journal beside me and crossed my legs. Aurora, I know you're not being yourself for a while, and I don't understand why you won't tell me what's going on. She spoke, as I look down at my pale hands as they slightly shake uncontrollably, and I hope Mom doesn't notice them. In what way I am not myself? I asked. You don't have much of an appetite, you're losing a bit of weight, your skin has gotten pale, you're more quiet than usual and you don't go to school anymore. She finished. There's obviously something wrong with you. It's just, you know, the whole Steven thing the other day and today is just very all of the sudden, I said. Mom let out a sigh, a frustrated yet low sigh. And you're not going to tell me anything else? I gulped. My hands continued to shake and I turned to look at her. Mom, you've seen how Steven treated me lately. I know that his behavior nowadays is unacceptable, but I just want to know if that was the only time he slapped or hit you or anything. She said, and flashes of memories came running in my head like time-lapse. Tears threatened to come out at the corners of my eyes while biting my bottom lip. I shake my head. No. Wait. Did he hit you or hurt you before? She asked, holding on to my hands. Aurora, tell me please. I gulped and gritted my teeth before opening my mouth. While you guys were away, and whenever it was just the two of us, he would slap me whenever I did something wrong or whenever I didn't do what he asked me to do. I sobbed, tears staining my face. Aurora, why you didn't tell me sooner? Mom said as I sniffled. He told me not to tell anyone. I want a mom, I really do, but I was so scared of what he's going to do next if I do. I quickly wipe away the tears that just fell from my eyes, but new tears continued to prick out of my eyes. Mom pulls me into a tight hug. I'll have a talk with him and I'll tell his dad about this. I break the hug and I started shaking in fear. No, Mom, don't. Please. Sweetie, he needs to face the consequences of his actions. This is clearly unacceptable and way out of line, she said. But he might hurt you and I don't want you to end up getting hurt, I said, still shaking in fear as my hands tremble. It would be my fault. He won't, I promise. And I'll make sure that he won't hurt you again, she said before pulling me into another hug. And it will never be your fault, do you hear me? Never. Maybe this is the right thing to do. I just hug her back and let all the pain and tears out. __. After the talk with Mom, I decided to head upstairs to my room. I close the door and I pull out Steven's journal from under the bed. I noticed a bookmark on a specific page and I decided to read more of what's inside the journal. Without hesitation, I flip it open and start reading. Entry number 1. This is my first entry. I had the strangest dream last night, and that dream almost felt like being stuck in a black and white movie. But I can't tell if it's really a dream or a nightmare. The dream started from the very beginning. I remember walking hand in hand with my dad and Stefan, and it was a cold day. Clouds painted gray, the cool air hit our faces, and we were at a cemetery. It was the day visiting my mother's grave. It is also the day of our birthday. Stefan and I stayed silent as we just stare at the gray tombstone with nothing engraved on. I don't know what's it like to have a mother. To be honest, I'm jealous of other kids who still have their mothers. Mom died after giving birth to me and Stefan. We're twins. There's nothing much to say about my dream, except it's more than a dream. It's more like a memory that I want to forget. End of entry 1. This is just his journal. Maybe if I read deeper, there could be anything about his secrets and the things that he has done in the past. __. So far, his entries are full of his days when he was little up until when he was a teenager, nothing too serious or even happy topics. I even read his journal and Miss Victoria's journal back and forth. Just things were written in black and white. Until I flipped to the next page, which is entry 20. Entry 20. Never thought I would write this far. I found a photo of my mom holding a white rose, and at the back of the photo, it has her name on it, Lydia. Dad said white roses have always been Mom's favorite. But as I looked deeper into the picture, her eyes looked sad, and it kept me wondering about Mom's past. End of entry 20. I decided to check on Miss Victoria's journal once more and open it. It's just full of newspapers pasted on the pages, and it's all the events that happened here, just like what Miss Victoria said. Knock, knock. I flinched as soon as I heard knocking on the door, and I quickly hid the journal somewhere safe. Come in, I said. The door twisted open, and it is none other than Stephen. I believe you have something that belongs to me, he said as he lets himself enter the room, and I quickly get off the bed, trying to stay as far away from him as possible. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, and I didn't stutter, which is good. Are you sure? You better not lie to me, he said sternly, grabbing my arm and pulling me forward. I'm not. Now let me go, I said as I removed his hand with all my might. He glares darkly before heading out of my room, and then he closes the door as the sound bang echoes through the house, yet I didn't flinch. Stephen's POV. I knew deeply that my dear little bitch of a stepsister is lying to me. If she's going to be like this, then so be it. And she's going to regret it soon. Aurora's POV. Mom and Mr. Anderson called for me, so I went downstairs and head towards their room. I entered and I saw Mom sitting on the bed while Mr. Anderson is just standing there beside her. Aurora, let's talk. Mom spoke as I walk over to them. She motioned me to sit down next to her, and so I did. Then Mom gently holds both of my hands. What's this about? I asked. It's about time to have this talk, Mr. Anderson began, and I furrowed my eyebrows. It's about Stephen, he said, and I clenched my hands into fists. What about Stephen? I asked, and Mom puts her hand on my shoulder. Aurora, we really need to talk about this, Mom said. Go on, just tell us. Please. My fists are shaking and I can feel something heavy on my chest, but I try to keep it in. I bite my lip until I couldn't keep it in any longer before letting out a shaky sigh. While you guys were away, Stephen treated me like a rag doll, and he would slap, or in his words, teach me a lesson by punishing me if I won't do what he told me to do. I spoke and I can feel a lump in my throat. And you've seen how he treated me that day. Aurora, you should have told us sooner. From now on, he should face the consequences, and I'll make sure that he learns his lesson, Mr. Anderson said with a hint of anger in his tone. No. What if he'll do something? Or what if he'll hurt you and say that it's my fault? I said, Sweetie, we talked about this, don't worry. We're only doing this 'cause it is for the best. Mom said as she gently grabs both of my hands again. Just trust us, Aurora. We'll handle this, Mr. Anderson said. I look at them with a worried face and I hope nothing will happen to them once they talk to Stephen. __. A few hours have passed and it's already dark out. We were just eating dinner in silence. Until Mr. Anderson cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Stephen, we need to have a talk about something. He spoke and from the corner of my eye, Stephen puts a frown on his face. Elizabeth, take Toby upstairs and stay with him, he said to my mom, and she just picks up Toby from the seat and heads upstairs. Until the sound of her footsteps faded, Mr. Anderson opens his mouth again. Aurora, can you sit here? Asked Mr. Anderson, lightly tapping the chair right next to him. I nodded and transfer there. I fidget with my fingers and I can feel my breathing going a bit faster. All right, Stephen, I've been thinking about your behavior for quite some time and your behavior is obviously and absolutely not healthy in this family. What are you saying, Dad? Stephen asked, as his expression gets darker as he plays with his food. I don't like how you treated Aurora and it's affecting her badly. I'm afraid I have to send you somewhere else. Somewhere. You will stay until you learn the consequences of your actions, Dad said. Stephen dropped his fork. Where? Prison? An asylum? Come on, Dad. I'm not some crazy kid or someone who has something wrong in their head. I'm serious, Stephen. Grounding you is obviously not enough. And where you're gonna stay in the meantime will be as far from Aurora or anyone else in this family, including her friends, as possible. It's final. Mr. Anderson finished. Stephen's expression became an angry one, and he smashed his fist on the table. Bang! You can't do that, Dad, he shouted. Yes, I can. I just want what's best for everyone in this family, even if it means I have to go way beyond. Next week, they'll fetch you and take you there and you'll stay there. It's for the best, Stephen. And I do not tolerate such behavior. I just stay silent and look at Stephen. If you want it that way, then so be it. But you're gonna wish that you shouldn't have done any of this in the first place, he said in a somewhat calm yet angry tone. He turned his head to me and I quickly looked down. He then starts walking away and heads out of the house and closes the door with a loud bang. Bang! Mr. Anderson let out a sigh and massaged his temples. Are you sure about this, Mr. Anderson? I asked. Aurora, it is for the best, he said. Forget about him. Tonight you'll sleep with your mom in our room. I'll sleep in the living room. Now go, it's getting late. Okay, good night, I said before heading upstairs to my room. I enter my room and I quickly change into my pajamas and wash my face. After that, I decided to bring my backpack with the hidden cameras and the journals inside, just in case. I don't want him to find them and hide them or throw them away. I then head downstairs and walk towards my mom's room. I pushed the door open and I saw Mom and Toby on the bed, watching TV. Hey Mom, I spoke. Aurora, do you need something? She asked, getting up from the bed. Mr. Anderson said I should sleep here while he'll be sleeping in the living room. Is it okay? I explained. Of course, I think it's time for bed. So let's get some sleep, Mom said as she closes the door. Then she walks over to the bed, grab the remote, and turn off the TV. I quickly put my backpack aside, hiding it someplace safe in the room. Okay, time for bed. Toby will sleep in the middle and Aurora, you'll sleep on the right side of the bed, Mom said. Mom, can I lock the door? Just in case, I asked. Mom nodded. Sure, if that makes you feel safe. I lock the door and walk over to the right side of the bed and lay down next to Toby. Mom pulls up the covers over us and places a kiss on Toby's forehead and then on my forehead. Don't worry, Aurora. As long as I'm here, you're safe. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Mom walks over to the switch and turns off the lights. Our only light source is from outside. My eyes didn't open for so long and they got heavier and heavier until all I can see is complete darkness. __. Mom? Mr. Anderson? Toby? I called out as my voice echoes in a dark, empty room. Suddenly the room brightens up and I found myself in a room filled with blood. I look around and I could never be shocked in my life. I found Mom in a pool of her own blood coming from her mouth, Mr. Anderson's dead body hanging from the ceiling, and Toby pinned to the wall, blood coming out from his body. Then I spotted Eddie with his throat slit open and Heather with her organs taken out. Then I spotted 3 decapitated cat heads and Miss Victoria's dead body laying on the ground with a pair of scissors on her chest, including the dead bodies of Tamara and Lucas on the other side of the room. I try not to vomit and tears begin to come out of my eyes. All of a sudden, I heard a baby crying. I slowly turn around and I saw a crib. I touched my stomach and I felt something on my stomach. And when I lift the shirt up, I found a big scar. Suddenly, 2 hands grab my shoulders and pull me towards Stephen himself, and he's covered in blood. "You're going to regret this," he shouted, and I let out a scream. "Ah! __." I let out a gasp and jerk out of bed. Beads of sweat came down from my forehead and wipe it off. I took a deep breath and looked to my left. I let out a sigh of relief, seeing Mom and Toby sound asleep, safe and sound, and still alive. Because of that nightmare, I didn't dare to go back to sleep because I don't know what was going to happen next, yet I knew something is wrong. Aurora's POV. Ever since that talk during dinner, Stephen didn't come back until the break of dawn. Mr. Anderson scolded him on the day of his return and Stephen didn't even try to argue. Surprisingly, he stayed quiet and he didn't do anything to me or anyone at all. Stephen stayed inside his room and for once, it felt a bit safe. But I still have to lock my door in case. I'm just in my room and stare at the hidden cameras and the 2 journals laying on my table. I guess this is what I can give as evidence. Well, 3, which is me. I grab the cameras and the 2 journals, put them in my bag, and slowly head out of my room. I head down the stairs and I quietly walk towards the door. I open the door, but then a voice from behind called out to me, which made me immediately close the door. "Aurora? Where are you going?" I turn around and realized it was just Mr. Anderson. "I'm just going to my friend's house," I said. "You don't want me to drive you there?" he asked. "Thanks, but no thanks. I'm fine with walking." "Still, I'll take you to your friend's house," Mr. Anderson said, grabbing the keys. I let out a sigh and we head out of the house. I open the car door, then I look back at the house. "Wait, what about Stephen?" I asked. "Don't worry, he's been in his room for hours. I don't think he'll come out of his room for a while. He's always been like that," Mr. Anderson said as he gets in the car. I bite my lip before getting in the car. I buckle up as Mr. Anderson starts the car engine before driving off. "So, which friend's house you're heading to?" he asked. "My friend Eddie's house. I just want to talk to him. I miss him." "I see," Mr. Anderson said. There's something I want to talk to you about," I said. "Go ahead. Is it true that Stephen has a twin brother?" Just that one question and Mr. Anderson immediately stopped the car right before the traffic light turns red. I look at his face and he just stayed quiet, yet his eyes are saying otherwise. "Did Stephen mention it before?" he asked. I glance at Mr. Anderson and his eyes are still on the road. "I think it's best if you park somewhere before we'll talk about this," I said. He nodded and the traffic light turns to green. He drives off to a park nearby and parked nearby the entrance. Stephen didn't say anything about his twin brother. I sort of found this. I thought I should just show it to you and let you read it. I pull out the journal from my bag and show him the journal and hand it to him. He stares at the journal for a while before opening it and flips page by page. He even saw the pictures and his eyes went wide open and put on a shocked expression. He closes the journal and hands it back to me. He then massages his forehead and lets out a sigh. "I know he is my son, but that kid is so fucked up in the head. I'm such a terrible father. I wasn't there for him. I should have done something better," he said. "I'm really sorry that I didn't say anything. It's just, he threatened to hurt you guys if I tell," I said. "Aurora, you should have told us everything that he has done," he said. I know, I said, looking down at my shaking hands. "We'll do something about this as soon as possible." Let's just drive you to your friend's house, he said as he starts the car engine and drives off. __. Okay. Now where is Eddie's house? Mr. Anderson asked as he drives around the neighborhood. Oh, it's just down the street. I'll tell you to stop, I said. He slowly drives down the street as we pass by other houses until I can see Eddie's house. You can stop here, I said, and Mr. Anderson stops the car. Just call me when you're ready to go home, Mr. Anderson said, and I nodded. I get off the car and grab my bag before closing the car door. Mr. Anderson starts driving away and I walk over to Eddie's house and knock on the door. The door opens and I came face to face with Eddie. I put on a small smile on my face and he returns the same gesture. He lets me in and he closes the door behind him. We hug each other before sharing a small kiss. I was so worried about you. Are you okay? He didn't hurt you or anything, right? He asked. I'm fine, he didn't hurt me. But that's not really important. I have something to discuss with you, I said, showing him the journals. We sit down on the couch and start reading everything. __. Time has passed and we finish doing what we can. I even told him about the hidden cameras in my room and Eddie's expressions are mixed with shock and anger. That son of a bitch, he muttered. Eddie, can you do me a favor? I asked. What is it? Can you keep these hidden cameras and journals and put them in a safe place? This is not much, but we can use this as evidence, I said. Yeah, I know where I can put them, he said, grabbing the journals. Thanks, I should get going now, I said. Do you have to go back there? He grabs my wrist and his eyes are filled with worry. Don't worry about me. My stepdad knows about this except the fact that I'm pregnant. I whisper the last part. And what did he say? We'll do something about this as soon as possible, I said, pulling out my phone and call Mr. Anderson to pick me up. After the quick call, I put my phone aside. Aurora, you know you can stay here. I don't mind it. I just want you to be safe, that's all, Eddie said. I know, but as long as my mom and Mr. Anderson are around, I'll be fine. They're taking some time off from work, but sometimes one of them needs to go back to the office. Does Heather know, or have you heard anything from her? No, she doesn't know, but we need to tell her at some point or she'll know eventually cause she's been asking me if you're okay or not. I just give her short answers and that's it. Eddie explained. I hate doing this to her, but I'm just not ready to tell her. I'm not even ready to tell my mom or Mr. Anderson, I said, burying my face in my hands. I am such a coward. Hey, you are not a coward. You're scared, but that's okay. I'm not forcing you to say something if you're not ready. Being scared is a human emotion, your human emotion. And that's okay. You're human. Remember that, he said, looking into my eyes as he places his forehead against mine. I feel like I'm going to cry. Thank you for saying that, Eddie. I really needed that, I said. I received a text from Mr. Anderson and he said that he was already outside, waiting for me. I should go now. I'll call you if anything happens. I love you. I place a kiss on his cheek. I love you too. Please be safe, he said, and I nodded before sharing a kiss. We look at each other in the eyes before heading out of his house. I head into the car and tell Mr. Anderson that we can go now. He starts the car engine before he started to drive off. __. The sun has set and it's nighttime. Stephen didn't come down for dinner either, which is fine. I look down at my plate before looking at my family without Stephen and his twin brother. It's just my mom, Mr. Anderson, Toby, and me, and I want to keep it that way. We just need to do something about him and his twin brother before things get out of hand. Aurora's POV. 3 days have passed and I am just looking at myself in the mirror. I've been wearing baggy clothes lately in order to make myself feel safe and covered up. I have a feeling that Mom is a bit suspicious of me. She even asks why I'm wearing baggy clothes almost every day. Also, I've been thinking of aborting the baby. It's already 2 in the afternoon, and I received a text message from Eddie to meet up with the detective. I decided to walk to his house this time. I grab a black jacket and put it on. I grab my phone and walk out of my room as quickly as I can. But as soon as I get to the end of the stairs, I quietly walk towards the door and open it as slowly as I can. I quickly yet quietly head out before closing the door. I pull my hood over my head and head over to Eddie's house. Stefan's POV. I look down from the window and I spotted Aurora heading somewhere. I pick up my phone and call Steven. Yes. How much longer do I have to keep this up? Patience, Stefan. Don't worry. This won't last long. I just need you to do a small favor for me. When? Tonight. And you better do as I say this time. Aurora's POV. I have finally arrived at Edward's house. I spotted an unfamiliar car outside Eddie's house. The door opens and Eddie lets me in. Hey, I hope you don't mind, but I called the detective to come over here, he said. It's fine, I replied. He leads me to the living room and I saw the detective, sitting on the chair. Miss Hills, good to see you again, the detective said, and we shake each other's hands. Thank you for doing this. I really need your help, I said as I sit down. Now let's begin. While waiting for you to come here, I decided to read these two journals. One of them seems to be connected to your case, however, it's sad to say that we're gonna need more evidence. I don't think the police will believe stuff coming from these two journals, even though there are newspapers about the events that happened around your neighborhood. It should be accurately connected to your case right now, he said. And also, Mr. Brown here told me about the hidden cameras, and I'll be keeping them as evidence. I let out a sigh. All right, but what about his journal? What can you say about that? A little bit disturbing, he said. About Steven, he's your stepbrother, correct? Yes, I answered. And he has a twin brother who he hasn't seen in a long time. Where are they right now? Steven has been in his room for the past few days and it's scaring me. Who knows what he's planning to do? While his twin brother, I'm not so sure. I never had an encounter with him. I'm not really though. I sighed, running my hands through my hair. That's gonna be difficult, but I promise you we're doing what we can. So what am I supposed to do? Just sit and continue watching people around me dying? Just arrest him. Knock knock. I'll get that, Eddie said. I'm sorry, but we can't just arrest him without any solid evidence, he said. What about this then? If I said that I'm pregnant with his baby inside of me and he raped me, will that be enough evidence? Wait. What? A familiar voice said out of the blue. I froze and I slowly came face to face with Heather. Her lips are shaking and she dropped her coat. The detective clears out his throat. I think it's best if I leave. Call me if you need me. The detective left the house and I look at Heather. I found Heather looking up at me with eyes filled with worried but also somewhat filled with betrayal. Silence filled up the atmosphere before I decided to break up the silence. Heather, look. We should have told you Dash. Honestly, I knew that there is something off, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Aurora, I'm your best friend. You should have told me, but no, you decided to keep your mouth shut, since you're always good with that shit. I know you don't want to hurt people by telling the truth, but it hurts more when you just keep it to yourself and not tell anyone at all. And look what you got yourself into, Heather said with a different tone. I know, but I was just looking for the right time and Dash. The right time? The right time. Dude, in a situation like this, you should tell it to someone immediately, but then again, you stayed quiet and waited for someone to help you. My hands are trembling and she's right. I know I should have done better. But I finally realized that it was my fear that holds me back from telling. The fear of being seen as less of a human being. Heather, you have no idea how hard it was for me. I am fully aware that I should have done something sooner or even earlier, but I was so scared. He even threatened me with a knife one time, for fuck's sake. He threatened that he'll do something way worse to me, to my family, and to you guys, and I don't want that to happen because you guys mean so much to me. And I thought that you would understand, my best friend. If only you could put yourself in my shoes. I was raped. I've been harassed multiple times. He poured hot water on my hand and again got threatened with a knife. The same knife that could kill everyone I love. He's the one who's fucked up in the head, so blame him, and I don't understand why I'm the one who has to suffer more than him. I'm just so lost. Help me, Heather. Please. I sobbed. I want to help you, Ro, but since you rely on Eddie so much more than me, I might as well leave the two of you alone and work on it by yourselves, Heather said before leaving. Heather, just wait. Wait a minute. Heather. Eddie called out, but Heather wouldn't listen. Without hesitation, I run out to call her back. Heather, wait, I shouted. She keeps on walking towards her house and I just keep running to her. Heather, please wait. She starts running to her house and due to my situation, I can't run as fast as I used to. Heather, I shouted and she climbs up the porch stairs and before she closes the door, I put my hand on the door. Heather, please you would understand, I said. You're being very selfish right now, but please don't do this. Just listen. You're the one who was selfish in the first place. Now, just leave me alone. She closes the door and my other hand got caught by the door and I flinch in pain. Ow! I exclaimed, rubbing my injured hand. I caught a quick glance from Heather before she closes the door. I let out a sigh and mumbled, I'm sorry. I walk down the stairs and head back to Eddie's house. I saw Eddie walking towards me and he saw my injured hand. What happened? He asked, taking my injured hand onto his. Heather slammed the door and my hand got slammed on. I said, let's head back and I'll grab something cold for your hand. He said and I nodded. We head back to his house and told me to sit down while he gets something cold from his fridge. I looked down at my hand and continue rubbing it. Eddie came back with a frozen pack of peas and he placed it on top of my hand. I don't understand. I knew Heather would be pissed off, but I didn't know that she would react like this. I said, Heather shouldn't have reacted like that. And I'm just as upset and disappointed as you are. He said, I'll try to talk to her later. I should probably head back. I don't want my parents to find out that I'm not inside the house. Let me walk with you all the way there. Eddie offered, as he walks back into the kitchen and put the frozen packs of peas back in the fridge. Eddie, I think you've done so much for me. I don't think it's enough. Just please let me do this. It's not safe walking back all by yourself, he said, taking some keys from a bowl. I nodded. Okay. We walk over to the door and he locks the front door. Then we start walking back to my house, which would take a while. But I don't mind it as long as I'm with Eddie. Later, we finally arrived at my house safely. Thanks for walking me home, Eddie, I said. It's no problem really. Anything for my girl, he said and I smile. I should head back inside. Bye, I said before turning around. But then, I felt his arm wrapped around mine and he pulls me back before our lips touch. I love you. You know that, he said. And I love you too, I said before sharing a kiss again. I'm heading back inside now, I said before taking a few steps back and walking towards my house. Once I'm at the front door, I turn around and we wave at each other before Eddie starts walking back home. I quietly head inside and try to walk upstairs as slowly as possible. However, I came face to face with Steven. His dull eyes look back at mine. Your mom said it's dinner time, he said. His voice sounds a bit deeper though. I gulp. Oh, okay. We head down the stairs and walk towards the dining room. There you are. Sit down, you don't want your food to get cold, Mom said. I sit down in my seat next to Mr. Anderson since Mom is taking my seat next to Steven. Then we dig in. I poke at my food before taking a small piece of it. I take a look at the soup and it doesn't look appetizing to me, so I decided not to eat it. Then I hear coughing across the table and realized it was my mom coughing. Mom, are you okay? I asked. She waved her hand, saying that she's fine but continues coughing, and I ended up walking towards Mom and I stand beside her, patting her back gently. Mom, drink some water, I said, pushing the glass of water closer to her. She takes the glass of water and her hand is shaking. She takes a few sips but then spits the water out before vomiting a bit. Mom! Mom! She falls to the floor vomiting. Mommy? Aurora? What happened to Mommy? Toby asked as he starts crying. Call an ambulance. Quick! I shouted, and Mr. Anderson pulled out his phone. Mom, stay with me. You're gonna be okay, I said, holding on to her. They're on their way as fast as they can. Wait for them outside. I'll take care of her, Mr. Anderson said. But then I look at her spot and I saw her spoon, which was dipped into the soup on the table. I then head outside and wait for the ambulance. It didn't take that long as the ambulance finally arrived. "They're here," I shouted. The paramedics carefully took my mom and place her on the wheeled stretcher and we head out. Since I was the last one to head out, I close the door and catch up to them. I hop on before they close the door and they drive off on the way to the hospital. Later, some time passed and we've been in the emergency room for what feels like hours. I was pacing back and forth, biting my thumb, hoping and praying my mom will be okay. "Doctor," Mr. Anderson began, and I turn around to see a doctor coming out of the room. "How is she?" I quickly walk towards the doctor. "Is my mom okay? Can I see her?" "You'll see her soon. I'm gonna have a talk with your father for a while. But I can't just leave the kids here. They're probably tired," Mr. Anderson said. "Mr. Anderson will stay. It's okay," I said to Mr. Anderson. He nodded and he walks away while talking to the doctor. I look up and I notice Toby sitting next to Stephen. "Toby," I called out. "Come here, please." After he got off of his seat, he starts walking towards me. I gently pull him closer to me and I put my hand on his shoulder. "What's gonna happen to Mommy?" he asked, and he looks like he was about to cry again. "Mommy's going to be fine. She's strong. Don't worry. Okay?" I said. He nodded. "Okay." Then I started wiping his tears away. "Now, Toby, I want you to listen to me," I began, and I quickly look at Stephen, who is just on his phone, and I look back at Toby. "No matter what, don't ever go near Stephen. Promise me. Okay?" "Why?" he asked. "Look, I know you're confused right now, but just promise me. Okay?" I held out my pinky. He looks at it, but he immediately locks his pinky with mine. "Okay," he said. I hug him tightly, but not too tight. I can feel myself crying again, but I have to be strong. I break the hug and Toby started yawning, rubbing his eyes. "You're getting sleepy. Come on." I lift him up and put him on top of my lap, and he puts his head against my shoulder. I wrap my arm around him and try not to fall asleep and keep an eye on Stephen. "Please be okay, Mom. You're all we have." Under. My vision became dark. I open my eyes and I quickly get rid of the tiredness from my eyes. I quickly look down and I let out a sigh of relief. We're still in the hospital. Toby is still sleeping on my lap, safe and sound. Shit, I fell asleep. Aurora. I look up and I saw Stephen walking towards me. I hold on to Toby tightly, wrapping my arms around him. "What is it?" I frowned. "Dad told me that we should go home. Only one of us has to stay and look after your mom, and he decided to stay. He said we can't stay here," he said. I said that I'm okay with staying here, and I'm okay with sleeping on this chair, and I'm not leaving without knowing my mom is okay. I said, "He won't make a scene right now. There are a lot of people around here, yet I still don't have the guts to say anything. But still, we have to go home, and my dad will just have to stay here and watch your mom, and he'll update us." "Aurora," Toby spoke. "Toby, go back to sleep. It's okay," I said. "But I don't want to stay here anymore. Can we see Mommy now?" he asked. "There's no update about Mommy, Toby. We just have to wait a bit longer. Look, I know it's uncomfortable here, but I just don't want to go home without knowing Mommy is okay." "Then I'll take Toby with me and you'll stay here," Stephen said. "No," I shouted, and it caught the attention of a few nurses and some other people. "I don't want Toby to go home with you. He'll stay here with me." "Okay, you can go home if you want, but we're staying here," I said. "Whatever," he said, going back to his seat. I told Toby that he can go back to sleep. Then I saw Mr. Anderson walking towards us, and he looks tired. "Any update about my mom, Mr. Anderson?" I asked. He takes a seat next to mine. "The doctor told me that your mother is going to be fine, and that's good news. I'm going to stay behind here in the hospital and look after your mom. I called Grandma Abigail and Grandpa Walter, and you'll stay there for a while. They're on their way. Also," before he continues, he looks at Stephen for a quick second. "I told them about Stephen, and they'll do something about him so he won't hurt you. They're going to help you," he said. I look at Toby before looking back at him. "You promise?" I asked. "I promise. You'll be safe with them," he reassured me. "But if anything goes wrong, call me as quickly as you can. John." A voice spoke. We look up and we saw Grandma Abigail and Grandpa Walter walking toward us with worried looks on their faces. Mr. Anderson got up from his seat and Grandma Abigail hugs him. We came as fast as we could, Grandma Abigail said before walking towards me, and she kissed my cheek before placing her hand on top of Toby's head for a quick second. How is she doing so far, John? Grandpa Walter asked. The doctor said she's gonna be fine. We were just having dinner and then all of a sudden, she started coughing and it got worse, then she started vomiting and I immediately called 911. Mr. Anderson explained. Thank goodness she's going to be okay. How about you, dear? How are you? She asked me. It happened all so quickly. I was so scared, but I'm okay now after hearing that my mom's going to be okay. If anything else happens to her. I paused and I can feel tears forming in my eyes and I can also feel a heavy feeling in my chest. I don't know what I would do. I've lost my dad and I don't want to lose my mom. She's all we have left. Tears started to stain my face. Grandma Abigail wrapped her arms around me and wiped all of my tears away. No need to say such things. Everything will be all right, she said. Your mom is going to be fine. I think you should start heading home. It's getting late and the kids are tired. I'll stay here and look after their mom, Mr. Anderson said. Oh wait, they don't have any change of clothes. They shouldn't sleep with those clothes after being in the hospital. Don't worry, John, we took care of that already. We bought some clothes for them a few weeks ago, Grandma Abigail said. Oh really? Well, that's good. Thank you, Mom. Mr. Anderson replied. Take care of them. I continued wiping my tears away. And take care of my mom, Mr. Anderson. Of course, Aurora. I love your mother very much, Mr. Anderson added. Grandma Abigail insisted that she'll carry Toby for me, but I told her that I can handle it. I slowly got up from my seat, trying not to wake Toby, and let him rest his head on my shoulder. Then we started walking toward the exit and on our way to their car. Stephen, you'll take the front seat, so I'll keep my eye on you. Grandma Abigail will be with Aurora and Toby, Grandpa Walter said. All right, Stephen answered. I place my other hand on Toby's head, protecting him. We hop inside the car. Stephen sits at the front and Grandma Abigail sits next to me. Then Grandpa Walter starts the car engine before driving away, on our way to their house. You guys must be tired. Once we get home, change your clothes, wash your face, brush your teeth, and go to bed, Grandma Abigail instructed. Except for you, Stephen, we will have a word with you, Grandpa Walter said. All right, Stephen replied. Undersir. Some time passed and Grandma Abigail told me that they will have a word with Stephen for a while, and she even told me that we'll be sleeping in their room. She reminded me to lock the door before going to sleep. So as soon as I walk inside their room, I immediately lock the door. Toby is currently asleep. I brush some of his hair away from his face and place a kiss on his forehead. I'll protect you, Toby. We'll be okay, I whispered. I turn off the lamp and pull up the covers. It is so late and I am exhausted. As soon as my head meets contact with the pillow, that's when I started getting sleepy. I turn to my side and wrap an arm around Toby. He's here with me, safe and sound. Closing my eyes, I started to drift off. Undersir. I heard some shuffling noises and I quickly open my eyes and sit up and I look around. Nothing. My heart starts beating faster than usual. I took a deep breath and convinced myself that there was nothing that can hurt me and Toby as long as the door is locked. Looking at the door, there's a slight gap. It's unlocked. I'll just get off the bed, quickly close it, lock it, and I won't go back to sleep, just in case. Once more, I took a deep as I get off the bed. I walk towards the door, but before I could close it, someone pulls me back and cover my mouth with a handkerchief. Just breathe it in. Breathe it in. A familiar voice whispered in my ear as I struggle. I look around and I saw another figure next to Toby covering his mouth with duct tape. Then my eyes suddenly begin to feel heavy and the last thing I saw was a blurry image of the figure carrying Toby before I black out. My vision became dark once more. Aurora's POV. I groan in pain as I open my heavy eyes. I tried to move but I found myself tied up to a chair. Fuck. My head hurts. I look around at my surroundings. This is not Grandma Abigail and Grandpa Walter's house. We're back at the house. Every corner of the room is filled with darkness. The TV is on the ground and its static screen is the only source of light in this room. Some tables and chairs were flipped over. Broken pieces of glass were scattered everywhere. Everything's a mess. I'm in the living room. An unconscious body laying on the ground caught my attention. I recognized the body as I gasp. It's Toby. I want to call out his name, but all I can do is struggle and muffled through the duct tape. All of a sudden, familiar creepy music started playing out of nowhere. Play music on top. Then the music stopped and silence filled up the atmosphere. Well, well, well. Look who's finally awake. A familiar voice said, from behind. I look over my shoulder and a figure just walked over to my side and I came face to face with Steven, holding the music box in one hand. I'm gonna take the duct tape off of your mouth, but don't you dare scream. Otherwise, something might happen to Toby. And I mean it, he said, putting the music box down. He quickly takes the duct tape off my mouth and I gasp for air. It was you, wasn't it? What did you do to my mom? Oh, I didn't do it. It was Stefan, he said, pointing in the other direction as Stefan walks in. I just asked him to do a small favor for me, he said. That's all. But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do this? Well, I've been waiting for this and I cannot wait any longer. And this is what you get for telling your mom and my dad, he yelled. I didn't tell them everything, I yelled back. His face softened a bit after hearing it. So you did not tell them that you're pregnant? He asked. I wanted to but dash before I could even finish my sentence. Steven grabs my face and pulls my face closer to his. Good. And it should stay that way. For a while that is, he said through his gritted teeth. Now, what should we do about little Toby over there? You dare touch him or hurt him, I swear. I'll kill you, I shouted. He chuckled. You can try. He walks over to Toby's unconscious body and I have to do something. Fuck you, Steven. Fuck you, I shouted. He clicked his tongue. God, you're so noisy. He picks up a roll of duct tape and cuts a piece before walking towards me. I struggle to move, then he places the duct tape on my mouth and my screams and shouting were being muffled. What to do with this Toby kid? Stefan asked as he picks him up. Just take him upstairs. But not in his room, Steven said. You know where. Stefan nodded and he heads upstairs as I started to scream and shout. Oh, don't you worry. He'll be all right. Now behave, he said. Knock, knock. Hello. A familiar voice from outside called out my name. Is anyone home? It's Heather. Steven placed his knife near my throat, shushing me. Now, I said behave or else something will happen to Toby. And I'll kill your little friend right in front of you, he whispered. Steven placed the knife on the floor and he picks up a baseball bat. He slowly approaches the door and unlocks the door. Heather opens the door and pushes the door and Steven just simply hides in the shadows. What the fuck happened here? Aurora! Heather shouted, looking around the house. I scream and shout as loud as I can to get her attention, even though my screaming and shouting are being muffled. Who's there? I can hear Heather's footsteps approaching in my direction. Aurora! She gasped before she started running towards me, then she fell down to her knees in shock. What happened? Who did this to you? She asked as she looks around on the floor, then she spotted the knife. I'll get you out of here, she said before carefully cutting the thick rope. Steven started to slowly and quietly walk towards her. Fuck! It won't cut, she said. I screamed to get her attention. She looks up and takes off the duct tape from my mouth. Heather, run, I shouted. Her eyes widen and just before she started to run off, Steven knocks her out and she fell down to the floor. Heather! I screamed at her unconscious body. Heather? Wake up! Steven laughed. Pathetic. And here I thought you two are not friends anymore. I look up at him in anger. How dare you? You fucking son of a bitch. Slap. Bratty bitch. He puts the baseball bat down and started to drag Heather's arm, dragging her far from me. Don't hurt her, I shouted. He drops Heather's arm and walks back towards me. He then starts to lift the chair before rocking it back and forth. "What are you doing?" I asked in fear. "See you in a few hours," he said before he lets go of the chair, and then, bang! My head came in contact with the floor, and I looked to my right side, and the last thing I saw was Stephen walking towards the unconscious body of Heather. Then my vision went blank. Stephen's POV. While I was dragging Heather's unconscious body to the basement, I heard something from the pocket of her jacket. I drop her arm and pull out her phone before turning it on, and it looks like she received a text message from Ugh. Edward. Oh, Aurora's pathetic little boyfriend. And it looks like she didn't have a password on her phone, which makes things easy for me. Today, 11:37 p.m. I'm sneaking out, on my way to Aurora's house to apologize. 12:14 a.m. Edward. Can you ask her if she wants to meet up with the detective later? She's not answering her phone. She's not in her house. I asked one of her neighbors earlier, and they said she was at the hospital with her family. Edward. What happened? Is Aurora okay? I don't know. But they said her mom got injured or something. How about you check up on her there? I'm heading back to my house. Edward. You don't want to come along? I'm on the way to the hospital with the detective. I don't want to pressure her. Anyways, I have a curfew. After responding to the text messages, I put her phone away and continued dragging Heather to the basement. Edward's POV. We arrived at the hospital and we managed to find a parking spot. Detective Brian stops the engine and we head out of his car before walking into the emergency room. She'll be fine, Mr. Anderson. When I heard that name, I turn around and I saw a man thanking the doctor. He might be Aurora's stepdad. I tap Detective Brian's shoulder and I point my finger at Aurora's stepdad. I think that's Aurora's stepdad. His name is Mr. Anderson, I whispered. He nodded and slowly walked towards him. Excuse me? Are you Mr. Anderson? He asked, and the man looked surprised. Yes. Can I help you? He said. I'm Detective Brian, and I'm working on a case of your stepdaughter, Aurora, he said. And this is Dash. You're Edward, right? Mr. Anderson asked. Yes, sir, I said. Is there any problem with Aurora? He asked. Why don't we go outside and talk about this privately, shall we? Detective Brian suggested. We head outside and we make sure no one is nearby listening to our conversation. Now, can you tell me what's going on with Aurora? He asked. This is not just about Aurora. It's about the mysterious murder cases that have been happening. Starting from her teacher to the latest murder of Miss Victoria, your neighbor, and about your son, Stephen. Now, what about Stephen? He asked, and his tone is starting to sound tense. I swear that kid Dash. Mr. Anderson, have you observed what's happening between Aurora and Stephen? Anything strange or suspicious? Actually, yes, I have. Aurora is getting paler. She doesn't eat much. She always said that she doesn't get much sleep. She doesn't want to go to school, and she's been wearing baggy clothes a lot lately. And Stephen, he acts so unusual and different. Also, one time, he literally slapped Aurora right in front of us, and I don't know what's gotten into him, he said. Detective Brian and I looked at each other. Well, Mr. Anderson, Stephen is not your only son, correct? Yes. I'm sorry, but how did you know that? He asked. It was being written in Stephen's journal that he's been keeping for years, and the mysterious murder cases that have been reported happen to be connected with Aurora. And Stephen. Mr. Anderson furrowed his eyebrows. What does it have to do with Aurora and Stephen? Is there something really going on between them? Please tell me. Detective Brian sighed. Sir, I don't know how to say this, but according to Aurora, your son raped her and she got pregnant in the process. Wait, what? Mr. Anderson's eyes widen and I excuse myself from the conversation to check on my phone. I receive a text message from Heather saying that she got a curfew? You, you don't want to come along? I'm on the way to the hospital with the detective. Heather. No, I don't want to pressure her. Anyways, I have a curfew. 12:22 a.m. You wait. You don't have a curfew. Steven's POV. After taping her mouth, arms and legs, I went upstairs and shut the door, on my way to see if Aurora is awake. I look down and her phone vibrates. I pick it up and turn it on. My eyes widen when I look at the screen. Edward, wait. You don't have a curfew. Well, I do now. My parents said so earlier. Edward? Edward. You said your parents are on a business trip and they won't be back until next week. You, forgot to tell you that they're on their way home. Edward. Edward, you're not Heather. Are you? Shit. I mumbled. I drop her phone and smash it with my foot multiple times. I quickly walk towards the living room and I found Aurora still knocked out. I walk towards the front door and lock it. Then I quickly head upstairs and try to warn Stefan. Edward's POV. I tried to call Heather's number 5 times already but no answer. Oh no, I think Aurora's in trouble. I need to go there now, I said before running off and looking for a taxi. I have to be there as fast as I can. Edward, come back. Detective Brian shouted and I ignored him. I know he can just drive me all the way there, but I need to go there as soon as possible. I don't want to waste any more time. I found a taxi driver and tell him to drive me to the address and drive as fast as he can. Steven's POV. Stefan? Where are you? I called out. I'm on the 3rd floor and checked the rooms. Stefan? I'm in here. Attic. He replied, as the attic door opened and the ladder hit the floor. I quickly head upstairs and I found him sitting down with Toby's head laying on his lap. What are you doing? I asked. I was about to tie him up, he said, and I shake my head as I climb up. Look, we don't have time for sitting down and do babysitting shit around here, I said as I walked towards him. What's going on? He asked. Well, that Edward guy is gonna come here and I bet he's on his way now. I locked the front door anyways. Get downstairs and do something about Aurora. If that Edward guy will come here, let him enter and do what you need to do to get rid of him, and you better do it. I'll tie up this little brat. Go now. Stefan's POV. I quickly walk towards the exit and head down the ladder. I went down the stairs and I heard loud muffling sounds and I assume that Aurora is awake. I head over to the living room and I saw Aurora struggling as she tries to move the chair. I walk towards her and lift the chair as the legs of the chair hit the floor. She panted as she looks at me with angry eyes. I got down on one knee and sighed. I looked down and I saw a knife on the floor. I pick it up and Aurora tense up and muffled a gasp. It's just me, Stefan. Okay? I'm not gonna do anything to hurt you, I said. I'm gonna cut all of the ropes. But don't make a sound or don't kick or anything like that. Okay? I quickly cut the rope that tied up her torso all at once. Then I proceed to cut the rope on her wrists. She massaged her wrists and I realized her wrists are turning red with a hint of purple. Then she takes off the duct tape and she just looks at me, confused. Don't ask. Go and look for your friend. Your little brother is upstairs in the attic. Stephen barricaded every door and every window and locked the front door earlier so he has the keys. I'll distract him and Edward's on the way. Try not to get caught, I said. She nodded and starts running off. I have to make a scene. I grab the knife and I slash my arm. I groan as I just go with the pain. Then I slash my leg as well and I hissed. Then I grab the chair and smash it against the floor as it breaks into pieces. Shit! Get back here! I screamed, making a scene as if she escapes on her own. Then I heard a car pulling over near the house and I quickly head towards the window. I slightly move the curtain, look out, and I saw that Edward guy getting out of the taxi. I head upstairs and look for Steven so I can distract him for a bit. I'm sorry, Steven, but I'm not gonna let you win.